So, last session when we left off, you all had gone to Ashen, dealt with some things, mostly personal matters. Corvus now has a few new things he should be following after. Nathan's had a few wires properly straightened in his brain. And one of the party members died and got brought back with a little welcoming to the Wayward Wanderers.
Okay.
Ending off the last session, however, you all had learned some things about the dragon and teleported to Theron's mansion. As you arrived, Theron was sitting there looking very disheveled, waved you all to step to the side, and as you stepped out of the teleportation circle, it flared up once more as a certain figure stepped in, welcoming himself and finding a few things about the situation amusing. As the large man with blonde hair peers over at Theron, wide grin on his face, you all notice his eyes are off. Almost as if scanning the entire room every few seconds and watching different things. He'll be looking at Theron for a few seconds, then looking to the side and still speaking to Theron as if he's just talking to Theron sitting in a different spot. He has kind of it looks like slightly glowing blue eyes, but it is possible that his eye color is different, with this glow just being some magical effect. But after he steps out, greets Theron, and looks over to the rest of you, just raises an eyebrow slightly, and just lets out a barking laugh at all of you. Oh, no, this is a good one. So, Theron, I'm assuming it's none of these lot that you took in under your wing. No, Ivor is... And he gestures his hand to the side as, Ivor, you found yourself walking down to greet the commotion as Theron had informed you about an hour ago that he suspected the party would be arriving soonish, but also that his former master would be arriving. And shortly after informing you of that, very quickly went to the liquor cabinet and grabbed one of the bottles from the top shelf that was unopened, popped it open, and downed a few gulps of it, before making his way to the teleportation circle room. And so this is when you step into seeing the entire party stepped slightly to the side, and a figure you can only imagine is Theron's former master standing there before all of you as he looks over to the door where you're standing. Well, I'll say I'm a little less impressed than I thought I'd be, but all right.
Hey.
Aaron just shakes his head slightly. If all of you want to please leave the room so that we can go somewhere else to discuss, as I assume you're back from Ashen with dealing with the matters there and heading on to wherever you need to go next soon.
That's correct.
Gestures towards the door for all of you to get the hell out.
And with that,
Immediately.
Jibby.
Alright, as you all kind of filter out, Ivor, what are you doing standing there with the party starting to pass you by?
I guess he's kind of like looking back and forth between the party, Theron, this other person back at the party before kind of just sighing and probably gonna go ahead and leave with the party.
Okay, as you're starting to turn around, you do see Theron pick up his flask that he had emptied a few moments ago, just peering inside of it longfully for a few seconds as you leave.
Probably gonna debate whether or not to get him a new one.
I'll be with all of you in a moment or two. I need to have a few words with my former master. Former? As if there's anything former about it. You still have a lot to learn, little boy.
Damn.
And with that, you hear the door shut behind you to the teleportation room, as all of you have corralled out into the hallway.
Huh.
Sort of turn towards Ivor myself, and did you manage to handle the things that you needed to take care of?
Kind of, but it's okay.
Seem a little better, so happy to see that. Do you know that man? Kind of shutting his thumb towards the door.
Not personally, but I think I'm gonna go to the kitchen real quick.
Okay.
Sick.
Alright, Ivor, you make your way away from the party, down through the dining room to the kitchen.
Gonna look for a drink he knows Theron will like.
Okay, I guess I'll say roll me an investigation check to see how long that takes you, because you know the kitchen reasonably well, so it won't take that long, but it's also a matter of digging through the things that are there.
Mm-hmm.
But I will ask,
Ooh.
what are the rest of you doing while Ivor is doing this?
Oh my lord.
Well, I'll get to that in a second then.
Looks infested.
We're gonna die,
What
guys.
the
We're all dead.
Well, there goes my luck.
So, kind of looking around at the party, very awkwardly. Wasn't expecting that today. I didn't expect anyone to ever call Theron little boy. That's funny.
He's 200 something.
If
Seriously?
Serious?
I mean,
That's
he's an elf.
I was gonna
High
say, if
elf.
anybody wants to insight Nathan, go for it, because I have things to say, but I will not be saying them.
Yep.
Unless
Okay.
you were looking.
And I mean, elves tend to live to like 700 something, and while they get to be the same developmental state as humans at a similar rate, a little slower, they're considered adults only at about 100 years of actual worldly experience.
Huh. Okay then. Kind of looks between. I keep trying. Zenith and Lila. Hey, you two good? He's never good, so I'm just not going to question. Kind of looking over at Nathan.
Yeah, I'm looking at Nathan with my 25.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'll get to that as soon as everyone else is done talking, so... but since you've kind of brought it up, Layla, he... Beforehand, when you first met this man, he was not okay. He was clearly not okay. There was no dodging the fact that he was not okay. Like, he hard to place what or why, but he was clearly, like, the aura of not okay was very present. Now he seems a little more present, like, outside of his head, but there's this... Ever so often, he kind of, like, seems to cross one arm across his chest, bringing his finger up to his upper lip, kind of the knuckle there, looks to one side, shakes his head, looks to the other, shakes his head again, looks up, clearly paying attention to the conversation, glances toward where Ivor went, looks back down again, kind of taps his fingers as if counting something, shakes his head again. There's something he's thinking about, and it is far more obvious that he's thinking now than it was when you first met him.
Is something wrong?
Oh, what, me? Other than the dragon and very strange man that just called Theron a little boy. I had a really weird dream last night, and I'm having to kind of piece it together now.
I will say it is as you're having this conversation that Ivor, you come back up having not taken very long. In fact, you almost immediately beelined it straight towards one particular bottle you'd seen Theron pull out a couple of times. A larger, very elegant wine bottle that he kind of stashes away in the back and only has had a few glasses of in the past. and pulling it out, taking a slight sniff of it, it is fruity and also smells very alcoholic. And you suspect,
Really?
probably given the situation, maybe that's what you should go ahead and take to him. And so find your way back up to the area where the party's still kind of lingering out in front of the teleportation circle room with that bottle.
Do we maybe go somewhere? Not just stand in the hallway? I don't know.
Well,
I mean,
I don't know where
This is-
y'all are gonna go, but I'm gonna head back to Oxari. Because given what you're planning on doing, that sounds extremely dangerous.
Well,
Sounds
yeah.
like something I don't want to be part of.
Well,
And it
yeah.
also sounds like there are people involved in it, primarily, given what you were saying, Ishra and Keitha, who might need someone watching them over them during this, so I'm gonna go handle that.
Yeah.
As Drek turns and takes a few steps away and just leans against the door next to it, waiting for Theron to be done, because his ticket back to Oxari is through that door.
Yay! Hey. Kind of looking over to Ivor. Right, we didn't get you informed about the... We learned more stuff about the dragon!
Oh,
Yeah!
lovely.
Zenith,
No,
as,
it's actually pretty good, actually, not gonna lie.
as Corvus is saying that, you just hear in the back of your head from Umbra, yay. Just this pitiful little yay at Corvus's seeming excitement about what they've learned about the dragon.
Yeah. Back in her head, it's silence for a little bit, and then it's like, I've never had anyone laugh in my face like that. Silence continues.
But yeah.
Kind of just looking at all of them, going like, you want to fill me in then?
Yes, I would love to. Okay. So, it has a name.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, cool. So yeah, neat. Let's see,
I
kind of.
guess I'm not gonna know the name.
Do you want to tell him the name?
Oh yeah, Golvarov?
Golvarath,
the mountain.
The Mountain Eater. Yeah. I don't really care for the long title. I was just going by the first name.
I
But
feel like the fact that he's named Mountain Eater is important to this situation.
that's true. But
Pretty don't like the sound of this.
anyways, so we have a general idea about where this guy's main lair might be. So that's fun. But he has multiple layers.
It's this moment that the door opens up and Theron steps out looking tired as hell and just takes the bottle from your hand, Ivor, walking down the hallway with it. You hear the thunk of the cork coming out and just him tipping the bottle up and taking a heavy swig from it and just keeps walking. As
Can I-
You're welcome.
What do you want, Lila?
sneakily look back into the room and see if the guy is still in there.
As you are about to, he steps out and just looks at Drek for a second, looks him up and down, and just walks past Drek, looking over at the rest of you. So I heard there was a young drow girl that was needing some, time shit happening to her.
Yeah.
The fuck is she? Because I don't see her here with the rest of you.
She's an Exari. What do you want about it?
Fine. Looks over at Drek, just puts his hands up, walks into the room. She's
Hey.
not here, then I'm gonna ask what the fuck happened to her from you lot so that I can actually do what's being asked of me.
I don't know this. Think I know?
He just looks at you for a second. In exactly 2 timelines you have anything to do with it, so no.
Huh?
He then looks over at you, Zenith, and there is just this deep rumbling laughter in his chest that he's clearly trying to keep down as he's staring at you for a second before turning away and just starts to walk after Theron.
Okay.
And Umbra just stares after him and looks back at you, Zenith, and then looks back at the man confused.
Can I insight check him?
Which one?
The way he looked at Zenith. I don't know.
Go ahead.
I'm
What-
inciting
What
that. I
specifically
need to
are you
know.
looking for?
I just want to know what he laughed at. Like,
Yeah, you know what? I need to know what's so
why?
fucking funny.
Okay.
What's so fucking
Go
funny?
ahead and roll me an insight check.
I'm also gonna roll. I'm not gonna get anything out of it, but
Zenith? Clearly there is something he finds funny about you. What it is, you're not sure because he seems to look you up and down and doesn't seem to focus on anything specific. Lila? It's almost like he's looking at Zenith, but not just Zenith. Like, as if he's looking at... The best way to describe it is almost like he's looking through a flip book with different things on each page, and flipping through the book with just his eyes while looking at Zenith. So it's not just the Zenith standing in front of you that he seems to be laughing at, but some other forms? Best you can garner. You're not sure because you really do not know this man.
do we follow Theron?
Sure. Following after Theron, I guess.
All right, Zenith, Lila, or Ivor, you guys all following Corvus as well, going after Theron?
Yeah. I don't want to be here.
All right, you all follow Theron on down, who basically has headed into his living room and just plopped into the large, comfy armchair that is the one he's normally sat in when you guys have, like, sat in the living room with him, which has only been a couple of times. Ivor, you know that's basically his comfort chair of whenever something stressful has happened, that's the chair he goes and sits in. And is looking distinctly disheveled, now has finished off, like, 3/4 of the bottle. And it was a large bottle.
Holy
Oh.
shit.
Wait, Isdrak, did he go to the teleportation room?
He went back into the teleportation circle room. And you have not seen him again so far, so...
Okay. Can I, before I follow, just, like, snoop into the teleportation room and go, "You're sure you're not coming?"
How soon are you doing that? Are you doing that as the party's walking away, or are you doing that, like, a little bit before?
Yeah.
Peering in, you basically say that right as he just raises a hand, and the sigils have already flared up, and he's gone.
Oh.
Okay, I follow everyone.
Alright, you guys make your way down into the living room. Again, where Theron is sitting, and the person who is claimed by Theron to be his former master is kind of just standing, walking back and forth, clearly pondering something. Theron just sets the bottle down. Alright, so what's the deal with the dragon?
Okay. Corvus kind of clasps his hands together on this. I'm kind of the spokesperson for this at this point, so I guess I'm going to be doing the presentation.
Theron just raises both his hands and lightly rubs his temples.
Wait!
No, go on.
Okay. Okay. Get serious. Kind of taking a moment to actually steel himself and actually get a little bit serious, surprisingly. Okay. So, we were able to get into contact with the High Priest and Priestess of the Temple of Baphomet in Ishan. Lucky for us, they did actually someone know about the dragon that we are being hunted by. Its name is Golvaroth the Mountain Eater, and it's a newer creation of Tiamat, according to them.
Well, newer is relative given the fact that the thing's over 800 years old.
Well, yeah, but how did you know that?
He just looks over at you. Well, you already said it to me. Right now you're saying it, but I mean, I heard it about an hour ago, so, It's an ancient grey dragon. It's over 800 years old then.
Yeah, okay, anyways. Alright. The church, well, the temple, I guess, has predicted there is more than one possible. Hold on. This is me, my own brain, processing. I'm stupid. Okay. The church thinks there's more than one layer, but its main big layer, so to speak, is probably in one of two places. Either it's in the northern regions of Malistan or in
Southern part of Chumledstan.
Yes, thank you. And we think it might have ties to. Well, the church thinks it may possibly have ties to whatever is going on with the royal family in Jamuldstan, if it's there.
Possible.
Okay, in terms of kind of going through his own head as I pull up the investigation or both motor thing. Let me get it.
Yes, as
There.
as you're kind of rattling this on, Theron just looks up over to him. Master Gonru, please just step somewhere else. This matter does not involve you. It is not the thing I asked you for here. And he just looks back over at Theron. I'll go wherever I damn well please, you little brat.
Okay. Kind of looking between the two, unsure of how to handle that.
Continue on, you fucking bait for goddamn owl bears.
Kind of freezes up at that. Okay. So it doesn't have any damage immunities, but it does have resistance to acid and poison. No vulnerabilities or immunities either. In general. That's... yeah. Okay. Kind of backing up. That seemed to hit him somewhere.
Alright, so you're hunting a dragon. You've got...
Ancient Grey.
Looks over all of you. You're all gonna fucking die.
Okay. Damn.
You've got a half-trained wizard. Just points over at you, Lila, pauses for a second. Couldn't even save the princess. Points over at Nathan. Mommy issues embodied. Points over at you, Zenith. Honestly, you're the closest thing to actually reasonable cannon fodder here. Points over at Umbra. Just sneers slightly. You're all fucked.
We do have some scrolls of greater restoration. We'll be able to get the
Is that gonna
diamond.
save you from when it cleaves your head off with its tail?
Kind of. He doesn't know how to respond to this.
Yeah, you can see out of the corner
memories.
of your... You can see out of the corner of your eye Corvus and Lila just Theron taking the bottle and finishing off the last bit of it.
Hey,
Because only in 3 timelines does that not happen.
Do you have any advice or only criticisms?
Mostly advice on just don't do it. It's not going to work out well for you. Unfortunately, he can't tell any of you anything actually useful, because that would be breaching into the distinct area of what the gods aren't even allowed to do. Isn't that right, Master Gonru? A roundabout. Is that what you're saying, Zenith?
I'm not saying anything out loud. I'm not even thinking it. I am experiencing an emotion.
Fair enough. He is an Archmage. And as being an Archmage, it gives us the wonderful position of having basically the power just below that of what the gods would have had if they were here. Unfortunately, it also means that we're bound by the same rules, that we're not allowed to actually fuck with anything. Isn't that right, Master Gonru? Roundabout. Still, you're... As I said, you've got a lot to learn, Theron.
Corvus just kind of standing there, but kind of tense, very awkward, just kind of a firm jaw almost. Not good. Stinky, absolutely abhorrent. No good. A dubious creature. Oh. Okay.
As I have somewhat told Ivor, Master Gonru is one of 3 Chronerges in the entire world of Lythra.
Okay, since I'm actually back, kind of tuning back in, thankfully having likely missed mommy issues, lifting his head, like, at the name Gonru, it's probably repeated for, like, the 3rd or 4th time, he finally tunes in. Like, Gonru Mithric? I don't remember where, but I was told I needed to meet you.
I was suggesting that you meet him back when the plague was still an issue, because he at least would be of some use. Unfortunately, he seems to have grown even more annoying in the last 100 years.
I am.
And also, in the last, 10 minutes, Theron has downed an entire bottle of wine.
I would be concerned if I recognized that had happened. So, okay, sorry. I was BRB because I needed to watch Dive over here, but I am back now. Sort of blinking a few times, finally registering reality a little more than he was for a few moments ago. Okay, so Chronerge. This is also said Chronerge you told me to talk about the other little issue with, yes?
Yes, and it just happens that he overheard the situation. There were exactly 32 timelines, give or take, given how you worded it, where you didn't end up actually telling me about the situation. Then why don't you just look into the right timeline to figure out what the fucking problem is?
Yeah. I'm just gonna go sit down now.
You are aware of the problem.
I am aware of the general notion that you have a younger girl, basically a bab among elves, got turned into even more of a baby.
Yes.
How? I don't know yet, depending on a few different possible situations. So there's about 437,233 options as to how it might have happened.
I could narrow that down to probably 1.
Try it.
I was in dealings with an eldritch entity known as Nyarlathotep. She attempted to dispel the magic that was on me. It backfired, and she went brain dead for a while. Ended up taking her to the Temple of Agma, sorted out some things, and when we came back out of the Font of Knowledge, she was much, much younger the next day.
3,242. Give or take 3 timelines.
Okay, Christ.
Theron just pushes himself up out of the chair and just walks out of the room.
Any way I can narrow that down further for you?
Probably not until I've met her.
Won't be hard, she's an Axari.
So I've been told.
He's up a little bit more. Icky.
Great.
Or
Having
why
to
do
go
you look-
back to that fucking city. And he starts to make his way out of the room before stopping for a second. Don't eat the cheese, Nathan.
It
And
just goes.
do not go for the crystal that is underneath your hometown for going after your mother, Hamish. And with that, he walks out of the room.
Pauses at cheese. Ivor and Corvus can recognize the roughly confused expression on his face of like slight head twitch backwards and furrowest brow going in just slightly before going almost completely back to neutral and looking down at Hamish.
It is at this point that Theron comes back into the room with a bottle of whiskey in one hand
Oh!
and another bottle of wine in the other hand. Both corks off.
Turns to Ivor. How many more before we might need to start being concerned?
You have literally never seen him drink this much. And he has had a problem in the past.
Now would be a good time.
Can I have one of those?
You are his adopted son, I think, so how about you try and talk him down?
Kind of just leaning over, going like, I'm just gonna admit, I don't think I've seen him this bad before. Especially with that guy that just came in.
The closest you have ever seen him to this bad is when he is talking about his former master. And it has not gotten this bad. It's gotten bad, just not this bad.
This bad.
Ivor kind of hover hands over his hand, clearly not going for the full grasp, but kind of like trying to get his attention a little bit. Talk him down.
Kind of just sighs, nods, and attempts to talk to Theron.
Okay, I guess I'm willing to say that can take place kind of off to the side slightly. And roll me a persuasion check with advantage, but while we're doing that, I will say, what is the rest of the party doing?
Real quick, what's the advantage?
You press the little advantage button down in the bottom corner. And then
It's where your
roll.
dice are. There's an ADV. Click that.
Or just roll.
I did.
Oh, that was Nathan.
Okay. Oh, okay. That scared me for a sec.
No, that was me.
Okay.
Okay, with that, Nathan's just thinking. A little more aware now, but kind of looking at Corvus ever so often, like, dude, you... Not saying this out loud, but basically, dude, why do you look like you smelled a really rancid fart? Like,
I will ask Zenith, Lila, what are the two of you doing while that's happening?
Lila, go ahead. I know what I'm doing, but I'm gonna wait.
I guess I will say, just
So-
for a little bit of preface for both of you, Umbra is basically hiding behind you, Zenith, clinging onto your arm.
Good. I would hide too if I was not this big.
But go ahead, Lila.
So, 3 scenarios in which we'll leave. Guess we
Well,
gotta take that
he
chance. Or is
said
there?
3 timelines where Corvus didn't get. And kind of just draws her hand across her neck.
Wait. What did I miss? I wasn't all here. Apologies.
In timeline stuff, that guy said, in only 3, I don't get my head chopped off by its tail. And, kind of putting his hands, well, his face in his hands. Did not like that. I hate him. No. No.
So I will say, as that's happening, Theron does set one of the bottles down to the side, taking a deep swig from the whiskey bottle before setting it to the side as well. There's a reason why I never contact that man ever.
As he sets the bottle down, this is where I'm gonna speak. I just look at him. Is this like a common thing for archmages, or is it just him?
That would require my. I have 3 references, and right now, of those 3, 2 out of the 3 very definitely are like him, as Darren Volrichten is a right asshole.
Just raises his eyebrows.
Admittedly, he's a right asshole when you bother him. If you leave him alone, he's minds his own fucking business. However, given that, Gunru is one of the first 3 Archmages ever, I guess technically after the Age of the Arcanum, because before then, Archmage had a different definition. But after that, yes, he is a right piece of shit.
You don't say.
I just nod. Once.
I'm kind of glad I wasn't tuned in for most of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose there's probably something I should mention. Well, considering you were there for this, Ivor, there was a whole scenario in Ma's temple, and last night I think you might have recalled that I mentioned I had a dream.
Mm-hmm.
Said dream involved Ogma very predominantly, and some things happened, and let's just say the other me is no longer in the Nine Hells.
Ivor, that means literally nothing to you.
More facing Corvus than anything.
Yeah, that would mean something to
Oh.
literally everyone but Ivor here.
Corvus looks worse. He looks twice as worse.
I was just kind of looking at everyone,
Oh,
but just
I don't need this
awkwardly-
right now.
awkwardly nodding, going like, okay, I don't know what this means, but okay.
Go on, Corvus.
I'm going to stand up, just put one of my hands up. I know that's important, but I can't do that right now. And with that, kind of walks out.
Oh, I was going to explain further, but bye. For you, long story made very, very, very short. We fought my inner demons. Inner demon included the guy named Haymitch. Guy named Haymitch got dragged down to the Nine Hells. Ogma kind of made a deal with said demon, and now he's kind of stuck in wherever the personification of Ogma shows up is. I suppose that might be the divine gate that section that Ogma partakes. I don't understand much of it, but considering Ogma's overseeing it, that could be both good and bad. I'm not sure, but yeah, that's a whole scenario, and I wanted to let you know just in case, whatever reason, he shows up again and questions are asked. Anyway, what are we doing? I had an idea, but now my brain's much more scattered due to both that and Gonru.
With that, you do hear a kind of sound from somewhere else in the manor, which you can only assume is the teleportation circle activating again. And with that sound, Theron's slumping further in the chair, looking distinctly relieved.
Is he gone?
One can only hope. One can only ever fucking hope.
I'm not looking forward to having to deal with him again.
Well, hopefully he can do something to help little Miss Ishva.
If he doesn't drive her insane while doing so.
That is an impossibility. There are 0 timelines where that happens. For anyone.
Alright.
Kind of
Well-
gently giving Theron shoulder pats, because, oh boy.
I have a
It
question.
is very easy to tell he is stressed.
I've never been so mad at someone I've never met before.
Theron, I had a question for you.
Go on.
I was going to attempt to scry on our favorite gray lizard, and wanted to know exactly how I could go about doing that. I have a few ideas, but I don't have access to the 5th tier of magic due to my limitations of practice, so...
Well, in theory, the easiest way is if you are given your mine's already getting to me. A practitioner of the divine magical arts, you should have the ability to cast it in theory. So, most likely, if you acquired a scroll of casting scry, it might take a little bit of something to be able to actually cast it, but you should be able to.
Anywhere in Apalmer you think I could look for something like that?
Literally, most stores that sell scrolls.
Okay.
They're all over the place.
Well, considering you, I was wondering if you knew someone specific, but
Oh.
you might need a moment or several.
I might have a scroll upstairs. I can go look in a little bit, but
I think we all need a moment. Maybe the rest of tonight.
well, it sounds like whatever's going on with this dragon might be best resolved as soon as you can, but on the note of scrolls, since you're going to go fight a dragon, pushes himself up, looking over all of you. And 2 of you seem distinctly more fit for up close and personal combat. And he does kind of pull you in and give you a slight hug, Ivor, as basically thanks for the pats on the shoulder.
Next.
I will highly recommend spending all of that gold you've acquired on buying scrolls of cure wounds, healing word, whatever healing spells you can, so that you're not burning your own internal reserves on healing, and or buying just every healing potion you possibly can.
We've lost Cam.
We have lost Cam.
Well, I'm surprised it wasn't me. I assumed that sound was me.
No. I mean, your camera's been off for a bit now, but...
I have to turn it off, but hey, I wasn't disconnected even once for now. Oh,
Hmm?
jinx it.
That-
No, you're
good, you're good,
still
you're good.
connected for us.
You're good. You're here.
Hi.
We'll be
No.
right back after some technical After a few technical difficulties, we have returned. And a shit showing happening. And so you are all now sitting in the living room with Theron's master having left. Theron just sitting there, rubbing his temples, staring at the floor. There is some emotion on that man's face, and you are not sure what it is. Ivor, as far as you can tell, it is some contorted mixture of pain, exhaustion, and depression.
And it just sighs.
And you all have been informed by him, if you're really going to go do this, now, buy a shit ton of healing scrolls and a fuck ton of healing potions.
Yeah, I left the room. I'm not here.
Corvus, you should probably come back in here.
Not right now. Seriously.
Corvus, I can understand. Believe me, I really can.
No. I'm good.
Corvus, we need to
Corvus.
talk about how to keep you all from dying to a fucking dragon, please.
I
come back
can
in
listen
here.
from here.
Zenith,
You standing outside increases the possibility that you're gonna be decapitated by the tail or whatever. But you better get in here.
Buddy, please.
And with that, he does come back in and
I
sit
guess I will
down.
say,
Clearly
Corvus,
going through it.
as you are on your way back in, Umbra does let go of you. Zenith kind of walks out of the room, walks over to you, Corvus, and just pulls you into a hug.
Thanks.
Kind of walks over to you, Corvus. Gently lowers his hand into your hair, just tussle.
Mhm.
If anybody's going to remove that head of yours from the shoulders, it's gonna be me.
I
Umbra does give you a moderately concerned look, Nathan.
The chances of that are probably less than 3.
feel like there's a reference somewhere in there, but I can't tell.
She does
We'll
kind
see.
of let go of you, Corvus, and make her way back into the living room, not wanting to hold you there.
Yeah, just goes back in, kind of sitting by Lila, I guess.
Shoulder pat before he goes and takes his
Yeah.
back next to, I guess, between probably Zenith and Ivor.
All right. You want a scroll scrying. You all are going to want to buy a lot of healing supplies if you're fighting a fucking dragon. Probably you bought scrolls of greater restoration, so that's good.
Only 5, though. Who knows if we'll need
Well,
more.
5 is better than none. If you can buy more, you probably should.
Definitely.
Basilisk oil is a good last-ditch problem for if the thing does leave. Now, the important matter is this is a fucking dragon. An ancient dragon, so it's going to be smarter than probably most of the people in this room.
You're talking about me?
Yeah.
Which means, if you all down a bunch of potions, so probably buy ones that aren't just healing potions, maybe some level of giant strength, nods towards you, Zenith, possibly some fire-breathing potions, whatever potions you can down, you can quaff that will get you the hell through this and survive. Just, if you have the gold for it, fucking buy it, because otherwise there is a very slim chance of survival. But do not go just drinking all of it right before you walk into whatever den it is, whether it be its permanent den or a temporary one. Because if you down those potions, ready your spells, enchant your weapons, and walk in on it like that, it will breeze right past you and fly to another den so that you have wasted all of those things. And I speak from experience on that with dragons.
Okay.
So make sure it doesn't know that we've done all of that.
or be ready to do it as soon as you are in combat with it and can keep it from leaving.
Ah.
Because it's
Is there a way to stop it from flying?
If we had access to a dominate monster spell, possibly.
there are spells, there are...
Oh, sorry. Should have been not.
Ivor, actually, do you have access to dominate monster?
I just have hold monster.
It's better than nothing.
Mm-hmm. If we might be able to get help from any ties to the Church of Baphomet down there too.
We did speak with some members of the Church of Baphomet. Yes, that's where we got
I
our
did say that.
scrolls.
The Church of Bahamut would be useful.
Mm-hmm.
That is assuming they're willing to actually spare anything for fighting a dragon. And
They
not
gave
just...
Zenith a fancy sword.
They did.
That is a surprisingly large amount for them to do. Wonderful vehicles driving past my apartment.
Nathan kind of quenching his brows in a few times. Going to need to find some kind of way to make my own weapons effective, considering I don't have access to many spells. That said, that does mean I'd have to get close in, and so perhaps arrows as opposed to... Kind of pauses and lifts his head up. Corvus, you have an absolutely ridiculous amount of arrows. A stupid amount of arrows.
Yeah.
Perhaps we could take some of those and get them
Sweet.
tipped in something
I like your style.
enchanted.
Well, you did say it was resistant to poison, so get something powerful if you're going to.
Oh, definitely.
Not poison, preferably.
Oh, duh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Perhaps some sort of something where if we were to hit its wings, it might temporarily frost them, making it harder to fly and keeping it grounded.
I wonder if there'd be anything that would be able to explode part of the wings off. Like the... Not the entire wing. No. Like, just the
Make
webbing
it
in the
harder to
middle.
fly.
Yeah, exactly. But
As you are discussing this, Theron does kind of push himself up, once more wobbling slightly, bouncing himself on Ivor for a second. Points over at Umbra. I can sense that you've gotten powerful enough to breach into the 5th tier of magic, so since you are trained in being able to use a spellbook, come with me and I will do what I can to show you a few spells you can use. And with that, he starts making his way out of the room, heavily swaying side to side. So Umbra just looks at you for a second, Zenith.
I just nod, like, do you need me to go with you? What's going on? Like, go ahead, but, you know, if anything.
She just gives a slight nod and follows after him.
okay. So, we're going to need everything we've got at this. Luckily, we do have a lot of gold.
Yeah.
A stupid amount of gold, even. So...
Magic items, if we can find them.
I have no...
Spells, potions,
Mhm.
weapons, items, in terms of seeing if we can't maybe visit an alchemist to get those arrows tipped with something.
Definitely. How many? Because I've got, like... you know how... I can't actually count how
Nothing-
many I've got.
Nothing says we can't just get them all tipped, except for, like, your quiver's worth.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll see how much it is to get them modified anyway.
I need to count how many I actually have in the bag, though.
Yeah, we'll do that.
It was like
Jeez.
173 last time
I
looked.
know, but we're this time.
Maybe divide them by quiver, because if they charge by quiver, that's easiest. So
Oh,
each
yeah,
quiver
that
holds
is.
20. Divide that.
I will.
Divide your arrows by 20. We'll figure out how many quivers worth we have. Again, maybe I need to figure out. I do have access to perhaps blink back. Maybe I could go talk to and see how far. His name's slipping me. Morphane.
Morphane's. Yeah.
Working on something for me. The likelihood
Okay.
of it being even remotely close to done by now is probably slim, but if it is at least first prototype, it wouldn't hurt to try it.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause then I could probably stand a little further away and not risk being the one without a head myself.
As long as I can hit it, I can keep it poisoned, so it will have a
That's-
bit of a harder time.
That's the
Layla,
thing. It's
sweet
resistant.
Layla. Poison and acid. Some of it's
Poison
resistant.
damage, not poison. It can be poisoned. It doesn't have immunities.
It's
That's true.
resistant though.
You don't know
So-
what conditional immunities it might have. You know that it's resistant to poison damage, but in terms of the poisoned effect, you don't know.
Ah, okay.
Okay,
And that is what Lila is talking about.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I can
Maybe.
maybe keep
Maybe.
it poisoned.
Maybe. You might get lucky on that, who knows? But I
Wait,
do think
isn't gravity a spell?
no
I'm
idea.
asking you as a person, DM. I think there's a spell called gravity.
There is gravity well. There are a few different gravity spells. I would say Nathan would not really know about them, as graviturgy also sits up there with chronergy of being basically spells that sit in the domain of things that
Magnify
mortals aren't-
gravity is the spell I'm talking about.
Yes, and I'd say that, along with a lot of the chronergy spells, sit in the area of things people don't really fuck with after the end of the Age of Arcanum, so they're not common.
Reverse gravity is also one.
So Nathan would not necessarily know of those
Why
spells
is
without
reverse
poking at them.
gravity in the player's handbook?
Because reverse gravity is a weird spell. Because in old D&D, they liked the idea of, let's have everybody levitate up a good 200 feet and just be dropped.
I'm trying to remember. There was some sort of spell that caused
There's-
things to be heavier, I thought.
There's Earthbind, which decreases flying speed to 0. But
Yeah, that's the one
there's
I
a
was
strength
thinking of.
saving throw,
Mm.
which a dragon is fucking strong. And it will also have legendary
Actions.
yeah, well, where it
resistance
can
and actions. It can just choose to succeed something. As
succeed. Yeah, it can, I think,
I would
freeze
say
it?
that is getting into meta knowledge.
Yeah,
Okay.
I feel like this
Yeah.
is getting too far of shit you wouldn't.
Well, no, I'm more talking out of character,
Yeah,
trying to think
same.
of spells.
Yeah.
And I'm making the mention of, it's good to think of spells, but it's also keep in mind, this isn't really a notion your character would have in mind.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not saying anything.
Not
You-
even character,
You've
though.
got a big axe and a big sword, and you're gonna swing it.
Well, you know what? Actually, I am I have stuff that I know about magic, but it's not like something that I know consciously really.
You also have things that you have learned kind of off
Yeah.
of Umbra.
Yeah, because I believe one of the things that I can do is I have magic awareness and shit like that, but I can open up my mind to presence of it. I don't know what it is though. I know it's there.
Something, yeah.
Magic. I know what it is, but it's here.
What are you guys doing as you are standing here in Theron's living room, just the 5 of you?
Okay. Once again, I'm going to try my best to steel myself, taking a deep breath in. Okay. I feel like it'd be good to split up into 2 groups again to go out and buy stuff. one of us should handle healing, the other should handle damage, stuff that can change abilities.
Will
You
we
know.
not end up going to the same places? Because I think people who sell healing potions also sell.
Well, think
Balls.
of this. We might be able to cover more shops if we split.
Okay.
I'm going with the damage people.
I will probably attempt to go and gather things in relation to magic, potions, and items with Ivor, since he and I combined have pretty good intuition when it comes to investigating things.
Right. I can handle stuff with points over to.
I would say, in theory, that would also be an argument for the two of you going to different places, because each of you individually can then be aided by someone who has a lower stat to give you advantage on that higher stat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I was more because he knows investigation super duper well, whereas I know things.
Don't you
So with
also
his
have-
ability to invest, I am not the best with investigation. My investigation is a +5, whereas Ivor gets he has proficiency in it. And Nathan would at this point know he's better at investigation with the number of times
Well,
Ivor's found
so
shit at the
what
library
I'm
I
noting
couldn't
on is
find.
I'm pretty sure your +5 is higher than anyone else's investigation in the party.
Oh, I have a +5.
Where is it?
I have +1.
I have a +4.
I was gonna say, and Zenith is probably going to be going with like someone else. So my point was, I have the ability to look into certain religious and other things with just my own knowledge of shit due to my point is I have access to shit that Ivor doesn't, and so my ability to know shit and then Ivor's ability to investigate said shit in his high arcana together would be a pretty good combination, and that's what Nathan's going off of. It doesn't mean that Ivor can't go do his own thing and just be like, hey, maybe you should go help somebody else, but everyone else does have a pretty good investigation except for Zenith, and Umbra's gonna be with Zenith, so...
Actually,
What?
Lila,
Well,
Except for me.
Lila
Lila's
is the
better
only
than-
one without.
I have the word.
I have
investigation.
a 4.
4! Or no,
It's
I
not that
thought I thought you said you had a
Lila's-
+1.
Lila's got the
I'm
one.
No, Lila does. I have a +4. So mean to me.
Sorry, I thought Zenith said +1. Your voices sound similar, and I'm not paying attention to the screen. I'm scrolling through my spells because I hadn't finished preparing.
No, it's okay. First of all, I'm not even, I don't have a camera on.
But yeah, no. Again, Nathan, this is all out of character shit, but I said in character that, and again, this is going off of the amount of times the two of them have just perused through libraries together, of Nathan being like this, and Ivor being like, okay, looks. But if Ivor's like, hey, you need to go somewhere else, that's fine. And it's literally just based off past knowledge, he would make that proposition.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll say, who is going where to do what?
I mean, I said what I said in character, so if anybody wants to say anything else...
I'm going to kind of look over to Zenith thing, kind of pointing. Okay, so we're going together, I'm pretty sure. Lila, who are you going with?
I mean, we could make it an even split if we wanted to.
Yeah.
So I can go with the healing people.
That would be...
That would be Ivor and Nathan.
Nate, yeah. Okay. Well, that would be 3 and 2.
No, you have Umbra.
Umbra.
Oh,
Umbra's
duh. Right.
No, wait, Umbra's busy.
Oh, wait, you're right.
Oh, yeah. That's what I was
Then
thinking.
I think I'm more useful with the damage people.
Okay. Okay.
Well, Corvus, if you're going to be looking to go get those arrows tipped,
Yeah.
perhaps Layla could go with Ivor, and I could go with Zenith. So Layla can since you know some healing and you have the ability to get up close, perhaps you can find things that would be useful for you being up close, and then I can assist Zenith in things that might be weapons and also of a magical property, or armors that could be magical.
Okay. If you find something that might be useful for me in a fight, I would not
I'll
be
keep you in mind. What kind of things can you wear?
Nothing. I can only.
So we want things that don't count as armor.
Yep.
Yeah,
Noted.
same for me. I just come to my attention that I have a weapon, and also, yeah, I can't wear armor.
You might be able to pick out good weapons, though.
That's fair.
I
You
perused
already.
the daggers, so
I know a good weapon.
Yeah, Zenith already has a weapon of dragon slaying.
Yeah,
So-
I mean for everybody else though, if you need something, I would probably know. I'd sense it in my gut.
Corvus, you need to get those tipped, so Layla
Yeah.
and Ivor can go together, and then us three.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Ivor, if you need anything, you know how to reach me. I know how to reach you. We can keep the two parties that are separate notified. Actually, I'm going to try something. I am switching one of my spells over to Find Familiar, and I'm going to attempt to ritual cast Find Familiar in order to see what I get.
You do not need to do that. It is counted as being innate to you off of the backstory stuff, so you do not.
I know,
Prepare
but
it.
he wouldn't know.
Well, he wouldn't be
Oh.
able to. It would never be something he prepares. It's just there.
Yeah, hence me needing. I have access to Find Familiar as a spell as part of my cleric spells. It was one of the ones that was there as something I can prepare.
I'm wondering if that's just misplaced or if that is from the Ogma stuff, because
That's what I'm meaning. Like, it's part of my cleric list spells. Hence, I have it in my spell list.
okay,
Hence,
you would know that you don't need to prepare it because it is innately in the back of your head from the backstory stuff.
okay,
If you are
so
ritually casting it to summon the thing that you have access to.
no, okay. The reason I'm ritually casting it is to see if I get something other than the thing that I have access to.
Okay, you are explicitly preparing it to ritually cast it as specifically a cleric to try and avoid that.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what I was getting at.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I am switching out some of my other spells. I'm trying to figure out exactly which one would be best to switch out, because the ones that I have are all very useful.
Okay.
And the only one I can think of maybe not needing is perhaps Healing Word, especially for
While
getting access to a
you
shit ton of
are
spells.
doing that, Corvus, you are going with
Yeah.
Lila?
I believe I'm going with Zenith
You're going with
and
Zenith.
Nathan.
Yeah, Corvus is
Yes.
part of our crew. Lila and Ivor are going together.
Okay, then Lila, Ivor, where are the two of you going?
Ivor's BRB. Oh no,
Nope.
just
I
came
just
back.
So we're looking for healing stuff?
like anything healing, yeah.
You guys are looking specifically for potions, scrolls, and healing.
Yes.
Okay, so off to the shops?
All right. Ivor, I'm going to ask
Uh-huh.
you for an investigation roll with advantage because this is a town you are quite familiar with, having basically grown up here under Theron. So go ahead and roll me an investigation check for figuring out which specific stores you should go to, because it is less a matter of time, more picking the right one. Oh boy. Because you have a list in your head of stores you know how to get to. This does take you
Tell
a
me.
little while, though, because a few of the stores you knew when you were growing up here seem to have closed down or moved where they were, or are now different stores. But that does take you a little bit, so let me pull open my notes on what you find in a Palmer.
All
Okay.
right. Meanwhile, I just cry at these fucking
Did anyone give us money?
numbers.
I have money.
We basically our money is in a pool TM. Mostly
have-
No,
I
I
don't-
have access to all the money, and I've kind of just been keeping tabs on everything. So it's more to just to save time, so that it's not like, okay, we give you this much money. It's we all pool together, and so I have access to everything. So Richard just sends me the shit, and then I subtract it accordingly.
Meanwhile, I'm a greedy motherfucker, and I do actually have money on me.
I have access to 414k, and then
Yeah, I only have
64
access to like to
platinum.
9k, so yeah, I do go off.
Only 9k. Whatever will you do?
9k gold.
But yeah, that said,
Okay, so Ivor, between base, what specific type of are you going for scrolls or are you going for potions first?
Well, shit. Layla, help me out here. Which one should we go first?
Let's go for potions. That seems more straightforward.
Potions it is. We're starting with potions.
Okay, then you're gonna want to find your way to an alchemy shop. All right. The alchemist store that you managed to find your way to is one that has a rather nice little sign on the front of a snake kind of curled around a red potion with a little bit of vapor coming off of the top of it that is called the Naga's Whisper. Walking in, pushing the door open, there's a little ding 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 to sound as a bell is rung, and stepping out from basically a back room to greet you is a rather tall half-orc man who just leans forward slightly. Ah, what can I do for you today on this fine, wonderful morning?
Hello. We're looking for healing potions or like any potions that might be helpful in a fight.
Well, we have plenty of healing potions. We have several other potions if you can think of one that would be useful. Of those we have a little bit special at the moment are this, and he pulls out a kind of gray potion with a few little bits in it. This is a potion of giant strength. Down it and you'll be as strong as the stony giants of the mountains. We also have, digs through a few different potions. You can hear kind of glass clinking together for a second. Maybe a little less useful in, combat, but oil of etherealness. He sets down this small little tin. Apply this to your body over a bit of time, and you will find yourself temporarily in the ethereal plane. He takes a small swig of his glass next to him. And next up, also a little more powerful, is pulls out another red potion that seems to glow faintly with this almost fiery energy to it. Potion of fire giant strength. Stronger than the stone giant, but also more expensive.
And how long do those potions of strength last?
Let me take a look. As he pulls out a book of his and slowly digs through it for a second. While I'm looking this up, how many healing potions of what grade are you hoping for?
Ivor?
Kind of, I guess not to give away with how much money they got, just kind of leans over. It's like, look, I don't think we're going to be stuck on money, so I'm pretty sure we can do anything that's, like, anything reasonable.
How many have you got?
Well, on hand, a few dozen of each grade. Admittedly, we do keep them in a very secure vault, so it might take me a little while to get them out, just in case. As for the potions of giant strength, each one lasts for approximately an hour.
Okay, so we'll
Why
take the fire giant one for Zenith, do you think?
All right.
Why not both?
Do we need both?
The potion of fire
Does
giant
that-
strength is 765 gold. The one of stone giant strength is 398 gold. The difference in how strong they make you is admittedly not great. The fire giant is only a modicum stronger than the stone giant. It's just fire giant. It is far harder to acquire the materials for it.
Then
I think we should go with the fire one. I think for this we've got to have even if it's not that much of a difference, it can mean a lot in a fight.
all right then yeah, we can do that one.
I guess I will say,
As
Ivor, for you, what Theron did say kind of rings in your head of, drink all your potions immediately, and the thing might just run away to make you waste it. So the notion of buying both does sound possibly like a good one to you. Up to
Oh.
you on if you want to actually go with it, but I would say that is something that does seem reasonable.
Right. Honestly, that is what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the main reason why I brought it up, is because you said it.
No, yeah, no. Okay, so kind of just looks at Layla and it's like, let's just be on the safe side and go ahead and get both.
Okay. As for healing potions, it might be more useful to get the potions of greater healing.
Yeah,
Yeah, we can
we can do that. Yeah,
get more healing faster.
right.
We'll have. How many do you have, and how much are they?
I believe he said he had a dozen each.
I
of
have
each
a
one?
few dozen of each. I can look at the exact amounts if you really think you're going to buy all of them, which would be a hefty sum of gold, but I'm not going to judge on the amount you wish to spend on your well-being and your health. That is always a worthy expenditure of money.
Oh.
How many do we want? Should everyone have one, or?
Well, I think everyone might need more than one each.
Then 12?
We'll go with a dozen.
Yeah.
You're wishing to purchase a dozen potions of greater healing.
Yes.
All right, then
Yeah.
give me just a moment to go and acquire those. And he turns around and walks through the back door, having set the two potions there, and kind of stops for him. We do have a few more of those if you wish to purchase more of them. Those are not the only ones we have.
The strength ones?
Yes, the giant strength.
Oh.
And he does step back over and take the tin of oil of etherealness and slips it back down under.
Out of character moment. No one needed that, right?
He was slipping it back down under because no one made mention of it to him.
I'm gonna assume that no one needed
I mean,
that.
Ivor, you know Nathan does most of his shit by being sneaky.
Up to you on if that comes to your mind, Ivor.
Gonna think on this for a minute.
But he does turn around and goes to go get the remaining potions.
I guess kind of just looks over at Layla thinking, do you think maybe we should at least buy one more of those giant strengths just in case?
We could, I guess. You think the health potions? Do you think it's enough health potions?
Well,
12 fucking greater healing potions is a lie. No, okay. And you're looking for
I
scrolls
will
too.
note a greater healing potion is only the one tier above a normal healing potion. It goes healing, greater, superior, supreme.
yeah.
And we are getting healing scrolls as well, and you can always just go back to that store and get more if you think you need more.
Okay.
Right.
All right. He comes back out with 12, with basically a wooden crate of about 12 potions, setting it down in front of you. Now, do keep in mind, the grade and how good they will function is a little iffy here and there, so do keep in mind that one potion might not be quite as useful as another potion, just based on how well they were made. All of these are of greater grade, but depending on the quality, some might not work as well as others. So just don't assume that downing one potion will do you solid outside of whatever you're going to do. He shifts it forward. All right.
Right.
And turns and starts scribbling on a sheet of paper. So how many of each thing are you buying? Because you said 12 greater healing potions. Are you buying
Right.
just one of each of the strength potions?
I think we'll get 3 in total.
Yeah, it's gonna
Okay,
be 3 in
Get
total.
1 fire, 2 stones.
Yes.
All right.
Do
One
you want
fire,
superior
2 stones.
healing?
Uh,
Would you like to purchase potions of superior healing? Those can come in quite handy if needed.
Again, out of character, you can just always come back after seeing how much everyone else spent. So if you're not sure right now, feel free to wait on it and see how much we need for everything else, and then we can just go back and be like, actually, we would like a few more of those.
Okay. I think it's good for now.
yeah.
Just so that you two don't feel like you're on the spot and feel bad for spending a bunch of money.
So bad.
Seriously, I'm like, how much do we spend? It's a fucking dragon. But how much do we spend?
Well, that's why Ivor's there, because he's like, well, we don't really need to worry about spending right now, because, oh boy, the amount we got.
Yeah. So,
Oh,
superior?
I will go get
Wait.
3 superior and bring them out here, and you can decide if you wish to purchase them. As he walks back into the back room, leaving those things there.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, then we're buying them. Okay.
He comes back out and puts down 3 superior healing potions, which are in slightly larger and far more ornate bottles than the greater healing potions. All right, and that will come out to 5,761 gold.
Feels bad, TM, but... Wait. Nate's not with us, so I don't have the
No,
money.
okay, I have
Wait,
been.
no.
and
I'm working
I
on the
mean,
notion of it being basically each of you were given the amount, basically a blank check amount of gold that you are taking with you, and so it's not really an issue of, even if you don't
it's
pay
so
now, it's-
annoying dealing with, like, we're all separated
Money.
buying a bunch
So-
of shit. So
Yeah.
it's basically we have access to
I'm working
money
on
bag of holding with air quotes.
I'm working on the notion of anytime you guys are in town with downtime going shopping, it is far more a case of, here's 30,000 gold, go buy what you need, and it just is presumed you have the amount you need. Now, if this were like
Yeah.
out of town, you're needing to bribe someone, then I might be a little more iffy on it, because that's in a more strenuous
Okay.
situation. But this is in town downtime, so it's so long as the
Alright.
party has the gold, you're fine.
Yeah.
Okay, then yes, he's going to purchase all that.
Okay.
Give me the number I need so I can drop it into my inventory, Richard.
I know that doesn't even really make a big dent in our savings, but that still
Do
hurts.
you need the minus
Yeah.
from it?
I just put the minus on there.
Uh,
That still hurts.
It should.
it doesn't have a minus. It's just the number.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think it added.
Yeah, I
Well,
haven't dragged it over
Okay,
yet.
then let
So
me just do.
I'm looking. It's.
Because I hit minus on my. If you right click it, can you say minus on it?
sure, there we go. And then I'll just.
Okay, because I just want to make sure
There we
because
go.
I can do that from my end, and I just want to make sure that it's possible for you because there's it as a minus.
Yeah, I did it. So
There's it as a minus
it's
anyways, just so it's
subtracted.
useful.
Yeah.
Be
It's
at the
been
party.
done.
It is justifiably that we get it for that much amount.
I mean, it's not like they're gonna spoil in our inventory if we don't use all of
All
them.
right.
True.
And so
Yeah.
I will add this to the party sheet.
Yeah, I'd say just leave
Yeah.
it in the party
I-
sheet, and we can
I got it,
divvy it
Liam.
out when we're
I
ready.
got it.
Oh no, I was just gonna make mention of that, so I wanted to say it out loud.
Yeah.
Okay. 2 potions of giant strength. A 12 potions of greater healing.
Mm.
A 3 potions of supreme healing. Or supreme.
I thought they were superior.
Superior. Okay. 3 potions of superior. And 1 potion of fire giant strength.
Ow.
Man, we're rich assholes. We're the bourgeoisie.
We are the bourgeoisie. We are a secret bourgeoisie.
All right.
It's
So while
vile.
Ivor and Lila are off doing that, Corvus, Zenith, Nathan, what are the 3 of you doing?
Oh, I stated what I was doing, so I would have been like, before we go, maybe I should get this done.
Yeah.
So
That works.
While Nate's doing that, I'm going to go and count my arrows that are in the bag of holding.
Given it is a magical item, and the way that the bag of holding works is you reach your hand in and basically just imagine the item you want to pull out, and if it's in there, you can pull it out. I'm willing to say you basically stick your hand in, ask for it, and it tells you, you've got this amount. And so you don't need to count, you just
Fail.
stick your hand in and
I
it's,
just
there's 173
it
of
in.
these bitches in here.
173.
all right, and we simply divide that by 20 and figure out how many quivers we have.
9. You'll need 9. And that's with
I
1
have
quiver only having
quivers?
13 arrows.
So
Mhm.
we want 8 quivers worth of enchantments on those. As I kind of take some incense, because I have everything needed necessarily of the proper value for the spell to be cast ritually with its components.
Yeah.
I kind of put down a burner because it requires 10 GP worth of incense, charcoal, herbs, etc.
Mhm.
I have 25 gold worth of incense at least, so
Okay.
I'd assume everything else that would be part of the component pouch with air quotes. So because it's herbs, charcoal, etc., and it specifically notes that it needs to be 10 gold worth of all of those items.
Yeah, but I was wondering because I think the brazier also needs to cost a certain amount.
Just says worth of everything that needs to be burned in fire in a brazier of no certain value.
Okay, then I'd say it's probably not in your component pouch, but you can probably find one just lying around in Theron's mansion.
I was gonna say it's in Theron's house. I can clean it, so sort of just gently takes a brazier down and
Although
goes ahead.
If you are ritually casting it, you have to ritually cast it as the other form because clerics are not ritual. Wait. Clerics are ritual casters along with druids. You just have to have it prepared. So no, you're good. You're good.
Yeah. So taking my time, sort of using like the charcoal and everything, putting it in there, kind of setting out in an area that I can easily clean up after.
It will take
drawing
you
in
an hour and 10 minutes to do this.
I am aware.
Okay.
So I'm gonna give this time sort of like laying out some paper and like Corvus, just take inventory on things you think we might need.
Yep.
Kinds of stuff Zenith, perhaps take your time thinking on things you might need. We have a lot of people we got to think about, a lot of things we got to look for. And as I'm doing this, I'm kind of drawing out like these different glyphs, putting down certain things, setting out like ethereal books, etc.
As you were doing that, I will ask Corvus, Zenith, what are the 2 of you doing? Because Zenith, you did make mention you were going to go cook things at one point. So are you doing that?
Yeah, it takes like an hour. But I was gonna do it like before we leave, set out.
Okay.
To go kill the bitch.
Okay. Then Corvus, what are you doing during this time? Since that was very quick and you've got time to root through books, come up with ideas, yada yada yada. What are you doing?
I'm basically just trying with the paper and stuff that Nathan gave me. I am actually doing something right for once and writing the stuff down. Like, okay, how many quivers? Okay, this is the amount I think we should need enchanted. Okay, cool. I might actually need new armor. Should I get new armor? Yeah, we got the money to kill. Maybe. Kind of calls out over to Zenith. Zenith, anything in specific you need?
I honestly don't really know anything that will aid me in surviving having to be in close range.
Sick.
And also, it would be perfect if there is some way to mitigate. I assume this thing can fly because it's a dragon.
Oh yeah.
I can't fly.
There's gotta be some sort of like spell scroll shop thing. It's gotta exist here. It might have something.
Or items, like a magic item.
We could probably go to a few different stores.
Yep.
Okay, so I've got some enchanted arrows, possibly new armor for me, because I don't think leather will go very good against a ancient great dragon that isn't enchanted. Anything for Umbra?
That's not an area where I'm strong at.
Okay. Can you ask her?
Oh, you're so...
Oh wait, I don't know about that. Never mind. Voice that.
Wait, can she hear me? I would.
She can hear you. And Corvus, I'm pretty sure everyone in the party right now, except for Lila, was informed
I know.
early
that
on.
Was...
Ivor doesn't
know.
know.
You were?
Except for Ivor. So Nathan... No, Ivor was present with you guys when you were first leaving the Smoke Dragon Inn.
Was he?
He was. Everyone from the original party was present for that. Lila's part of the newer party. Ivor's player was not present, but Ivor was.
Oh, it's fair. I mean, we never... Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's come to my attention that I've never actually also mentioned it, so Ivor would piece it together. But also keep in mind that we never actually, I think, spoke outright about it. So
yeah,
I think
you know.
I wouldn't say I didn't say that. My bad.
Umbra may have said anything. I ain't saying shit, bro.
Okay.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't remember.
Anyways.
I'll look back on it. We'll deal with it later. Are you telling Corvus now?
I'm not telling him shit. I'm just asking Umbra, like, the equivalent of, I'm going to McDonald's, do you want anything?
And of course, the response is, you wait an hour, you get all your stuff, you're coming back, and then you hear back from her, get me a milkshake. And your response is, of course, bitch, I already went.
Bitch, I went, bro. No, but like, we're looking at items and stuff, more like combat related, not healing. Do you need anything? I don't really know about these things, so...
Sorry. 1 second. Okay, if you can get anything that improves my spell casting, I think I remember hearing of certain wands that can improve that sort of thing, or, I guess anything that isn't heavy and armory that also gives magical protection that could be useful for me.
I relay this information to Corvus.
Alright. Okay, weird way of saying that, but ooh. 1. Okay, DM, really quick. I know my lyre covers my spell casting focus for my bard spells, but what about my ranger spells?
So your ranger spells, I think your ranger spells, you could acquire a component pouch, and that would satisfy
that's what I'm thinking.
B, one of the newer things added by Tasha's is you could go acquire a druid spellcasting focus, which are reasonably easy to get because they're mostly just pieces of nature. Or C, look through your spells and make sure any of them actually require components, material components, because if I remember correctly, Ranger doesn't have its own special focus, because I think most Ranger spells are just, you shoot an arrow and it does magic, and so they don't really need a focus.
Okay. So better armor. Enchanted arrows. I wonder if we could get oils to better oils to put on your weapons to make them do even more funny stuff.
Theoretically, that would be best acquired from an alchemist.
That would be more useful for you. I am honestly, what I've been given, I am more than satisfied in.
I just am trying to think about everything. I don't want anyone to die. I don't want to die.
Yeah, figures.
Yeah. I wonder if there's ooh. Kind of thinking more. Would I know about mage armor or something similar to that?
A spell?
Yeah.
Ivor, do you have mage armor? Because I think you've used it before.
I've used
I
it
believe I
before.
do.
Then yeah.
Let me double check. Yeah, I have
if
it.
either Ivor or Nathan has cast mage armor before, and it's a mage armor and shield are like the two fundamental protection spells that wizards have in their wizards and sorcerers have in their belt. So basically anyone who knows even a faint bit of arcane magic would know generally of them.
All right. Maybe
Can
some
you
spells.
please remove the aura of Zenith from my ass?
No.
No,
Constantly
never.
horroring you.
I can
How
remove it, but anyways.
I wonder if we could get some. This entirely depends on if you think you will need it, but maybe we could get some spell scrolls with shield and stuff on them. That might be helpful.
Who you're asking? Me?
Yeah,
Or-
you.
I could carry just a shield. I've never done that before.
Just as a note about spells, or spell scrolls. Spell scrolls can only be read and cast by a caster who can have it in their spell list.
Oh.
So you can only cast scrolls that are spells that are bard spells or druid or ranger spells.
Okay.
And if it is not of a level you have a spell slot for, you have to make an Arcana check to be able to cast it.
Okay. All right. I could probably maybe there's some ranger bard version of
Again,
something.
I feel like I can carry a shield. I've never done that before, so to be honest, I'm not sure how that works. But
I don't know either. I've never really worked with shields before, so.
You know what, DM? I would know how shields work because even though I've never used them, I've probably seen someone do it.
Like, you mean just a literal physical shield or the spell shield?
Like a literal physical fucking shield.
You put it on your arm and you block.
No, I know I do. When do I block it? Is that like a bonus action?
And you block it.
It's just something you have and it adds to your AC.
Yeah, it's just a form of armor, and that's one of the main differences between Barbarian unarmored defense and Monk unarmored defense. If I remember correctly, Barbarian says you need to not be wearing armor, whereas Monk says you need to not be wearing armor or carrying a shield. So I think Barbarians, if I'm remembering this correctly, you need to check your own unarmored defense to be certain for this, but I think Barbarians can benefit from shields without losing their unarmored defense.
You know what's funny? I was not cutting out the entire time, but as soon as you started explaining me shields...
You can use a shield and still gain this benefit. Barbarians can carry a shield.
Yes.
Fuck yeah, I can carry a shield! So I will say this. Imagine like a shield, but it's like fancy. Like it can do stuff. That would
be... I'm hearing it. I'm here for it. I'll put it on the list. Putting it on the list.
Floating over here silently. My bestie's talking about buying shit, and I'm just Doctor Strange in the corner.
Okay. We got better armor for myself, enchanted arrows, possibly for both myself and Nate. We'll have to figure out exact numbers soon. Spell scrolls, we'll see what we can find. Hopefully something that can keep it grounded. And a spicy shield for you.
Yes, a spicy shield.
Mm-hmm.
Wands for Umbra.
Oh yeah, I have that too.
Yeah.
Cloak of elven kind, similar to Hoka, I could probably benefit from. Kind of draws
Okay.
another circle in the air.
Writing. Okay, got that. Okay, bam, 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 bam. Okay, got that. This is gonna be pricey.
All right, discussing these things, I'll say eventually an hour and 10 minutes passed, and I will say, Nathan, what are you summoning? You did send me an image or something, but I'm going to say
Yeah.
this is your first. While I do like the idea, and we can get to it eventually, I will say this is your first time casting this. A, as a cleric, and B, with it being technically a non-cleric spell that is being given to you as an exemption, I will say stick to the normal creatures for now.
Oh, okay. I guess then just an owl. Like I said, I wanted just an owl. I just wanted it to look like that. Is all.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to make a stat block or
Yeah.
anything. Just physically, it looks like that. Just
Well,
otherwise,
I will stick with it
owl.
just being an owl for now. We can tinker with it later. Maybe come up with a stat block. Maybe just leave it as an owl. But we'll go with it just being a normal owl for now.
Just drawing his fingers forth, small pocket opening and closing as a rather elegant looking barn owl sort of just flutters out and lands on his shoulder. He kind of shakes his head and opens his eyes, turning.
Do I see this?
Yeah. However, you are familiar with the summon familiars.
Fine,
Find
familiar
Oh
familiars.
well, yeah.
In fact,
I know that.
You've even seen Husk cast it way back when.
Yeah.
So
I just kind of look over and go, ooh, fancy owl. That's nice. I like that.
Has he always
Okay.
had an owl?
No,
Was
that's
I
new.
not paying attention?
No, that's new.
Pretty sure it was something else before I saw it on his shoulder, but I wanted my own. Kind of just taking the incense burner thing that he used, kind of cleaning it, setting it back where he found it.
Well, it's neat. Anyways,
Got shopping
ooh.
too. Oh,
Scrying spell scroll?
yes, I am going to
Yes.
require that.
Okay, let me put that on the
Maybe
list.
more than one, considering I could very likely fail casting it the first time.
Maybe two.
Yes.
Okay.
Depending on how much they are, maybe a few. Doesn't hurt to have more than one.
And how many quivers of the enchanted arrows do we want?
Between the two of us, we have
Two each?
8 that are full, with the extra
What
one
if-
having 13.
What if we do two quivers
2
each?
quivers each.
Okay.
Seems reasonable.
All right.
Kind of biting at his thumb. Can't think of anything else, but there's a likelihood that they might have interesting items there.
Yeah, probably. We'll probably have to go to a few shops, a few different ones.
Theron wasn't too helpful in pointing in a direction to go to, so I suppose we're just going to have to look around.
Yep. All right.
Yep.
If you could help me out on that, then.
All right, I'll look around.
Let's roll.
Investigation with a little help from Corvus.
you can go.
Well, I have better investigation, don't I?
You both have a +5.
Oh, I'll help that.
All right. Skills. Investigation with advantage. Thank you for that advantage.
Hmm.
All right. On a 20, it does take you a little while because this is a very large and kind of strange city, given the nature of there are a few more important districts that are hung above the city, floating on their own separate islands that require gondolas to get up to, and so mostly just avoiding going to those because of the time that would take. You remain down in the city proper, and it takes a good hour to eventually find your way to. Let me pull up the name of it. A small little store, kind of at a major crossroads. There are a few people outside, kind of drunkenly clinking their glasses together because it is right next door to a tavern. There is a sign with an image of a man holding a book out in his hands in front of him and some magic wafting off of it, and it is called The Teller's Enchantments.
The Teller's Enchantments, alright.
Okay.
Walk on
I'm
in.
sorry. I have to be
Yep,
right
yep.
back again.
Take your time.
Walking on into the store, it is basically empty, and there is a kind of. Let me pull up her details. Slightly younger looking elven woman sitting there spinning a copper coin on the top of her little counter, looking a little put out of it, and then just upon seeing the door open and then close, grabs the coin, pockets it. Oh, hello. What? Sorry. What can I do for you?
We are going to be facing off against a rather deadly adversary in the form of a dragon, and in the hopes of not dying to such a beast, I was wondering what sort of items you have for us to peruse.
A dragon.
Yes.
Right.
Yep, ancient.
And we're not doing this for fun, Mike. This is a live or die situation.
Right. Okay, what do you have anything specific you need to start with?
We are. He fights up close, so anything you could give him. He can use shields, but not
You have a
armor.
cool shield.
Shields. Shields. Kind of starts digging through some different papers underneath her desk, clearly looking through a reserve of what she may or may not have. We've got a couple shields that have been enchanted to be a little more powerful than the normal thing. A shield that kind of draws projectile attacks towards it. A shield that kind of, if you allow it, it can float near you and help.
I suppose such a shield allows for the wielding of a weapon that would require two hands as opposed to single-handed weapons and the other being used to carry the shield.
Yeah. While you're holding
Okay.
it does also give you a little bit of an upper hand when you start out in a fight. As in, it gives you advantage on initiative rolls.
Alright.
It also has a little bit of a sentience of its own, so it can help with looking around. It also gives advantage on wisdom perception checks. Sorry.
Turning to
That's the
use that
main thing that does. Let me look. What else is there? There's also an orb of shielding. Not really a shield, but it does give protection from things.
How good of a protection from things?
About it can usually do a reasonable job at reducing damage. So, Orb of Shielding. An Orb of Shielding is a polished spherical chunk of crystal with stone aligned to one of the planes of existence. If you're a spellcaster, you can use this orb as a spellcasting focus. If you're holding the orb and you take damage of the type associated with the orb's material, you can use your reaction to reduce the damage by 1d4 to a minimum of 0. The material and the associated damage types are listed in the Orb of Shielding's table.
Can you send me this bad boy so I can actually read it? Because you cut out as soon as you started speaking, but... Yeah.
If you've got a specific type of shield in mind, I can look to see if we have something like that, but just asking for shield is a little hard to do since
We are aware this thing does have a chance of causing one to become stone, so petrification. I doubt you have anything specific to that, but if perhaps one that assists in resisting such attacks.
Dealing with petrification. Okay, I can take a look. She turns around and starts to go through her stuff. While I'm looking for that, is there anything specific you need?
Do you have bracers of defense?
Oh, yeah, I think we do.
DM, I would know if Humber has them.
She does not.
I know she can use them. I would like bracers of defense, first and foremost.
Okay.
1 bracer of defense then.
Do you happen to have a cloak of Elvenkind on hand?
You could say that. Yes, we have cloaks of Elvenkind.
Okay.
Mostly, you can tell her comment is a little bit out of the notion. She's an elf. You're in a city of elves, and this is a magical store in a city focused on studying magic.
His question was more, I don't want to just assume
Yes,
that you have
yes,
them
and
because
that's
you're
a
an
little
elf.
bit of why she then went, yes, we have them, was, I understand you're not wanting to assume, but you can kind of assume.
What, do you assume that just because we're in an elven city and we're all elves that we have cloaks of Elvenkind?
Hello, I'm Black.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
What I
We're
miss?
buying
Corvus,
things.
do you want... Corvus, you had a list.
Yeah. Kind of pulling up the list.
We've mentioned a shield
Wands.
and the cloak.
Fancy shield, cloak of Elvenkind. Possibly a wand.
Oh yeah, we need wands.
What?
We need wands. You're right.
Well, a wand.
Yeah, a wand.
A singular wand.
Unless. No, I know it's one.
I've
Maybe
ordered a
some.
wizard too. Kind of turning to Corvus at a singular wand.
Well, the Elver asked for one. Okay. Hey, I guess we're
Cloak of
doing-
Elvenkind. Also, we do have 1 cloak of protection left if you want that as well.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, sorry about that. 2 braces of defense.
Oh my God.
Alright, 2 bracers of defense.
Do you know any shops that do basically coats would coat arrows and stuff, enchanted oils and stuff?
Coating arrows and things. You could probably go over to the Elegant Branch. They're a few blocks down.
Elegant Branch.
Do you have spell scrolls here?
Yes, we do have some spell scrolls. What are you looking for?
Scrying. Anything that might assist in keeping a creature from being able to fly.
So something like a scroll of earth binding.
Yes.
Bind.
Oh.
Yes. Some scrolls of healing, cure wounds. I don't know if you might have access to a scroll of mass cure wounds. Maybe some scrolls of revivify if you have access to such a thing.
I would say to you, Nathan, you would be very cautious about asking for such a thing.
Oh, true. All right.
Because asking for even a scroll for Revivify is usually seen as... Asking for anything higher would get you distinct eyeing and probably draw potentially legal attention towards you.
True. Then nix that.
Okay,
really-
scroll of scrying, earthbind, and what else?
Cure wounds. If you have mass cure wounds, trying not to die. Kind of just looking over at her. Though she can't see it, Corvus can kind of see somewhat of the pleading in his eyes.
We've got cure wounds. I'll need to look for a second for mass cure wounds. Do you want any healing word spell scrolls?
True. Sure.
Do you also know of any places for enchanted armor?
Well,
Just points at the floor.
Oh, I'm stupid. I wasn't here for that. Okay, let's see. Do you got by any chance? I'm trying to remember the medium
Are you-
armors.
studded is kind of the highest you can get. With
No,
with
medium armor.
Medium.
Yeah, I have proficiency in medium.
Okay.
Think that goes up to chain?
I think chain's heavy. So chain mail
chain
is heavy.
shirt.
Chain shirt is
Yeah,
medium.
Sure.
Okay, let's see.
Just note with
Any
medium.
of the light and medium armors.
Light, we do have some leather and some studded leather. We
Okay.
have a few different chain shirts. Some artificers kind of dropped off a bunch of stuff that was being tested on over at the academy, so the grade may be iffy here and there.
Academy.
Yeah. Well, I don't make any of the things here. I don't have a license for that. I have a license to sell, but a license for making is extremely hard to get anywhere. So I mostly have a license to sell what is made by the academy for their leftovers based on the training of their students. Even they aren't allowed to sell any of that stuff themselves, except to someone like me who has a license to sell it. But so long as it's within the bounds of the academy, they're allowed to practice on making this stuff in case that is an area they would like to follow.
Okay.
Okay, listen. Damn. I'm being stupid right now. I've never played a melee class before. Be patient with me. When all of my weapons are two-handed, and I don't have anything that lets me wield it with one hand, right?
Yeah.
Can I even carry a fucking shield?
Unless it is a magical shield that floats around you, because that is a magical item, but you would have no idea of it unless you very specifically asked for it. No.
Didn't she mention one? Oh, she mentioned the shit that just...
Yeah, that gave improvement, but she did make mention of one, but it was not the item she was talking about.
Because here's the thing. The only reason it should make sense for me to use a shield is if it's a +2 shield, I think. Because I have bracers of defense that give me +2 to AC, and above that only goes a +2 shield, I believe. And I don't particularly benefit from any of the effects.
Right, because
Oh.
bracers of defense, while wearing these bracers, you gain +2, you are not wearing any armor or no
Yeah.
shield. Yeah, so they basically function
that's
as a
the-
shield themselves.
Yeah, so there's not really a point in me getting a shield unless it's floating around me.
Yeah,
Okay.
and even then it would
Sorry.
qualify as, I think, you wearing it.
So it's fine with the... Yeah, I don't need a shield then. I bought 2 braces of defense, one for Umbra, one for Lila. So now anything that will help me fight a dragon, I suppose. In terms of defense, I guess fuck me then.
Are you wanting to buy one for yourself as well?
I have braces of defense on me.
Ah.
Yes.
Yes, Lee.
Sorry. Kind of lifting his head. Actually, would you have access to perhaps an adamantine breastplate?
Oh,
I
what?
think you might want...
Adamantine armor allows. Sorry, I'm explaining this to them because they might want some. Adamantine armor negates crits. You cannot be critted against. I can wear up to medium armor, and that would increase my defense greatly because I'm currently wearing leather.
Well, given that that's more of an inherent property of adamantine, as like the functionality of it in the armor, rather than it does require a little bit of magic to make it, you'd probably want to see a blacksmith rather than here.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I can wear a breastplate without getting disadvantage on my stealth check, so you better bet.
That sounds scrumptious.
Perks of being a cleric.
And if you get mithril armor, it doesn't give you disadvantage.
Yeah, unfortunately I'd have to choose between adamantine and mithril, and right now I think adamantine would be better against a fucking dragon.
Up to you.
So we need wands. 2, you said 2 because we have
By the way,
Nathan.
okay, wands.
No, Ivor.
What type
No,
of wand.
There are
Wand,
ones that give enhancements
wands.
to your spell damage, perhaps.
Okay, so
or
arcane focus
casting.
ones. One's the war mage. What grade? As they do get very expensive very quickly, and we mostly only have the lower grade for being sold back to the academies. The higher grades are
you-
mostly held in reserve for explicit people.
Do
What's
you
the
happen to
best stuff
a
you
grade
have?
above your norm?
We have ones of kind of a second level of enhancement, but those are very expensive compared to the basic ones that we can sell. Usually sell them to the
How
academy.
much?
How much?
About 500 each.
Okay, what is the highest amount that you're legally allowed to sell? How much are they?
So that's for the first tier is at 500 gold pieces.
Okay.
For the next tier up, those tend to come in the range of around 4,500 per.
2 of those.
2 of those? Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, so I've got for you 2 braces of defense.
And she's kind of reading off a list she's written down over this.
Mhm.
2 braces of defense, a cloak of protection, a cloak of elven kind,
2 scrying spells.
What
Scrolls.
I'll get to those. I haven't written any of the scrolls down. Okay. Sorry, my brain is now fogging slightly. Okay.
Take your time. Take a breath.
Sorry, just mention
No,
of
you're fine.
ancient freaking dragon.
I understand. That is why we're coming to you. That is why we're being patient with you.
Imagine how good of Clout it is if we survive, and then we used your items.
You would do that?
Yes, gladly.
Okay. Okay. 2 braces of defense. Those will each come out to about 1,500 gold. A cloak of protection. That's going to be around 460 gold. A cloak of elven kind. That'll be around 300 gold. 2 wands of the war mage of second tier grade. That's going to be about 4,500 each.
So 900 altogether. Or 9,000 altogether. my
9,000
apologies.
for that. Okay. Now, 2 scrolls of scrying.
2 scrolls of scrying.
Those are about 2,023 gold each. So,
That is fine.
okay.
How many healing word and cure wounds scrolls do you have access to?
So base cure wounds and healing words, I've got plenty of those, and if you need any more, I can probably just put in a request to the academy for a few. They make a lot of them for when students get hurt.
I was also gonna ask about if you have better staffs or something. Like better than an okay staff. I know nothing about staffs. Or spears.
Spears. Oh,
Take your time.
okay.
Or staffs.
Start with him. I can step to the side.
Okay, you
kind of
want-
looking to the side at everything that's there.
You want spears?
Or staff.
I can out of character say that it was my request to Zenith to ask about a staff of striking without making it like Zenith knows about what staff of striking is and knows that
I don't know what a staff striking is. I know you can use a spear or a staff.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm assuming since you're going for magical items and staves, I can look for that. We do have a staff of striking.
Just metagaming a little bit, and this is what you're asking for.
That's gonna be expensive, around 25,000 gold.
We can.
And y'all gave me shit for that.
Anyway, do you have anything cheaper than 25?
Zenith,
What?
we can do it.
We can do it.
We can do it.
It's plus 3 to damage and attacks.
Okay.
Plus
Listen
my
to me,
5.
Zenith. Whatever
can-
we can buy that gives us a better chance against this dragon, it is well worth the money.
No, oh no, I don't mind. I just did not know that we carried. Okay.
Kind of leaning in. We have 400,000 gold and platinum. We are fine.
That is a big number. He cannot comprehend it.
That is indeed a number.
I'd say
Good
you're
thing,
probably
Nathan.
you're not that far away from Theron's mansion. You're within a mile. So do you kind of relay that number to Umbra, Zenith?
Yeah, I will relay that.
She
number
relays
to Umbra.
back to you a notion of how many different food items that could produce.
I
Oh
am
my
very
lord.
upset.
Impressed. Because she's like, I'm never impressed. And then the I'm impressed meme.
Okay,
Uh,
staff of striking.
That work. And lastly, anything that can help me keep up. Something like, I don't know, make me faster, make me dodge better, make me be able to actually follow a flying thing. Anything. I don't know.
In terms of flying, one of the special items we do have is let me just. We've got a wings of flying. They're a little
Was that-
weird.
So,
Well, I can look at what boots we have. We've got a pair of boots of speed somewhere in the back that's written down here, so I can go look for that. Wings of flying. Okay, what we have written down here. While you're wearing this cloak, you can use it to speak a command word. It takes about 6 seconds for it to fully activate once you do so.
Takes an action to do so.
It causes the cloak to create a form of bat wings or bird wings, your preference, on your back for 1 hour or until you repeat the command word again. It allows you to fly at about 10 feet a second was what we measured. But once they disappear, it will take between 1 to 12 hours for it to be able to do that again.
Ooh, I
Seems
like
useful
that.
for you.
Seems really good.
Mm-hmm.
How much are they?
5,000 gold.
We can do it. Kind of
Nice.
looking over at Zenith.
I'm sweating.
Okay, one thing of wings of flying.
I'm good. That's it.
Okay. Do you not want the boots of speed?
How fast?
While you're wearing them,
Okay, so I'll just read this out of character. While you're wearing these boots, you can use a bonus action and click the boots' heels together. If you do, the boots double your walking speed, and any creature that makes an opportunity attack against you has disadvantage on the attack roll. If you click the heels together again, you end the effect.
Yes.
When
Fucking
when the boots' properties have been used for a total of 10 minutes, the magic ceases to function until you finish a long rest.
Well, that's not bad.
Go for it.
It's good. They're really good. I feel very bad for asking for this many magical items.
Dude,
guy.
half this list is for me.
Zenith,
Okay,
Zenith.
okay. Yeah.
It is okay.
We have
have
400.
shit.
So fucking fast.
And a pair of boots of speed. You are buying my entire stock right now.
Yeah, we are.
We'll have a bunch of money and we will flex them.
But think about how good of an
Question.
advertisement this is.
What types of leather armors do you have?
The leather armors.
I
We have a few that are just of a higher grade with enchanted to protect.
+1, +2 seems to be what is written in terms of like grade.
Corvus Bonitris, do you not want adamantine leather armor?
I don't think you can get that. It has to be metal
Oh, you're
armor.
right. You're
I
correct.
think you can get adamantine studded leather though.
Probably. I'm not seeing it on here, but if you wanted to get something like a chain shirt, which is or a breastplate like me, which is medium, we would want those from
Do you
the blacksmith.
want just leather, or would you prefer the higher protective studded leather?
studded.
Okay, we have studded leather armor of just a higher grade protection, but also those with a few different enchanted to have different elemental resistances to them.
I'm listening.
Mostly we have acid, fire, cold, and lightning. I can look to see if we
Okay.
have any others, but those are the main ones we have.
Perhaps
Okay.
any that might be resistance to the effects of becoming petrified.
I know that's an
If you at
insane
least look,
quest.
I
otherwise we can
can
just.
look, but from what I've heard, that's a really hard thing to manage because petrification comes in a lot of different forms, whether from a Gorgon or from.
This is true, but my assumption is that this creature bites you. I'm because
No,
it's not a breath. It's not petrification. It is petrification.
it is breath. We know it's breath.
It breathes on you, so it'd be coming
Yeah.
from a source of like
Then that's
smoke.
even harder because that suggests it probably
Mm,
coats and then seeps in. And
yeah.
that's not a whole lot that I think can really be done. Sorry.
Okay. That's fine.
That's understandable.
Okay.
Though we do have a piece that is of the first grade of enchantment. So the thing she's suggesting is Last Stand studded armor. You have a +1 bonus to AC while wearing this armor, which shimmers softly. If you die while wearing the armor, it is destroyed, and each celestial, fae, and fiend within 30 feet of you must succeed a DC 15 charisma saving throw or be banished back to its home plane of existence unless it is already there.
Layla.
Maybe not the most useful to you in this situation, given you're
Yeah,
fighting
no.
a freaking dragon.
But it prevents at least one
Okay.
dying.
Nate, what's
doesn't.
your plan in terms of armor?
It just
Kind of looking
explodes
back.
when you die.
Oh,
It doesn't actually stop
What-
you from dying.
what were you asking? What were you asking me?
Nate, what are your plans in terms of armor?
I'm going to be going to a blacksmith that she recommended and asking adamantine.
What
breastplate.
does that do?
Prevents you from being able to get hit real hard and die.
Ooh. I like that.
If
Okay,
I
never
recall
mind. Sorry.
correctly, it resists incredibly powerful attacks, thus making them feel more akin to a normal attack.
The armor is designed to lock together a little better so that the more vulnerable spots on your body are near impossible to actually get a proper hit on.
Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot, actually.
Though,
Okay, noted.
I believe, Ivor, you can wear light armor.
He's a wizard. He can't wear
He's
shit.
just a straight up
Wizard.
wizard. He's not a rogue.
Nope, so I'm fucking screwed.
Do you have any
Whoa, you got
that
shield.
could allow for some form of defense?
What? Sorry.
Something for a wizard to wear that would allow for some form of defense.
Well, the cloak of protection works. I could
Oh,
throw in
right.
another pair of bracers of defense.
One more pair of bracers of defense would be nice.
Okay.
Think other than 5 bouts of cure wounds, 5 scrolls of cure wounds, and 5 scrolls of healing word. I can't think of anything more unless you did have access to at least one scroll of mass cure wounds.
I think we might have one, but 5 cure wounds, 5 healing words. Do you want a scroll of Earthbind?
Yes, please.
Okay, I can go look into that. But let me just finish writing this down.
Kind of points to Nate. Diamonds.
As a metagaming note, it does have a strength saving throw, Earthbind. So
You would know kind of vaguely about the spell in the notion that a strong enough creature can break free, so to speak.
yeah, so like 1, I don't know. It also has legendary stuff.
Well, in
so-
terms of the legendary stuff,
Whatever.
that comes into territory,
Yeah.
and maybe that's something to aim
You
for.
can assume a dragon might have a better time resisting stuff, but you wouldn't know that it's a legendary thing
Yeah.
it could do. Just-
Okay.
It's a dragon.
That
It's
might
going to be
con-
hard to hold down.
Yeah, and that's mostly where I come into the territory of going, of like, I'm not going to
Yeah.
say, no, you don't know about that, but I'm willing to go,
You can assume that a dragon's going to be
I mean-
harder than something like a fucking.
It's gonna
Yeah.
have an easier time shrugging off certain effects until it's been worn down, so to speak.
Exactly. So it's not like
Yeah.
you know that it has legendary. It's just like you can
Yeah,
assume
I'm
it's
I'm
a
just saying
ancient
that
dragon.
Zula won.
Anyways,
Actually, question. It's a dragon. It's going to be strong. How many scrolls of Earthbind do you have access to?
We have 4 total.
Zenith, what do you think?
I don't. I mean, you're the one who knows how much money we have. I think that anything that helps is good, and
Okay.
yeah.
We're good.
I want your input.
I'm-
This isn't just my money.
I think it's good. As long as we use those things right. In the
Take
right time,
your
right
stock.
spots.
All 4
What?
scrolls, or just how many?
All 4 scrolls.
All 4.
Okay, 4 scrolls.
We are buying.
We
you
are
I
making this
apologize, but
little. I don't know their pronouns.
they're
they
pr-
do
I
look
did say
feminine,
she-
but yeah, you haven't asked.
elves.
Elves, man.
Elves.
Fucking elves.
You know what?
This
Let me
little
just roll a
elf.
charisma saving throw. I'm fucking gender phobic. You wouldn't think to ask. He's just like, this person, this individual.
This thing.
She, I think.
This pointy-eared thing in front of
They.
me.
This very polite young lady who I think is a lady. I'm not for sure, but they are
This
giving us so much.
little elf is making so
This
much fucking
individual.
dough off of these idiots.
The richest fucking person in town in minutes.
Okay.
I love
Within
that.
minutes.
Okay. Going through just everything one more time.
Yeah.
3 braces of defense.
Yes.
1 cloak of protection.
Yes.
1 cloak of elven kind.
Yes.
Mhm.
2 wands of the war mage of the 2nd grade of
Yes. Mhm.
enchantment.
Mhm.
2. Sorry, I have written down the prices. I'm needing to relate them. 2 scrolls of scrying.
Yes.
Yes.
1 staff of striking.
Mm-hmm.
1 wings of flying.
Yeah.
1 boots of speed.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
5 cure wound spells.
Mm-hmm.
5 healing word spells.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Zelda.
1 mass cure wound spell.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And 4 scrolls of earthbind.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go see if I can get all that. Is there anything else?
Corvus.
Not that I can think of from here.
Dragon!
Zenith?
Dragon!
I'm good.
Let me see if we have anything specifically for dragons I can give you or
Ooh.
sell you.
That's a good idea. Thank you.
Oh,
I
that's
completely
so wonderful.
forgot about that.
It's specifically arrows, because arrows might be good in that.
Arrows, you say?
Well, I'm looking to see if I have anything like arrows of dragon slaying, because I know that those are made somewhere, but I don't know if the academy probably doesn't make those. Arrows. What arrows do we have? Okay, we've got arrows of normal slaying, but they're really expensive for each arrow.
An arrow of slaying is a magic weapon meant to slay a particular kind of dragon, so potentially she might have dragon slaying arrows. Some are more focused than others. For example, there are both arrows of dragon slaying and arrows of blue dragon slaying. If a creature belonging to the type, race, or group associated with an arrow of slaying takes damage from the arrow, the creature must make a DC 17 Constitution saving throw, taking an extra 60-10 piercing damage on a failed save, or half as much extra damage on a successful one. Once an arrow of slaying deals it's extra damage to a creature, it becomes a non-magical arrow.
Oh!
That could be
Oh!
for a finishing attack. If we think that it's reasonably worn down.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is a stretch, but I doubt you have an arrow of Grey Dragon Slaying.
I think we might have a couple arrows of just dragon slaying, but
Okay.
great dragon slaying? Probably not.
Thing we're up against is an ancient Grey Dragon.
You said it's just gray doesn't...
Yeah.
I don't really know what a gray
It's-
dragon is, so...
Don't worry about it.
Creature, that's all you need.
Ignorance is bliss in this scenario.
We need just a singular arrow.
Okay.
Oh.
Well,
Corvus.
that...
How much are they?
Expensive.
Corvus.
How
listen to
expensive?
me.
Arrow slaying, again, I need to look to see specifically what kinds we have, but depending
Okay.
on how hard they are to enchant, per arrow, between the range of 5,001 to 50,000 gold pieces.
Ah!
Corvus.
Okay.
Listen to me. You're akin to me in that we both know how to use our bows in a way that just we can guarantee a shot, yes?
Yeah.
Then save the arrow for when it looks rather damaged and guarantee your shot then.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go dig through the back for a minute and see what I can find.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
As she kind of waves her hand for a second and seems to cast Tensor's floating disc wandering into the back of her store, just
I'm
breathing
so
heavily.
sorry for this elf. I'm so
We walk
sorry.
in, we want item seller. Sell us your best items. We are going into battle.
I found a liquor store, and I drank it.
I can
Watch
say
as you
that.
cutely
We're
cover your
going into
scar.
battle.
My
There-
potions are
yeah.
too strong for you, traveler.
I don't care. I'm buying them anyways.
Ivor buying the potions. Potion maker. We are going into battle. We need your strongest potion.
Potions, sir. We are going into battle, and we require your strongest potions. My potions are too strong for you, traveler.
Speaking of Ivor, they are BRB. Do we want to
Yes.
take our break now?
You know what? Let's go ahead and do that
That-
while this
Okay.
elf gets all their
You-
shit and I write
yeah.
a proper list of dumping all this stuff on you guys. So we will be right back. All right, we are back after having acquired food and eaten. And two of the party members, I'm going to say, just for a little bit of fast forwarding here, Zenith, Corvus, Nathan, the two of you leaving the building, going and acquiring the adamantine breastplate and half plate for the two of you.
Three of us.
You're not getting shit from there, Zenith.
Oh no, you said the two of you leave. Sorry.
I was saying for the two of them.
Oh, okay.
Are the three of you then going to go ahead and try and make your way to an alchemy store? I will note.
I did have a shop. I did get a shop name.
Okay, what shop name?
That
The
would
shop
be-
name was
Right.
the Elegant Branch.
Right. Yes, you were given a different one to go to than the one the others went to. So as the three of you are going there, I will switch back over to Ivor and Lila, since you said while we were on break that the two of you are going back to the other store.
Yeah, we're kind of standing around there going, so, how was your day? And after a while of that, not getting a message from the rest of the party, Lila kind of goes, oh, so that's what we're doing. Okay. She goes back into the store, to the orc, and goes, excuse me?
Yes?
Can we get, like 9 more potions of superior healing?
Of superior healing.
Yep.
Alright. 9 more superior.
And then, also because someone said something about fire breath. I'm like, and do you have any potions of fire breath?
You want a potion of fire breathing? We
Yep.
do have a few of those, I think. I'll need to check my ledgers. Leans over, flips through. We have potions of fire resistance, fire giant strength. I already told you fire breathing. We have 2 of left.
We'll
You
take
want to
this.
just get? Sorry, we'll take the 2.
So just reading out to you what a potion of fire breathing does. After drinking the potion, you can use a bonus action to exhale fire at a target within 30 feet of you. The target must make a DC 13 dexterity saving throw, taking 46 damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. The effect ends after you exhale the fire 3 times, or when 1 hour has passed.
So, but it gives us the ability to breathe fire 3 times.
Yes, per potion,
Which is-
and it is as a bonus action, so potentially something useful to give to one of the casters if they don't have something they would burn their bonus action on otherwise.
Yes, so we'll take the 2.
Alright. He reaches down, pulls out 2 potions with kind of orange liquid in it that flickers lightly, and smoke kind of fills the top portion of the bottle, and a little bit of it kind of wafts and seeps out from inside of the cork that is on the top as he pushes them forward. Those will be 250 gold each, and for the potions of superior healing, that comes out to being another 9,500 gold.
Okay. To be perfectly frank with you, we're going to fight an ancient dragon. So maybe, I don't know, if you have any ideas, money is not an object.
I will go get a few potions of supreme healing for you, and suggest that you pray. And he turns around and walks into the back room again.
I agree.
What you pray? So this shopkeep is willing to give us his strongest potions. Sexy.
His strongest healing
are
potions.
strong enough to handle my potions, traveler.
Oh,
At least we
traveler,
tried.
I appreciate your patronage. You're strong enough to handle these potions.
Good end.
After a minute or two, he comes back out with a crate of really, really elegantly designed bottles with, rather than red liquid inside of them, they actually have a light bluish purple tinge to them.
Oh my.
Stealing my colors, I see.
Yours
And
are
then-
very light grayish purple, you snooty little bitch.
No, my magic colors, you bastard.
Well, maybe those are just the colors of magic, Liam. Get on
Well,
my
maybe-
Discworld.
Well,
What the
maybe
fuck?
don't take the colors of my fucking dice box, bastard.
You picked a dice box off of the colors I gave to you.
Correction, I initially picked having the purple magic, and then you gave me blue when I got divine shit.
You had green.
Green was the first, and
Yep.
then when we changed, I picked purple, bastard.
I love it here.
Anyways, 90% of the people you've met so far have purple magic.
Eat my
Theron's
ass.
got
Or-
purple, Ivor's got purple.
Ivor's is kind of a blue, isn't it?
Oh,
Ivor's
doesn't
robes
matter.
are blue.
Doesn't matter.
Anyways.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. Not Supreme. How many of those... How many are there in your group?
6.
Okay. These are 10,000 each.
Okay.
Okay.
Do
Okay.
you want 6 of them?
It's fine.
Better question. Would you like to have a potion to hopefully keep you from completely dying to going to reasonably well off per person?
Yes.
Yes.
Then
Absolutely.
I will give you 6 of these. as he
Thank
pulls
you.
6 bottles out of the crate and sets them down in front of you.
We roll 1s on every single dice if we use it.
That
But
that's
it's still a
24
20.
healing. Because the thing is that no, scratch that. That's still 30 points of healing. Because a potion of supreme healing is 10d4 plus 20. Okay, and other things. Looks between the two of you. Do you want to get that spear tipped with anything?
Lila.
I don't need the spear, actually. I have the staffs.
You don't
But
actually
I don't know
know
about
you have
it.
the staff yet.
I don't know about it. Something like what? I don't think either
Oh,
acid
actually, I
or
do have-
poison will work.
do have something that could be useful to you. And he pulls out a pair of a pair of potions where the fluid inside almost seems to float around in the bottle, almost minimally affected by gravity as it sloshes and then slowly drifts back down. And it's a mostly clear fluid, but it has like a feather in each of them. These are potions of flying. Drinking the potion, you'll be able to fly for about an hour at the same speed you'd normally be able to walk. Just be careful, as when it wears off, you will just...
Okay, we'll take the 2.
Okay. They're 2,000... sorry. They are 7,500 each.
We'll take 1.
Alright. He takes one of them and puts it back.
I think we're good.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm fucking crying. I'm gonna send this to the cursed meme chat.
Good. I can't
Uh,
believe this.
what type of dragon breath is it?
It's
Breath?
petrifying breath.
Yeah.
I was
Lila is like visibly
going to recommend
teary, but
some form
on
of
the edge.
potion of resistance. That sounds like you're going to need basilisk oil.
Yes, but it won't be of use if there's none of us left to actually apply it.
True, but it's better you have it in case some of you do survive.
Okay. We'll have 6. 5 actually. We won't need. If there are 6 of us petrified, we'll need the potions.
Alright. Luckily for you, basilisk oil, once it is produced, is actually fairly cheap. Only 10 gold pieces each.
Oh my god.
You know
Oh my
what?
god.
Pissing.
Corvus, you're not here.
I don't care.
Corvus the entire time just.
I mean, it isn't a magical item, and once you acquire a basilisk, so long as you don't get killed by it, it technically can be... This isn't really the right term, but milked for its oil. It is putting the creature through excruciating pain because you are extracting bodily fluids from within it to then concentrate and make into these oils. Most of the time, adventurers create it just by killing the thing.
Well, Peter
So
doesn't
you
exist
have a
here.
basilisk? Is that what I'm hearing?
We'll take 10.
No, I don't have any, but some of the academies do. In terms of basilisks, I have oil. I have their oil. I can sell that to you.
Yeah, no. Oil,
Yeah, we'll
not
take
basilisk.
the oil.
We'll take your whole basilisk.
I don't think you want an entire basilisk. They are not pleasant creatures.
It's okay,
No,
we'll just put it on the dragon.
I'm pretty sure the dragon would eat it.
Ah!
Maybe it'll stop thinking about us for like 2 seconds.
Manslaughter!
Okay,
Takes its action to eat the basilisk. We kill it in that action. Maybe that might be not a bad. We feed it. It takes its action to eat. We kill it while it's eating.
Anyways. And you're buying 10 of them?
Sure.
Okay. 100 gold?
Yay.
Woo.
Okay, dude.
So what if we get petrified more than once, you know? I don't know.
It's
Maybe
fine.
you
It's fine.
True.
escape.
Yes,
This
it's
is very
fine.
true.
It's fine. It's fine. Well, this is our cheapest one we have, so it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It doesn't feel like spending
Doesn't-
anymore.
It doesn't feel like I'm dying. Once again, Corvus is not part of the situation.
I hear from the distance, Corvus, shut up!
Money.
So help me, I'm gonna hide your arrows.
My arrows.
No more arrow nests for you.
We reduce your arrow nest to 10 arrows. Corvus goes to lay on his arrow nest, forgetting that he tipped the arrows with, like, various effects. He lays on his arrow nest and immediately is paralyzed. Paralyzed.
One way to get a sleep paralysis demon.
Nathan just stands over him. You're an idiot. Corvus can't even do anything in response.
Okay. I like how the recording's still going.
Yeah, because
And Richard's just...
I am typing up basilisk oil because it is
Yeah.
not an actual item in standard
Oh!
5e. It is just something that I know about and I am willing to give to you guys.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
Thank
We're
you.
making stories for the recording so that they are less
Yeah, we're making good content.
point of view. Your Corvus
Hi.
Von Nitrous.
Okay.
You're having a hernia and a half over the amount of money that's being spent, and you're not even aware of some of the money that was just spent. Corvus sees the potions of supreme healing. How much was it? How much is
I
your
were
life
just-
worth, Corvus Von Hydrus?
Okay.
I were just-
Are you guys getting any other potions?
I
Unless
don't think so.
the guy suggests any, I don't think.
Anything else, maybe?
Well, so after the basilisk oil potions are flying, I don't know, it's a fucking dragon. Just don't
Oh,
die.
did you not get the ethereal
Uh,
thing?
Oh, yes, the ethereal.
Oh, you want also the ethereal.
Why would we need to go to ethereal plane?
Uh,
I think it's
specifically
less
for-
going onto the ethereal
No,
plane and more
you
like...
are taken to the ethereal plane for the duration of the effect.
Shit.
Lasts how long?
I think an hour.
Oh my god.
So I can
Why would we
pull
do
it up, but it is a case of oil of etherealness. Beads of this cloudy gray oil form on the outside of its container and quickly evaporate. The oil can cover a medium or small creature. Sorry, it's 10 minutes, along with the equipment it's wearing and carrying. One additional vial is required for each size target category above medium. Applying the oil takes 10 minutes. The affected creature then gains the effect of the etherealness spell for 1 hour, which is you are transported to the ethereal plane.
Alright, but if I recall... I'll look at the spell.
You
so I can
cannot
understand
affect
that.
things that are not on the ethereal plane while you are in the ethereal plane. So you would not be able to... okay. Etherealness. You step into the border region of the ethereal plane and in the area... no, with this... you can see you remain in the ethereal plane for the duration or until you use an action to dismiss the spell. During this time, you can move in any direction. If you move up or down, every foot of movement counts as an extra foot, so it's basically difficult terrain. So yeah, you'd have to end the effect to come out. But since it's not a spell, it is just for the hour you are in the ethereal plane,
Beautiful.
which
So
would
you can go real far.
which would basically mean, Nathan, you coat that on yourself, and for the hour you're not in this entire situation. You're just watching your party get the shit beaten out of them.
Nathan just peace. For some reason
Not
I
the
thought
first
it was
time.
similar to Blink or something like that, but
There are magical items that
Not
will
the
do
first
that,
one.
but not potions. Sadly.
okay.
Uh,
You're fine. It's not necessary, Dean. Because Ivor would probably be well aware of what that is like.
All right, is that all?
It is.
yes.
Okay. And I'll say you pay for that and leave, because so far this hasn't gone over the amount that I know you guys have. And so I will hand it to Liam afterwards. Switching back over to Nathan, Corvus, Zenith, as you guys make your way out of that store.
Okay.
And
Next
now we're
on the
heading
list.
our way to the Elven branch, correct?
It's not. It's the elegant branch. Yeah.
The fancy branch, got it.
Yeah.
All right, heading down the street a little ways, you come across a little store with a few fumes kind of wafting up out through the top portion of the door of the store.
Mhm.
And carved above the door is this very, elegant branch of a tree with what look to be a few plum blossom leaves on it. And the door actually is like cracked slightly ajar with a stone holding it in place with these vapors coming out of it. Do you guys go in?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, going into the building, you get a very pungent, earthy odor wafting through your nose. And you see kind of sitting off on the side is a taller, slightly older, or more mature-looking elf, so not quite as young as the one you just met. Hair pulled back into a tight bun, and a pair of goggles on, mixing around a brew in front of her, as she kind of peers over for a second, looks back down, peers over, just, oh dear, and the fire underneath just vanishes. Shit. Reaches over,
Oh.
grabs a lid, and puts it on top of it. I'll just have to come back to that. What can I help you with?
Hi. Yeah. We're just seeing what you could possibly enchant with some arrows, or coat some arrows with. What kind of coatings you got?
Enchant can't do. Coat, probably. What are you looking for? Because
Anything but acid and anything but acid or poison.
So, fire, necrosis. We could probably see if there's some coatings I can put on that are of more of a cold coating. There are some electric potions as well if you want to try that. So,
Paralysis, perhaps?
paralysis. Ooh. Now that gets into a more paralysis potion coated onto an arrow. That does sound. May I ask what you're using this for? As at the notion of a paralysis arrow, she does this. First, she's lost in the notion of trying that to. Then this could very easily be used for assassination. What are you doing with this?
Large, flying, going to kill us dragon.
Dragon, got it. All right. Paralysis. Dragon. For dragon?
Trying to keep it from flying for the most part.
Fair. The main issue that comes to my mind is that is a very large creature. And so it would need to be a very, very powerful, very potent potion put on the end of an arrow, which would be a very slick coating. So it'd need to be even stronger, which means that if you were to, say, imbibe it, or nick your finger on it, it could
be a very, very long, long time before you are not stuck paralyzed.
I don't know if
But
it's
don't sleep
easy.
on top of them. Turning to Corvus.
Well, it's
Look.
also a matter of the difficulty to produce such a thing.
Understood.
I'm wondering, there's a way we could use a type of coating or something to rip through and make big enough holes within the actual wingspan, make it at least harder to fly. I'm not sure what kind of coating or what kind of combination we'd need, but explosions come to mind. But I'm not. That would be pricey as all hell.
Well, I probably shouldn't sell those. Whatever, it's dragon. I do have a couple of potions of alchemist fire. If you want to try hucking those at the thing.
I'm listening.
Useful.
Okay, alchemist fire. This sticky adhesive fluid ignites when exposed to the air. As an action, you can throw this flask up to 20 feet, shattering it on impact, making a ranged attack against a creature or object, treating the alchemist fire as an improvised weapon. So it's dexterity without being proficient unless you have proficiency with improvised weapons.
Hand them to the monk.
Potentially. On a hit, the target takes 1d4 fire damage at the start of each of its turns. A creature can end this damage by using its action to make a DC 10 dexterity check to extinguish the fire. So at the very least, if you hit the thing, in theory, that would either be a small amount of continuous damage for until it puts it out, because there is no time limit put on this thing.
It's Alchemist's fire. Alchemist's fire is known to just not go out.
Yeah. Or force it to basically burn its turn to try and put it out.
Mm-hmm.
So,
which we can make have disadvantage on with certain things.
So I could provide a
Theoretically.
few of those to you. They're 50 gold pieces each.
All right.
Sure.
How many?
How many do you have that you're willing to sell? It's a dragon.
I wonder.
I
Kind of
will
squinting.
sell you. Would you be willing to bring me back a few pieces of this dragon?
Sure.
All right.
Intact. So that does require some careful extraction of it.
It depends.
I am
What do
good
you
with
want
my
from it?
hands.
If you can get its breathing gland, that would be the best.
The problem with that is the kind of dragon we're going up against, the breathing gland almost instantly petrifies.
Yeah, I thought we should have mentioned that, but I was
Yeah, it's a great dragon.
I have literally never heard of that type of dragon. That sounds
Yeah.
You're not the
painful.
first.
Then maybe a few pints of its blood?
We'll get what we can get from it. And
Get
bring
what you can. I'm willing to sell you, as it currently stands, up to 20 flasks.
What do you think? Turning to Corvus.
How much would that be in total?
20 flask at 50 each.
That'd be 1,000 gold if you bought all of them.
Oh. We hurl all of them, though. That's my question.
We got Layla, we've got myself, we've got you, we've got Zenith. We could
Would it
literally
take a
just load
bonus action
everyone
to
with
throw
a
them?
bunch of them.
Would it take a bonus action to throw them all?
It's an action to throw one.
Oh, okay. Oh, I just had a terrible idea. Okay.
Oh, that's a good sign.
Sure, we'll take them all.
Take them all.
All right. As for the dipping, you could theoretically dip your arrow into a thing of alchemist fire and then shoot it.
That's
Do
what
you
I'm
have
thinking, but
anything that
like it has to be exposed to air in order for it to activate.
You
Put
dip
the
your
arrow in, take it
shoot
out.
it.
The arrow is then coated and exposed to air. which
Oh yeah,
ignites it.
Corvus.
that's true.
I also have a dagger of my own that I would
I have some
pose
ideas.
flicking and some things if you have anything.
Well, you could similarly dip it in a bottle of alchemist fire. Admittedly, that is a delicate process to do because as you dip, you would have to.
I was thinking more akin to your previous notion of how small the surface of an arrowhead is compared to how to put paralysis.
I can look
push
to
me.
see what poisons I have to see if any of them have proper paralysis. Well, poisons are a broad term.
Yes, I was going to say poison so long as it's not damaging.
Well, so I will
Probably what-
note the poison. It is resistant to poison. It is not immune.
Yes, it's just I would hate to waste her potions on something when not going to be as effective as just getting something like fire.
Okay, 20 things of alchemist fire. 20 flasks of alchemist fire. Okay, let me see what poisons I have. Oh boy.
Oh, we don't want poisons.
Poisons are a broad term, Corvus.
Poisons that will
Oh.
do
Ranger.
paralysis.
Things that are poisonous can inflict neurotoxin and
Oh, okay.
similarly to
Is
toxic
living
and
poison,
venomous.
that's not going to be something useful. Basic poison isn't going to be useful. I do have a flask of drow poison.
Drow poison. Just kind of closing his eyes and holding his side at that, because I am 99.9% certain that is what I was sliced with twice.
You don't know.
Multiple times, but
Okay, so drow poison could be useful to you, as admittedly the creature would need to be very well affected by it for it to be of the best use.
Okay. This poison is typically made only by the drow, so she did say she has a vial of it, and only in a place far removed from sunlight. A creature subjected to this poison must succeed on a DC 13 Constitution saving throw or be poisoned for 1 hour. If the saving throw fails by 5 or more, the creature is also unconscious while poisoned in this way. The creature wakes up if it takes damage or if another creature takes its action to shake it awake.
so if we can get this thing affected by it, it's gonna be fucked. Especially if it fails real hard.
And that basically gives us as many free actions as we want, as it's unconscious, to stock up and then prepare to go ham.
Yeah, but also it's 13. DC is 13 con, which I would suspect dragons to have a
That's a
huge con.
metagamey a little
Are
bit.
you there?
I would suspect. I would suspect them.
I mean,
I don't
it is
even know what
fair.
the
It is a
name
big ass dragon. Probably is
Yeah, it's a big ass
very
dragon.
healthy.
It's probably yeah.
Yeah, but if we can get enough effects on it,
And if we can execute my idea, I have a little quirky idea, but it depends on a few things.
we'll take it. Even if we don't end up using it for the dragon, it could prove useful for the dragon's friends if something were to show up.
All right. Then a phial of drow poison. I do have some potions of poison, but they are primarily just poison.
Poison. Yeah. Do we want to try some of those lightning ones out?
Lightning could prove useful if it's flying.
Well, so for that would be oils, and those I would have to hand make, and that would take a little while, as those are. That is more of a theoretical notion I've been working on for a little bit, just hadn't really
how
actually
long
focused
would it
on.
take you to make them?
If I rushed,
Wouldn't want you to
5
rush.
days. If I spent the proper
No.
time actually working on it, then probably about 2 weeks for a proper functional prototype that is stable.
You know
Let's
what?
just
let's just say if you feel whimsy to do it, do it. We might come back and purchase them another time.
All right.
This just sounds interesting. I don't know. You want to stab something and watch it go bzz. Kind of turning to Corvus.
I
She
mean,
gives
yeah,
you a
duh.
slightly concerned look and just shakes her head, muttering under her
Anyways,
breath.
Adventurers.
What
I
a
was
fire
attacked
hole.
multiple times by an assassin.
Adventurers are a weird lot.
We are.
Exactly.
Alright, fire or cold?
Lots.
Well,
of...
the same is for the fire or cold. That is more a hypo. Other than just dipping with alchemist fire and hoping you don't melt your blade or arrow.
Oh, I mean the
Do you
I
deal
mean-
specifically in potions, or do you perhaps have other things you might have made as an alchemist?
What other things are you thinking of?
Tinkering. So little doodads that you might sell that you've made before.
I mainly
I
mean
am
just code.
not. I brew and I concoct. I
So-
do not dabble with mechanical gadgets.
So again, you are specific to
Yes,
Brew.
I focus on
Potion.
potions, herbal remedies, tinctures rather than tinkers.
Question.
go on, Corvus.
This is a long shot, but do you have anything to do with that would counteract petrification?
Yes, that's what I was going to get to.
Hey.
Restless coil is the standard.
Well-
but that does take about a minute of application.
Yeah.
And takes time to work.
A little bit, yes.
Yeah. Not worth it.
It takes a minute
Besides,
for
I'm
it to fully take effect and a minute to apply,
Yeah.
but it takes effect as soon as you put it on. So in total, about a minute once you start the process.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you want? As she turns and looks at Zenith, who's been standing there stark quiet most of the time.
Yeah, no, that's just how he's like. He's like in the corner.
You're a
I mean,
large lad, and I see both an axe and a sword on your back. Would you perhaps be in the market for a potion of stone giant strength? I do have some more powerful ones if you have the money.
what are the more powerful ones?
She turns around and starts to undo her hair, which then flows down. Like, it was pulled into a really tight bun. As it flows down, it comes down to her waist
Holy shit.
as she walks into a back room. And she has really long, elegant, kind of dirty blonde hair.
Maybe.
How many potions out of character? Because I was keeping track of this, but I forgot because we've bought so much shit. How many potions of this shit did you get me? Was it 2 or 3?
I got 2 stone giants and 1 fire giant.
Okay, that's what I thought. It was 3. How many fucking potions of strength can I get? I down all of them at
Can they
once.
stack?
No, it's
Fair
not a plus. It's just fire. It makes your strength 25. I
She
think.
comes
Woo!
back out with a singular bottle that is in this very like thick glass, has iron wrappings around it, and the inside is like churning and bubbling with lightning crackling inside of it.
This probably isn't something I should sell, but it is a potion of storm giant strength.
When you drink this potion, your strength score is increased to 29 for 1 hour.
I want this so bad.
How much is that?
I look at it. How much is this?
It is the only one I have, so I will sell
Okay.
it to you
For?
for 90,000 gold pieces.
Ah.
Note, the range of this item is 50,001 gold pieces to 100,000 gold pieces, because this
my
is
God.
a legendary item.
I look back at everyone.
Right. Kind of having him.
Slowly put my hand on Zenith's shoulder. You know what? I'm gonna roll for funny. I'm
Nate.
rolling for funny. Let me roll for funny.
Roll for funny.
Funnies.
This might be good.
Hell yeah, funny time! Look at me. Look me in the eye. Look at
Yeah.
me in the eye. You are the captain now. Bye.
I'm the captain. The purple boy said I'm the captain. We're buying the potion.
All right. As she just slides the potion forward along with taking out and
We're going to destroy every.
taking out
in
and
our
putting
ties
down
inspired
a
perfectly.
vial that has a silverish coating on the outside that is like extremely reflective, and a cork stuck in the top that you can only assume is the drow poisoned. And looking a little closer, you can see that the silvered vial actually has little indent or bevels on it. I think bevel's the right term for where it comes out, that are in a sort of spider web like shape going from the very bottom up around it.
Question. Do you have like a stack big enough to carry the alchemist fire? I'm not carrying it in this now. This is for future reference. Can I just buy a stack off you if you have one on hand?
You want like a burlap sack?
If it can hold all of the alchemist fire,
Can
I'll take
look
it.
to see if I have a burlap sack.
I'll take it.
Corvus Fine Hydrus, is your goal to just throw the whole fucking sack at the
Corvus
dragon?
gets on the dragon's back. Oh, whack!
Oh no, I'm not gonna be the one throwing it.
Corvus von Hydrus.
We
I'll
equipped
throw
Zenith with the sack.
Yeah.
He
I'll
flies
throw
up. He just whack.
Flies up to the dragon's face. Fucking baseball bat swings just a bag of 20 pounds of alchemist fire to this thing's face. Just kamikazes it.
We've done it. We've killed the dragon.
But at what cost?
The cost of
We did.
I don't
We
know.
Roughly
Has to
1,000
make
gold.
saving throws each turn.
It needs to
So
make
funny.
20 deck.
technically, it only needs to make one is the sad thing.
Oh,
Oh my
Because it's the
God.
same
Really?
effect.
True.
That'd be like you being
Oh, by the
coated
way-
in a bunch of fire, and you're saying you need to remove some of the fire before you remove some of the fire before you remove some of the fire. Doesn't really make sense. You just
Then I'll just keep
Yeah.
throwing it
It's-
one by
Just
one.
chunk.
I'll
It
just
makes it
keep-
safe. Chunk.
It's an
makes it
action.
safe.
yeah.
By the way, it says it's a check, so it wouldn't be a saving throw, right? It's a
Well, it's
and
still the
dexterity check.
same difference. So yes, it would be a check rather than a saving throw, but it still makes a roll.
So I could give him disadvantage on it.
in theory, in theory.
All right.
We're
so,
sorry.
It's scribbling in DM notes. Oh, has advantage on everything. Shit.
Oh my
all right.
God.
Drow poison.
Sorry.
50 gold in times 20 vials of alchemist fire. Please do not burn a city down to the ground with this.
Oh no, we're gonna burn down the dragon.
Pardon me.
You, sir, do you need a potion
Me?
for that?
Gesturing to you, Nathan.
Belching?
Yes. For
No,
your
I'm
potion.
just belching because I have had so much soda. My
I am
apologies. I am
aware.
out of character belching.
I am aware, but you're belching right into your microphone, which is just Nathan
I'm
sitting
sorry,
there.
I can't do anything about that. I can't just like. Bleh.
Too late.
I'm dying.
All right.
Goodbye.
Okay.
She just sets the items down in front of her.
Burlap sack.
Okay. Fucking Jesus.
Walks into the background,
Oh no,
grabs a burlap sack that's like musty, has like a few holes in it here, just sets it down and like takes the alchemist fire, starts pouring them into the
Oh my
burlap sack.
goodness. I thought, not yet. I don't want any of it to break right now.
Okay.
She sets the crate back
It's
down,
for
starts
later.
taking the
Just
alchemist
want
fire
the
back
sack.
out, setting it into the crate.
I just
Oh my-
want the bag.
Okay, Corvus losing his mind aside, though. Is there any other tinctures trinkets. We're fighting a dragon, so something to maybe keep us healthy.
Well, potions of healing.
Potions.
Also, is it just the
Um,
3 of you fighting this thing?
No, there's more. There's
There's
Oh
more.
no, there's 6.
Okay, that's good, because otherwise I'm pretty sure you would all just get eaten.
Oh
But it
yeah.
would be pretty cool though.
It would be
think
excruciatingly
about it.
painful as you got crushed
You would
inside of the
be.
dragon's esophagus.
No, I mean
No.
like this is probably the coolest thing I will be doing in a while. So if you think about it, it's not too bad.
perhaps something to, if not heal you, say you struggling with being stunned or something along those lines yourself. Something you perhaps
Struggling.
take to in such an effect.
Oh, I just had an evil idea. Oh.
Nothing comes
Oh,
immediately
Nathan wasn't a weak little
to
bitch.
mind on that. That
I'm
is...
asking for something akin to a full heal or a restoration opposed to healing. No, I know.
That'd be more
she's a
scroll level. Hey, that'd be more greater restoration scroll for you.
We need to get greater restoration scrolls.
You got 5.
What do we need more?
I
Then again, we have basilisk oil. Okay.
Anything else?
was gonna say that's greater restoration, but yeah.
Also, I will note, greater restoration requires diamonds.
Ah!
I got diamonds. I figured.
For
I spent a lot on. Yes, I have one that was specifically for.
because I know you bought
Yeah.
some for the Revivify.
I bought a diamond for the Revivify, and I thought I bought a bunch of 100 gold point diamonds as well, because I bought enough for each restoration.
Okay, then I'll say if
thing.
you don't have them, go ahead and add them, and we can remove the gold later if you didn't, because that we can go back and I can go back
I'm like
and check
90%
and
certain.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm willing to say it's fine for you to just have that stuff, and if needed to, we can go back and I can go back and check and correct if there's anything wrong.
Yeah.
All right. Is that all?
I think so.
I don't need anything. I would feel bad putting stuff on a weapon that's not mine.
All right.
What about your axe?
No point in using. I mean, I hold my axe. I'm like, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Mentally.
Just in like the
Oh.
corner of your eye, your axe will remember that.
No!
Molten Edge will remember this.
I'm sorry.
So nothing on that paralysis front. No.
Well, beyond basilisk oil, that does it gets
No. Not
on
as in
doing a paralysis effect.
yes.
I don't have anything here, sadly, as that does. Technically, even the drow poison was something I kind of got from a special deal. Poisons are not the things that get traded easily. I am often allowed to buy a few every now and then off of those who are more up in the know-how. But poisons are tended to be viewed as more of shady man's practice, so limited on what
Well
I
aware.
can supply.
Okay.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes,
then
thank you.
I believe we are done here. Thank you for your.
All right.
Thanks for the sack.
Well,
Also, question: any of those? As I'm looking over this burlap sack, do any of the holes seem big enough for any of the alchemists' fire to fall through?
Roll
Like
me
the-
an investigation check, and we'll see.
Okay.
This woman was putting them in there with there possibly being a hole big enough for one to fall out of. This woman, hello.
Ma'am.
Looking over the bag, there is one hole that looks maybe big enough for one to eventually get pushed through, but overall, the holes don't look that bad.
Okay. That's good enough. Thank you.
come again, assuming you don't die.
as
Yep.
you exit the building. And where are you going? As
I think that's
if
it.
that is it, I will go ahead
That
and
should
add
be it.
this parcel over.
My God.
my money.
I'm gonna be so powerful.
Once this loads, because this just okay, there we go. And as you can see, the
Goodbye.
gold cost of 253,732 gold
Total for
Alright.
everything?
for everything.
That we've just
That
purchased,
you,
or everything in total.
I think that is everything in total.
Oh my god.
Like,
I'm
okay, is that including the things that I've already been subtracting as you put them in?
If so, then
Because
yes.
I've been.
Because that is the price of everything that you have purchased this session.
I would like to have the things that I've already
I don't
done
know
removed,
what you've
'cause
done then.
everything you've been putting into the chat. So the 83k, the 57,
We'll recount the money after the session.
I did say I was putting this all into the parcel. So I
Okay, well,
was trying to keep you from counting it off as I was going.
You said that after putting other numbers into the chat, though.
Money.
Just add the numbers back. Add the numbers back to what we have now, and then subtract.
We'll handle it later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think with the
Goodbye,
amount
money.
of
On that.
I can.
I think with the amount of shit we're putting on Zenith, that should violate something to the point of where they're gonna have to add new fucking bullshit at the Fantasy
gonna be
Geneva
our
Convention the
backbone,
next time it happens.
But imagine, we got 20 alchemists.
We don't have a
20 alchemists.
WMD. We have a BMD. Oh, what? A
Oh my God.
barbarian of mass destruction.
Look, that is 20d4 per turn.
And one dexterity check to get rid of all of it if you put it on all at once.
But then he has to waste an action, and then we get to go ham.
Don't waste it all.
I feel like the trade-off of 20d4 to one action isn't.
No, and then we get to. It's a skill check, right? So
Yeah.
then we get to put disadvantage on it too.
Okay.
And it's
Do
still
what you're gonna
has good
do.
stats.
We'll see.
It rolls 2 20s.
Two rolls, 2 nat 20s in his check.
Look, Corvus Von Hydrus is the CEO of coming up with stupid ideas that somehow work. See the husk bombs.
I have never respected anybody more, but this is an awful idea. Zenith, however, thinks this is great, so he would not say anything.
Look, I made the husk bombs. Well, Corvus made the husk bombs. He's going to make a new one. I call this the Zenith bomb.
Thank you. I'm honored.
No, the Z bomb. The Z bomb.
Oh my god. Truly.
Mhm.
I'm gonna
So
leave
honored.
some of those Cure Wounds scrolls to you, because you can also cast Cure Wounds.
While y'all are doing that, really quick, I'm gonna go up to Zenith. Zenith.
Yeah.
I have a plan.
Oh, do tell.
Okay. So, you got that cloak thing that makes you fly, right?
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So we have the
Mhm.
burlap sack.
Mm-hmm.
We put the alchemist fire in the burlap sack. You fly. Either you take the potion, big bad cool potion, drink it, and then fly up and throw it at it, or you go on top of the dragon, or you fly over the dragon and slam it down. All the alchemist fire breaks off. Think of
Okay.
it.
Real quick,
I'm thinking.
Cam,
Yeah?
do you want me to take the arrow? Because I know I told you that, but I also have sneak attack.
Oh, that's true.
So on top of the damage you'd be taking, you could also be taking sneak attack.
Yeah, you can take it.
Okay.
I call it the Z-bomb.
Okay. Okay. So
Okay.
I fly up.
Yes.
We have the sack with alchemist fire.
Yes.
Throw it at the
I should
dragon.
take one of the potions
Yes.
of Supreme, yeah.
Nothing burns down. Only the dragon. No
Only the dragon.
seems amazing.
I love it. Right? Right?
I see no flaws in this plan.
I see none either.
I should do it.
No, I don't think you realize, Cam, because I feel like Mary's probably not listening. I'm the only one who understood exactly what Dean just said, and I am unimaginably disappointed in you, Dean.
No structural damage.
We throw
No
the bag.
structural damage. At least that's how I see it going down.
That's how I see it going.
Well, to be fair, it's going on the dragon, not on the wall.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense to me. I don't see any flaw. I don't know how the fire works, so I can't
Look,
tell you anything.
As long as we get it on the dragon, we'll be fine.
Now, question. Counterpoint.
Answer.
I fly up. I toss one fire.
Um,
I toss the other fire, and I keep pelting it.
just as a pause for a second, as I'm going to go with this being as you guys are walking over there. Liam, did you gain any gold from last session? Because I was able to go back and extract the gold amount that you had at the end of last session. And so if you haven't gained any...
Gain?
Yeah, have you had any gold given to you since then?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay,
no.
then I think that I can just drag and drop something over into... and we'll have it fixed.
Okay. Counterpoint. Counterpointing you. If we just drop it all at once, and then we go back, and then you just keep hitting at it while the fire's still burning. Because you'll only be able to fire off one, like, what, every 6 seconds, when you could be hitting it with your sword.
Wouldn't it be... What would throwing a potion count for?
An action, right?
An action. But can we throw all of them at once? Can we throw like the sack?
That is the plan. That is the
But-
plan.
Only do it after my turn because I can give it disadvantage.
Yeah,
Precisely.
give disadvantage.
Yeah.
I will note that my weapon also deals a lot of damage to a dragon. So
So if we drop the
Yeah.
sack on it,
yeah.
and then you go and hit it with your weapon, it's going to take a while. Even if it takes out the fire, you still get a chance to slam it with your weapon.
You're so right.
No,
Mhm.
I am a genius.
I
in
know.
hunting.
You're so
And-
right.
I know.
Okay.
I
He
lived.
says as he
I
proceeds to
have-
kill everyone.
Applied the gold change to Nathan. You now have 171,945 gold left.
I will sell shit.
And also, all of your shit is in the parcel items in the party sheet for you to drag out
Awesome.
as you wish.
Okay.
As you all make your
Shall we
way
shimmy on
back to Theron's Manor, once more reconvening at the front with one group having all the stuff shoved into bags of holding, the other group having it all slung in bags over their shoulders because Ivor, Lila, neither of you have a bag of holding, if I remember correctly.
Whoops.
Because
Nope.
Corvus and Nathan have the two bags of holding.
But we do only have potions, so it's just clinking a little bit, like you know when
Yeah,
you
you've got a
turn a lot of beer.
It's you on your way. You sneaking out at 3 a.m. to your friend's party.
Corvus is
Taking
kind
the
of
shit from the
not
parcel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would
Take
wait.
the shit.
I would
Also,
wait.
by the way, people who have bracers of defense apparently it doesn't add 2 to your AC automatically when you equip it and attune to it. So just do it manually.
Ah.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Oh, did it? I think it should be working on me though, right? Because we fixed it for me. I think.
I don't know,
I'll
I
double
just went
check
to
for
my
you,
AC.
Dean.
How do I add
went-
shit from the parcel
No,
to my
what-
inventory?
Oh, yeah, I have modified it for you to add Misk. Here, I'll just do that and then
Yeah.
that.
How do I add parcel shit into my inventory?
You open your inventory and you drag the chain link on the right side over into your inventory.
Okay, let me.
Sure hope that fucking worked. Doesn't look like it.
Oh, no, that's the wrong thing. I'm supposed to be looking at the party sheet.
Oh, do you need to like manually
Oh.
add an item first? Shit.
Ivor, Umbra, I think you're the two that would be able to cast Earthbind,
All right.
as it's not a cleric spell and it's not one I have access to
Oh,
in
my
my
beloved
spells.
half-plate armor, come to me. Come home. How do I drag and drop it?
You drag the chain onto your.
Wait, actually, I think it might have
Okay.
been.
Abilities. Inventory.
Okay, yeah,
Oh,
I did a
wow.
thing that. Okay, here. I'm gonna delete the Braces of Defense, make copies of the ones that I gave to Zenith, and drag those over because I added a special trait to make them actually function.
Okay, I'm gonna delete my +2 from miscellaneous.
Yep.
Okay, so do you want me to just go ahead and clip the adamantite half plate and then put my leather in a bag holding?
Sure.
All right.
Potion of various giants only useful for Zenith, because I would feel like
I mean, you can
you have-
choose to use your strength modifier for your
Yeah.
attack, so if you want to, you could down a potion of giant strength and punch using strength rather than dex.
And it's also useful in case we're getting grappled, because then
Ooh.
Yeah.
use that to break out of shit.
Then I can give you some of them back.
Yeah, give me like the fire
You want the fire one?
giant one. Yeah.
Wait,
Because
I'm
you have
trying to
the
fucking
recruiters.
find. You know how messy my inventory is right now? Okay, boots. These boots are made for walking.
That's just what they'll do.
Yeah, and one of these days these boots are gonna walk all over you. You want the fire giant strength?
Yeah, but I
I
will
threw
have
it
to
back into
manually
the parcel, I
screenshot.
think.
Am I able to cast Earthbind with the scroll?
Look to see if
It has-
look to see what classes Earthbind can be cast by.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not
I
taking
was
anything
looking. It was
for now.
Druid, Sorcerer, Warlock, and Wizard, which is why I say Umbra and Ivor would be the ones needing to cast them. 'Cause
Yeah.
they're not part of my Ogma list, and they are the only two wizards who can cast that specific shit.
You want me to take one of the scroll of cure wounds?
I left them for you.
All right, I'll take them both then.
Because wait, can you cast Healing Word?
Let me check. I'm pretty sure I can.
Because if you can, I left those for you because you're the only other person I could think that could cast
Healing
them. So I took
hands.
a few.
I'm pretty sure I can do healing word because I can do cure wounds.
I'm going to. I mean, it makes sense. Like you're speaking, so.
If I can do cure wounds, then I'm pretty sure I can do healing word.
You would be shocked. Yeah, Bard can cast it. So take the.
All right, awesome.
Take the rest of the cure wounds and healing words because I was leaving them.
We'll
for you.
do. How many of the Supreme and how many of the Superior do I take?
I took one Supreme because there was one for each of us, and then I've been
Okay.
leaving the Superior and Greater because I wasn't sure how much I should take.
We all take 2 Superiors each, right?
Yeah, we take 2 superior, 2 greater,
2
and
greater.
1 supreme.
Okay,
How do I
thank you.
take not the maximum amount?
You just take the.
You just drag.
Each dragging of the link over takes 1 of that item from the stack.
Uh-huh.
Taking the drow poison by the by.
So 2 potions of greater healing. Oh, this is correct. One sec.
Zenith, you're gonna get all that alchemist fire.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so who's taking the fire breath potion?
I took 1.
Do you want me to take the other, or do you want someone else to have that?
No, ranged people should have it, I think. Or like people who don't have anything to do with their bonus sections.
I have plenty. Well, sometimes I don't have something to do with my bonus actions. So should I take it? Just in case?
Sure.
Okay. Breath. Yoink.
I know. I would give it to
Did I
like
accidentally take a wizard?
Ivor and Umbra
Oh,
because wizards usually don't. I don't know. Do wizards have stuff
So I guess
to do
Umbra
on their
has a lot
bonus
she
action?
tries to
I'm
do with her
mostly
bonus
rolling through the
actions.
notion and allowing you guys to attune to all these things. So take a short rest to attune to an item per, on the notion that you guys are returning to Theron's Manor and
Oh.
spending basically the remainder of the evening relaxing and attuning to shit.
That's right. I am tuned to the
I
Dustloot.
didn't realize
Completely
that
Do we
was
see
required
Theron
attunement,
while
and so now
holding
I
all
have
this
to
stuff?
He
Do I have to
what?
ignore me? Do I have to? You know what? I'm gonna write 20 for my alchemist fire, and you just delete this shit from here because I'm not dragging it 20 times. Just kill the alchemist fire flask from the parcel, please.
All right.
My dumbass.
I will say
What?
Theron mostly has gone off to do his own things, possibly for the evening, as he has relinquished Umbra after spending a fair amount of time and gold teaching her a few spells.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh.
So he doesn't see us with this shit.
Is
Now, for the
Okay.
time
Ivor
being.
not back yet?
Ivor came back with Lila.
Yeah.
Oh, I meant
Mhm.
like.
Oh,
Oh,
my
okay. I meant like in terms of
God.
player. I wasn't sure if
Oh,
you were back.
Ani,
'cause
are
were
you
being
here?
very quiet.
Oh, well, because you guys are all doing that, and I'm like, oh, I'll wait till y'all are done.
Okay, did you grab your shit? Because you should grab 2 scrolls of Earthbind from the party sheet.
Okay, where do
One-
I find that?
Go to the T at the very top, and then click the triple people underneath the swords clashing.
Also, I'm gonna
Okay.
ask Ani, are you attuning to the Wand of War Mage that is given to you?
Am I what?
Attuning to the Wand of the War Mage +2 item. It gives you a +2 to your spell casting, save DC, and casting.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so take 2 scrolls of Earthbind, 1 potion of Supreme Healing, 2 potions of Superior and Greater, and then maybe like a couple of the Basilisk Oil. I think I took 2 of the Basilisk Oil.
I took one. I don't know if I should take more. I feel like
I didn't take any.
I haven't taken
Wait,
any.
how do I?
Drag the chain and drop it into your inventory.
Oh no, I've taken 1 of the Basilisk Oil, sorry. Oh yeah, the DOS loot. God fucking damn it.
I guess Umbra will take 2 of these scrolls of Earthbind.
Yeah, I was saying for Ivor and Umbra to take 2 each.
And I believe this last.
I'll take 2
Yeah.
basilisk oils.
She should also take the potions of healing.
Okay. Holy shit.
And the bracers of defense that I got her.
She already took those.
The bracers are gone.
Good.
So I am currently attuned to, for your information and the information of the recording, Belt of Shadow Storage, Cloak of Elven Kind, and the Ring of Mind Shielding.
Okay.
Do I need to take Basilisk Oil, and how much?
Oh,
I
one
took
or
six
two.
I've taken 1 myself.
I've also taken one.
I snatched 2 just in case.
I'll take 1. You know what? No, if you think about it, Basilisk Oil is for people that it's more about applying it to another person than yourself. So I'll take 1 because
Yeah.
Yeah,
Even
I
though-
grabbed 1 so that I could put it onto people.
I am likely to get petrified because I'm close.
So just as a note,
Yeah,
I
same.
it
only
takes
one
a
as a result.
minute to apply the basilisk oil, and over that full minute, it is taking effect so that at the end of that minute of application, they are unpetrified. So it is
wait.
not just a one action thing to just smear it on them and then take a minute for them to unpetrify. You have to spend the full minute coating them.
Real quick, where is our scroll of Greater Restoration? Because it is not in my.
I thought I gave you 5
Because
of
we
them.
bought.
But then
No,
I will go
I
ahead.
have
Not
Scroll
with
of
me.
Wounds, Healing Word, Mass Cure.
Then I will go
then-
ahead and give them directly to you.
Thank you.
Seven. Let me just cutely replenish my arrows.
So, question: how many dips per arrow or dagger does each?
Alchemist Fire take.
Yeah, and also that drow poison.
So the
Oh, I
drow
thought we were doing
poison is one application. It is not a lot. It is one application to your blade, and then it is one attack with it.
Okay.
The Alchemist Fire, I am willing to rule as you can dip up to 5 arrows in it or coat 1 dagger in it. However, this does cause the item to be destroyed at the end of its use because it will, if it is a non-magical item, it will be destroyed at the end of its use because you are basically coating it in an eternally flaming oil.
That's why I'm thinking.
If it is a magical dagger, then I will say after a minute of it being applied, I will start rolling checks to see if the weapon is damaged and or destroyed if you do not remove the Alchemist Fire. On the notion of you are now heating the blade to the point at which you are damaging the enchantments.
All right. I just wanted to know in case Corvus decides to spare a single Alchemist Fire for.
Well,
No,
Zenith took all 20 of them.
Yeah.
as per the plan.
It's all going according to the plan.
Lafrenatar.
Which is anybody else aware of this shit that we're doing?
Nope.
Or
Nope.
No.
You know what? At this point, I
Great.
think I would probably say, okay, hey, so I have this plan, and relay the plan of, okay, so here's what my plan is. We give Zenith here the storm giant potion, right? Cool. Anyways, then with the cloak, he flies with all 20 of the alchemist fires in that stack. And then either he can just throw the stack at the dragon or just drop it on the dragon. It all goes boom.
And
Oh.
if he throws
Okay.
the sack and it misses the dragon?
Well, fly. That's what I'm thinking. Get a bit closer and then throw it. It's a big target.
So, question, Corvus von Hydrus.
Answer.
Each arrow, I feel like looking at the amount and size of our arrows, we could coat each arrow with this about 5 times. So 5
Yeah.
arrows.
So,
Yeah.
So effectively turning our.
as a note of that, what that will do, I'm going to say, is it adds 2d4 fire damage to the arrow on hit. That is the effect. It is a flat additional of damage for the hit.
Okay.
Okay.
And regardless of whether it hits or not, it destroys the arrow.
Okay.
All
And
right.
it would take
But
like
it
a
won't
bonus
do
action
the-
to actually dip it.
Yes.
And so it's not going to cause this the fire
Continuous.
effect. It's just going to.
No.
So
Okay,
Okay.
so if we're doing this, Zenith, first allow me to do a thing. You'll know when I've done a thing. Because I can make it harder for him to put out the fire.
Okay, but
Also-
like, instead of
well-
saying do a thing, you could also tell me what you're gonna be doing, so I know that you've done it.
I will say it is.
I'm gonna hex him.
At this point, as you guys are discussing that the front door does open, as I imagine you're all kind of just huddled around in the living room like a bunch of children on Christmas figuring this out. As
Yeah, we're just sitting
Oh yeah,
in a
there's-
circle around like a pile of stuff.
Nathan
Bunch
has
sits on
like
the
the elven
floor.
cloak like folded on top of his head, kind
No,
of.
no, no. I'm wearing the cloak like on my. It's like fully covering me. I'm like in a blanket.
You're
Oh,
you're Stephen
actually,
Stranging it up in this house.
Because Zenith bought the staff. Lila just like looks at the staff, looks at Zenith, looks at the staff, and just like gives him as much of a bear hug as she is able to do.
Your hands barely get around my torso, probably.
Yeah, but she can climb. She like.
I am showing.
He just jumps.
I am.
Alright.
It's a jump hug.
I
you're
am
welcome.
adoring the adamantite half plate that I got. I'm just looking at like, oh my god, this is
Just-
so nice.
Just got the breastplate on over like underneath all of his stuff, so his chest looks slightly more formed than usual. Has the cloak just kind of half falling off of his head, like a pile of scrolls next to him, and he's just like.
But Theron walks in, looks over at all of you.
Hey, Theron.
We prepared.
Oh, that's good.
We got Ivor a fancy new. Kind of pointing at him.
I can see what I can do about aiding you in taking teleportation circle back to Aksari. Going much further than that, I don't know what I can provide.
That's fine.
As he still looks exhausted.
Thank you for everything you've done for us, Theron.
Mm-hmm.
Walking over to you, Ivor, he does kind of just pull you into a tight hug and just hold you there for a second.
Ivor kind of goes ahead and like hugs him back.
I'm just gonna create an item called scroll bag with air quotes.
Even if I am an elf and you're a human and you are not biologically my son, you are still my son, Ivor. Please, please be safe.
Kind of just nods, and I guess he would just kind of whisper back, yeah, I'll do my best.
Gives a slight nod, kisses you on the top of your head, and turns around and walks out of the room.
Father. Points at him. A father figure. A good dad. Love him. A bit of a whine uncle, but that's okay.
A bit.
He leads a stressful life, you guys.
He does.
Yeah, I could not possibly imagine what living a stressful life is like.
Umbra does lean over to you, Zenith, and just say,
I'm gonna go ask him a few questions I have been kind of wondering about the last couple days. As
Oh.
he is kind of the first, I mean, no offense to you and your job trying to raise me so far, Zenith, but he is kind of the closest parent-like figure the two of us have met.
Sure. I mean, go ahead. Yeah.
she does give you a light hug and get up and kind of walk over to you, Ivor.
I'm not sure if this is the thing I should ask, but he's your dad, not mine. Do you mind if I go ask him a few questions?
Kind of just nods. Yeah, no, go ahead.
He seems to...
Also, in her head, as she's walking away, she's like, but we don't even know him that well.
Back to you.
I know, but he raised Ivor, and Ivor seems to at least be a functional person.
Impossible.
And with that, she kind of gives you a slight hug, Ivor, and then walks out of the room after Theron.
Sort of turn to Ivor myself. Just want you to know that not just you, but everyone at the party, I will do my best to do my job as a cleric, and please don't die. He's going through a lot lately, and really, you guys are the closest thing I have. So.
I know this is not how at all you mean it, but in my head, it's just waits till all the NPCs have left to say this.
Oh no!
I have my own little thing, but I need a body of water. No, like a fountain or fucking something.
Why do you
It's fine, it'll be later. I'm sorry. No. Whatever.
Huh?
Whatever.
Purely rolls. for something else. Fuck.
Wah, wah.
No. Sort of. Takes a breath. I care about you guys, so I don't know how well I'll handle it if Corvus does lose his head, or Zenith bombs himself attempting to bomb the dragon,
He's
kind
gonna
of
put it
shaking his head at the whole fire thing.
What, you think it's a bad plan?
You just hear in your head, Zenith.
Yes, yes, it is a terrible plan.
Okay, better suggestions then?
Just
plan.
throw them.
Okay, but like,
That
I can
takes
fly
too
now.
long.
Did you know I can fly now? I can fly now.
Yeah, I can. Nate, Nate, kind of pointing at Nate.
Yeah.
I just remembered, with kind of holding up the DOS loot. I could make you invisible with this.
Do it.
I will
Not, like,
when we get
right
there.
now, but
Yeah, I
Do it,
know.
nerd.
And Layla, I never got to properly apologize for the fact that you kind of died to my inner demons, so
Well,
Well,
technically, she died to an
it's-
external devil.
yeah, it was not your fault.
It
It
kind
was.
of was, in a way. Sort
I
of.
only blame the pit fucker. Honestly, it's not a big deal, you know.
Pit fucker.
It's not a big deal.
Pit
Just
fucker.
die.
But
Yeah,
thank you for bringing me back.
sure. I mean, I wasn't about to just let you die and then be there.
Zenith, Umbra does come back and just slowly sits down next to you, leaning slightly onto you with a look on her face of she is clearly contemplating a lot of things in the moment.
I like sort of pull the side of my cloak that I'm wearing now, and I like sort of put it a little over her, so now we're both under the cloak.
I want to insight check Umbra. What's happening?
Okay, go ahead and roll me an insight check.
How dare you? My own sister, it's her business.
She is a hard person to read, especially given the dichotomy of completely black-skinned face with just plain white eyes that don't even have pupils or irises. It is difficult to read her. She is
You never know when we're staring at you.
she is clearly questioning something, but what is going through her mind, you don't know.
Okay.
No pupils?
Neither
Yeah.
No
Neither
pupils.
Zenith nor Umbra
Neither-
have pupils or irises. Zenith has pure
Yeah.
black.
any either.
Zenith has pure black eyes. Umbra has pure white eyes.
I got gold.
Hey,
I
No,
got
Iris is gay.
bricks.
Who fucking needs irises? They're so overrated.
Mhm.
It's cringe.
I'm real close to not
Oh.
having pupils.
Night
But,
vision.
yeah, kind of just folding, carefully putting the scroll satchel on the side of his bag. And just, I wasn't sure if there was anything else we could have gotten you. Ivor, Umbra, kind of turning towards her. There was something, but that was about it.
I got the kind of holds up the wand and bracer already on her wrist and already got her own cloak pulled around her.
Few things that did seem to be most applicable to me.
So I also picked up those scrolls of earth binding. That's to attempt to prevent the dragon from flying.
Alright.
If the dragon decides to fly anyway, we've made Zenith airborne.
This sounds really dangerous.
And fighting
a
dragon
is
doesn't.
very dangerous.
Fighting a dragon in the air when we've been told that this thing seems to have aerial superiority sounds.
Oh, no. I was not planning to do that. Don't worry about it. It's in case everything goes wrong and, you know, That and to throw the fire at it, because I think that's funny. But
Should have asked for more, just so if you have shooty kind of.
Is there a way we could block the exit of the lair? Do we think?
If we did that, then we'd be trapping ourselves inside with.
But we have teleport, and
Do we?
I can teleport us
Umbra?
out. But it takes a while for me to actually draw out the circle and then cast it.
And
I mean, it all depends if we want to risk. What's the bigger risk? Taking some of the potions and just having it fly away on us, or potentially getting trapped with it?
As long as we overwhelm it enough, we should be able to keep it in place.
yeah, and that's what I have the flying stuff for. In case it starts flying, I can at least try to,
Plus, we've got to
Okay.
remember, these gray dragons like the thrill of the hunt. It's going to be very interesting for this gray dragon if its prey comes directly to it.
Still, if
How
we
often
see
do you
that
hear
it's
about
weak
that?
and that it's flying away,
I have
someone
fly.
should crash. Someone should crash the exit. I feel like we have a way out. If it's weak, we don't want to fight it a second time. If it decides when it's near dying to just fly away from
If
us.
it
Okay, but
tries to fly
how?
away, then at least for an hour requires me concentrating on it. I can try to make it not a dragon.
I might be able to track it.
Ooh.
I can attempt to polymorph it.
Maybe
No,
you
that's
should
just
have asked
not.
about Scrolls of Dominate Monster.
Definitely.
Is it
Wow.
time to scry on it?
Yes, I need to go do that.
Let's do it.
Kind of pulling out one of the scrolls of scrying, because I think I can just do this, right?
Yep.
It takes an Arcana check.
Yep, it takes an Arcana check, and since scrying is a 5th level, and you do not have access to 5th level spells, it is a DC 15. And since you are using intelligence as your spellcasting instead of wisdom, due to homebrew rules for you with these spells, it is a DC 15 intelligence check.
Not an Arcana
It
check?
is flat intelligence. It is
Okay.
your
Oh, boy.
spellcasting ability.
Alright, is anybody allowed to try and help me with this, or is this just a
This
check?
is just a straight check of trying to cast from a scroll. There's not really a way anyone
Alright.
else can help
Does
you.
anyone have anything that would help?
Ooh, Bardic Inspiration.
Can I add inspiration dice to this check?
Read Bardic Inspiration. If it is an ability check, then I think so.
Let me look at it
Because I
again.
know you can
Let
add
me
it to
find it.
skills. But for...
Ability check, attack roll, or saving throw.
Okay, because the exact wording is, if the spell is in a class... If the spell is in your class's spell list, but of a higher level than you can normally cast, you must make an ability check using your spellcasting ability to determine whether you cast it successfully.
Ability check. Ability check.
So I could take that Bardic Inspiration and add it to
Yeah.
this. Alright,
It's a d6.
okay. So I will
Alright.
intelligence check and then add the d6. Do
I
need
guess
to-
as... Ooh.
Wait, can I add the inspiration after the fact? Or
I think...
I
Check
cannot
Bardic
recall.
Inspiration, because it would say.
Or that it just made.
So,
So,
you
it's after-
roll, but then you, before I say, you go ahead and add.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
it's
I
not
already
what
know
I
what the
wanted to
DC
do.
is what the problem is, so...
Yeah, it is a little bit of the problem, but go ahead and just
Fine.
roll, and then you decide.
Okay.
I guess while you're doing this, I'm just doing
Yeah,
this
I'm adding
strumming.
that.
I'm doing a little
Oh
scroll
no! Well, I have.
Okay. You pick up the first scroll, pulling it out, and let me double check scrying, because the thing is, with scrying, so I guess, first of all, I need to check if you even can, because scrying does require components. Well, first up, I need to grab the creature, because scrying also has a saving throw component to it. Okay. Spells.
Wait. Oh shit, I'm stupid.
Wait, which level bard are you?
It's a D8.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a
I'm
D8.
big stupid. It's
Still
fine.
wouldn't
It's
save
still a
from a
1.
1. Because, okay, so scrying requires a focused worth at least 1,000 gold, such as a crystal orb, a silver mirror, or a font filled with holy water.
Well, Theron let me use something in his. He's already cast
Hey,
scrying before.
Darwin. Hey, Darwin.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Can I help?
And Ivor do it.
Oh, I see.
Well, I mean,
I'm
it's your
willing
dad.
to
I would.
say, if Ivor does go and ask, Theron will reluctantly allow you to borrow for the casting of this spell a crystal orb worth 1,000 gold pieces, but on the notion that after you are done casting, it does go back to him immediately.
Of course, I'm not
Oh.
stealing his fucking orb. I don't want his
I don't
orb.
want to
That's
steal
his.
your dad's wizard balls.
No.
Oh my god.
I hate you.
Ivor, for this, it's saying that I need a focus worth 1,000 gold points. That has to be a crystal orb or something. Lines, could you ask Theron if we can?
Darren.
Loki is sighing because
No.
he doesn't want to bother his dad, but of course they have to. So he's like, "Yeah, let me go find him."
Thank you.
All right, you come back with the orb, give it to Nathan. You pull out the scroll and you read through it. However, as you start to get through it, your concentration starts to get shaky as you feel the effects of the spell starting to take place. But as you get to the end, it kind of snaps and fizzles as the scroll flares up in blue flames and vanishes as the first casting
Okay.
fails.
All right.
Take 2. Let's try again.
This is the last time I can give you a verdict. All right.
Thanks. Go to
All
my
right.
fucking
So
scroll pouch and
I'm
remove
strumming.
one.
I'm strumming some real peaceful music, real
Thank
calm
you.
music to calm lo-fi.
Lo-fi music to calm Nathan's nerves.
Lo-fi music to scry to, wizards only.
Okay, and then it's a D8. You said.
Mhm.
God damn it!
Oh!
Again.
Once more, you pull the scroll out, read through it, and it's the same just fluctuation in concentration, trying to maintain the divine powers focusing on this as it snaps and fizzles, and once more the scroll flares and burns away. Go ahead and
Yes.
remove both scrolls from your inventory.
No, that was an attempt. I could try again if we find more.
Do we want to go out and grab 2 more? Try.
So
Did she
I
have-
will note, scrying can be done second hand. You have heard of the target. It is just the creature gets a
Oh.
saving throw increase to its check. Because the way scrying works is you attempt to scry on the creature, and it makes a saving throw. If it fails the saving throw, you get to view it. If it succeeds the saving throw, it knows you scryed on it, and it is immune to the effect for 24 hours. As you would know this from attempting to cast the spell at the very least.
Yeah.
Would we want it to know that we're scrying on it? No. No.
We might find it funny.
We're dead.
I guess I will say it might find it funny, but it also might find it as a preemptive reason to begin its hunt.
This is
So
sort of rubbing at my chin. 2 scries fail. I don't want to lose more money on that, and there's the chance that it could that I did something and become watching it. I want to just go looking for old-fashioned one.
But which layer do we go to?
There is
if I'm lucky.
also still the problem, anyways, of even if you had scryed on it, from what little I have studied of the scrying spell with Theron just a moment, can try to cast it myself. Because I did just talk to Theron, I just don't have it prepared. It is a very focused thing. You would see the dragon and not really anything around it.
Okay.
This
Hear
is
me out.
true.
Hear me out. I do have locate creature. So if we get in the general area of it, and as long as there's not like a 10-foot wide bit of water separating us, I could find it. No problem.
How far is the distance for that?
1,000 feet.
I'm pretty sure if we were in 1,000 feet of it, it would... That's a fifth of a mile. It would probably know we're there by that point.
Would it?
Well, I also think at that point, from what you've described, it's probably a big enough creature that we don't need a spell to locate it.
That's true, but it might be in its lair. Its lair might be hidden.
I suppose I've not really dealt with dragons, so...
Nor have I, but I'm just
It's
thinking.
not such a bad thing to have on hand just in case, for whatever reason, we
Mhm.
find ourselves in the area and not able to.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't think attempting any more scrying on it's really worth the
Okay.
effort.
Well, do we plan on going to the southern area? That seems more
What
likely
were
to
our
me.
options?
Melandstan or Chumledstan?
A northern part of Malenstan or the southern edge of Shumlidstan.
They're kind of somewhat in a line, probably at one as well.
Hey,
I'd
there's
assume
three.
it'd be in like a mountainous area since it's
No.
the mountain guy. I don't know.
Great
Option.
dragons
We
far
have it
prefer
marked on our
open, clear
maps.
spaces.
Oh, that's fair.
So even though it's a more foresty area, that's why I'm thinking southern Chumuldstan would be better. And more
It would be
likely.
hilarious if we just asked it.
We know it probably has layers in both of those places. So I personally would prefer we go to Melandstan first, just because we won't run into as much trouble there.
Cutely loads the fucking map.
But it's less likely that we'll find it in Melandstan, because my thought is it doesn't really like mountains. It likes to be able to see things.
If we can locate one of its
But maybe
layers,
it's
we might be able to
eating the
get
mountain corvus. Think about the name.
It's a title. I'm a bard. We over exaggerate things 24/7. Of course, a dragon's going to over exaggerate things. It's so giant.
over
Its ego is
exaggerating
probably
things.
bigger than it is.
Is it? Damn. That's kind of disappointing, actually.
The thing is, if we can locate one of its layers, then we might be able to destroy said layer so that it can't flee to a different layer. Even if it's not.
True.
I would think that its layer is huge. I don't know how we would go about.
It has multiple
destroying
layers, to our knowledge.
We could pillage it though.
Yeah.
Other sorry. Let me reply to the. Okay, let me just make sure I'm understanding. Are you saying just to ask Mr. Dadman, not Ivor's Dadman, for access to cast it again? I just want to make sure I'm understanding the thing because I'm dying, brain-wise.
Oh no.
In the cleric spell
Yes.
list, there is a specific spell that lets you ask your god specific questions
Oh, it's true.
that you used
and
many
I-
times in the first arc.
Yeah, well, I mostly
what?
used the fucking scroll.
You know what? I'm gonna do my equivalent of this. Which is asking an axe has been around us so it knows what we're looking for. It maybe it has opinions.
Axe, where is the dragon? Dragons live in dangerous places. Be sure to stock
Yeah,
up
no,
well
that's what I
before
was
you attack
expecting.
them.
Wait, no, let me roll
you know
for
what?
this one.
Do you allow me to reattune to the scroll for a moment and then attune to my?
It takes an hour to take a short rest to attune, so I'm willing to say that
Yeah, plenty
you
of
are all
time.
in Theron's house, and you can spend 2 hours attuning to it, casting, and then reattuning. So
Okay, so I'm going to unattune from the cloak, attune to the scroll.
We're having a good time.
I'm gonna pull it open. Give me a moment. Unfold. Like, Zenith, this is a piece of fucking paper. It's just a piece of fucking paper. It looks
Holy
kind of
shit.
old. Kind of hold it out, look at it, tune to it. Like, I stare at this paper for like a fucking hour.
In the meantime, can I literally pull out my axe and be like,
Roll me a perception check.
well, what do you think?
Roll me a perception check, Zenith.
I'm not even asking it anything. I know it doesn't fucking know, but I want to.
Roll me a perception check
Where
as
is
you're
it?
trying to listen to
Where
its
is it?
whispers.
Perception. Whisper into my ear. I'm not gonna hear shit. 11. It was almost a 17. It's so
It's a
funny.
little too difficult to make out what might be whether what it is saying something or it is simply just crackling and burning noises. Too hard to quite discern at the moment.
In Ignan, I look at it, I'm like, speak the fuck up.
You're a bitch.
And put it away. What was that? Okay.
Okay, so to make sure I'm remembering the information we were given correctly, they have reason to suspect that it has a lair either in Chumludstan or in Malinstan.
Yep.
And one of those two could maybe be a main layer. They're not for sure on any of this information, though. Is that correct?
As far as you remember, yes.
Okay. So... because I have to phrase these questions very specifically.
And even then, the god
So-
can't just say, I don't fucking know.
I don't fucking know. Alright, so kind of pulling the scroll out, I've had it out, sorry, and kind of looking it over after about an hour, I sort of... Alright. Okay. First question I would like to ask. Kind of waiting for the timer to start up on it.
Alright, as you begin the casting of the spell, in the upper right-hand corner of it, appearing in elegant script, a 60, 59, 58.
And if the two layers that we know of are either of them a layer that the dragon currently considers its main.
Yes.
Is it the one in Chumludstan?
Yes.
Is the dragon currently in Chumludstan?
Unclear.
Alright. The layer that is currently in Chumludstan is considered its main layer. It is unclear whether or not it's currently in that layer. Or in Chumludstan in general.
Well, I called about the layer though.
So we're most likely to run into it if we go to Chumludstan, but could stop in Malinstan first, pillage that layer, and destroy it.
Or we
Though,
could
if it was
go
if
the
it is a
opposite way.
Huh?
If we kill the dragon in Chumulstan, then we won't even have to worry about a dragon suddenly popping up in Malinstan.
Chumludstan's where the main conflict is, isn't it? Kind of turning towards Layla.
It is.
We won't have the
And again,
money.
if we destroy the layer, then we don't know where it could flee off to. At least if it goes back to that layer, or it could just be at a different layer entirely.
I guess I just have somewhat of the issue of. I guess I'm worried from what you've described. What happens if we destroy one of its layers while it's not there, start heading to its other layer, and it decides to start its hunt targeting the creatures it doesn't smell at its lair?
We could stake out at the lair
We could.
or nearby.
We could.
I mean, I can feed us all.
I was mostly discrediting my own idea of destroying the layer out of the fact that at least we know it exists. So if it were to flee from one layer, we at least know start heading towards the ability of it ending up at that layer and preemptively strike it from there. But
So either way, we're gonna have to go to Chumulstan.
it wouldn't hurt to stop in Malinstan because it's unclear whether in Chumletstan. So it could possibly be currently in Malenstan.
Or it could be anywhere.
Anywhere it wants to be, really.
Is this purposely quiet or am I lagging?
Oh.
Hello?
Oh, Dean, can you not hear us?
No.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Dean.
Dean.
Is Dean alive?
Dean's fucking dead.
Dean's fucking dead.
Oh my god!
I mean,
I'm
you're in the
back.
same.
Oh.
Layla, you're in the same house as them.
I have
Dean's
no
internet
idea.
so much
Ah!
worse.
Anyway.
Dean.
Help me! Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah. Blink
Okay.
twice if you
I-
need
I-
For a
help.
while, it was so quiet. I'm like, and I could hear typing, so I was thinking everybody was
Was
quiet.
it
I'm like, why
exclusively
are we
my
talking?
typing into my mic that was getting through? Because if so, that pisses me off a little bit.
Yeah, it was just your typing that got through.
Cool.
God damn it. Like, the one thing I
Anyway.
have been doing all this work to make sure doesn't get picked up by my mic is the one thing you hear.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You can communicate
Right.
with me in Morse code through the typing.
We're now.
By the way, give us the bracers. Give us the
I
bracers.
did.
Take the fucking bracers.
No,
I saw
it's
them in the
not
party
adding.
sheet.
Layla, they're in your inventory.
Yeah, but they're not adding anything.
Yeah, they are. Your AC is normally... Oh. Huh.
20.
What is going on
Mhm.
there? That is...
Yes.
The bracers that work on
Okay.
everybody but Lila.
Well, anyways,
First
I'll need
item.
to tweak them
One
slightly,
more.
but they're in your inventory, so give me a second.
Okay. I can just add a +2 if you want me to. I'm fine with that.
So they should be affecting you regardless. It might be that it's not visibly showing up, but that's just because of some stuff that's happening, because it is a extension I have that causes it to actually show it. Right now it's not showing it because Fantasy Grounds default doesn't show it, so just give it a little while. I think your AC is 22 and it's just not showing it at the moment.
Are you able to add an effect to the adamantine armor on both Chorus and myself to automatically negates crits so that they
I
don't
can do
the
that
double
in a
damage?
little while. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just more so before we get into combat wanting to bring it up so that it's both on the recording and in your head.
Alright.
But that aside, so out of character, what is our plan? Do we go to Malenstan first, or do we just head straight to Chumletstan?
I want to head straight to Miltstan.
Because it sounds like Layla's wanting to kind of avoid going there right off the bat, but we know that its main layer is in Chumletstan. However, from where we are, the one in Malenstan is on the way, though technically we would be
Guess I will
closer to
ask, are
Chumletstan if we
you
go to Exari.
discussing this in character or out of character? Because if you discuss it in character, NPCs can react. If you discuss it out of character,
I'm mostly just asking out of character what everyone wants to do out of character. Like, because what they discuss in character can be whatever, but this is what does the people want to do?
Well, out of character, I don't really care. In character, she would probably... Yeah, but we can teleport.
Yeah, we're going to be teleporting to Aksari first, sounds like, which does mean that the one in Chumletstan is closer and
Why
on
are
a
we
main
teleporting
road.
to Exari?
According to Theron, he could teleport us to Exar, which does just, in general, put us closer to both of them. But the one in Chumletstan would be slightly closer and on a main
If we
road.
know where its main layer is.
We're out of character.
and I am responding in character so that you actually get
Oh,
some
I'm
fucking
stupid.
information. Because the thing is,
Lol.
if you maintain this out of character, then I have to just let you guys go. And that
Indeed,
can
I'm
be off of a
free.
lack of information. That is where I am bringing up the notion of, do you want to continue this out of character or have it in character? Because in character, I can bring up the thoughts of NPCs.
Okay, that's true. Yeah. Do y'all want to go in character for this?
Well, I was mostly trying to get everyone's opinions on where they just wanted to go.
And from the
which
sounds
is
of
what
it,
I
the
was trying
answer
to
is
ask.
no one has any solid opinions out of character.
Aside from me.
Two people responded. I did not hear neither Zenith nor Ani say anything.
That's
so that's
because
what
I
I was
was
getting at.
disconnected into
That
hell.
too.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
that's
that
what I
we
was
should-
waiting for before you continued in character.
I think we should
Zen-
just take care of it almost directly. I don't see why we overcomplicated it. It wants to hunt us.
No, Dean, I'm asking you as a person, as the player, do you care where we go? Do you want to go to
I
Malenstan or do you
don't
want to go
give
to
a
Chumlettstan?
fuck.
Okay. And Ani, same for you. Do you care where we go or do you
No,
want to
I
go
don't
somewhere?
care where we go.
Alright.
I'd rather not
Richard, is it
go.
wrong for me as a person to ask other people what they want to do?
Liam, I was going off the fact that no one said anything for the last like 5 to 10 minutes, which tends to yes, you
'Cause
did, Cam, and that's fine.
As because
Well,
everyone was kind of Dean was disconnecting, and I don't think Ani got a chance for me to directly pose the question to her. So doing this was kind of I took that as offensive. Sorry, it made me upset. That's what I'm getting at. I didn't get the chance.
anyway, what did
Yes,
Umbra want to
please.
say?
As Umbra was going to say,
If we go and attack its main layer, then we can at least prevent it from going back there to rest and recuperate if we were to attack its secondary layer and it flee and then recuperate there and possibly take whatever it has there and use that against us.
exactly.
Can it not recuperate from a secondary layer?
It probably can, just not as well, I'd assume. It's like going back to your main base versus going back to a hidey hole somewhere you have. You don't go to the hidey hole to grab your big, powerful, magical weapons. You go there to rest and continue running away. So, if you destroy a hidey hole and it goes back to its main headquarters, then you're in bigger trouble than if you destroy the main headquarters and it goes to its hidey hole.
I agree with this completely. I think we should take the direct approach. Kick its ass in its own house.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense. Yeah. Amen.
This is true, though we do need to be prepared, considering if it's attacking it at its main base, that means it's going to have the advantage. It has
And
the
it
upper hand,
won't.
it knows the layer layout, it is a hunter, it is a machine of pure killing.
That sounds like the same
And-
benefit it'd have either way.
Yeah, I feel like it would have a benefit in its secondary base. So,
That's the point, though. If you're talking about having a big magical weapon in one versus the other, then it probably has even more of an advantage in its big layer than it would in its little hidey hole.
That's why
Think
we
about
hope to
this.
destroy
If
that.
it's not in its main layer right now, we might be able to sneak in before it gets in there and take advantage of the weapons ourselves.
That's a point. I'm simply just speaking out of bringing up other points.
It sounds like we want to basically cripple it as best as we can if we can't kill it. And I feel like attacking its main base, while that might be more advantageous to it and the things it has access to, if we can destroy that place, that will be more advantageous to us in the end. Even if it does
What
run
sort of
away.
risk are we willing to take?
That's my only point on all of this, is that if we run in guns blazing, we need to do so carefully. More so than we would have to just facing it out in the middle of Aksari,
Yeah.
a sea of grass.
Do you think we could surprise it?
I'm
It would
not
smell
sure.
us, right?
It's
Yeah,
a
probably.
hunter. The likelihood of it knowing it's coming from 100 feet away, even miles away, is quite high, because it could very well be flying in the sky and us not see it. Its whole point is, you don't see me, but I see you, and I'm hunting you. For all we know, it could even know we're here right now.
My suggestion would be once we get to Ixari, we don't take one of the main roads, since it seems to be hunting on those main roads. We're far more likely to run into it on those main roads
I'll
if we take them.
remind you, Corvus, of your last experience of trying to go off the main road while traveling
true.
from the Smoke Dragon Inn to Aksari, which is along that main road getting you to the border of
We did have the
Chumlettstan,
wolf. Yeah, we did have the wolf.
dealing with the Sea of Grass.
Oh
The
yeah.
rest.
Never mind. I take that back. I just got PTSD.
At the very least, if it attacks us while on the main roads, we could probably drive it off. But if it does go back to its lair, then just attack it there.
Yeah.
And we'd be able to somewhat tell where it might be going based off the direction it flies away.
Mm-hmm. And again, locate creature.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll rest here today, and tomorrow we go.
Sounds like it.
Good for me.
Yep. What time is it?
I would say at this point, having spent, I guess, Nathan, are you going and reattuning to the non-scroll item? And I'll say that was
yeah.
happening over this conversation with taking another short rest, so to speak. Go ahead and roll your hit dice. But it is now getting to be, I'm willing to say, late evening with how much shopping you guys spent doing.
Also, we didn't start the day there, I think, because we
You
also
started
went
the
to the
day.
temple.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah, we
probably
started our
early
day
night
in-
at this point because you guys started the day in Ishen and teleported in after spending a few hours gaining information. So I would say it
Yeah.
is early night at this point.
Yeah, we rest up with Taksari and make our way to Chimletstan, it sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
And we prepare for combat.
All right.
All
What are
right.
you guys doing then?
Yeah.
As I know, Ivor is currently Ivor is sitting there blankly staring, sending messages asking him about his extended spell warranty. Hi, we've reaching out to you about your extended arcane focus warranty. But anyways, what are the rest of you doing for the remainder of the night? I guess starting with you, Corvus, at the top of my Discord view.
Yay. Not counting Ani.
Well, I'm looking at the cameras since Ani and Dean don't have their cameras on. They sit at the bottom.
Oh. Well, do we already have room set up or no?
You had the 3 rooms that Theron had offered to you. One, if I remember correctly, it was one with it was two with 3 large beds in it and one with 2 large beds in it.
Either way, whichever. I just
You
take
and
one
I
of
had
those.
the 2 large beds
Mhm.
room,
Yeah,
and the others
I
had the
guess
other.
I will go in there, and I am actually just gonna do a little strumming on the dust loop.
Alright.
Let's fucking go. Bard shit for once.
Alright, you sit down and start strumming away at your tunes.
I do have a specific song, but I think it's probably copyrighted.
Probably, but at this point, I'm not too worried about it because most likely the music I'm
Well,
already
like
playing
what?
is getting copyrighted. Go ahead and you can share it, and I'll try and throw it at Bardbot in a second or two.
Yeah, sure. It's YouTube.
Oh, yeah, I won't. That
I might be able to find a
if you
Spotify.
can find a
I could probably find a
Spotify,
Spotify.
then I can try and put it on. Lila, what are you doing? Because you might have someone interacting with you in a minute or two, depending. But
Okay, she's gonna go down to the kitchen, stress eat something sweet.
going down into the
and-
kitchen, digging through some things, Theron does kind of just drop by and hands you a small candy that he has from a bowl that is like sat up top of some of the cupboards.
Thank you.
Understandable. I've mostly kept them. Admittedly, do be careful with that, as it's a hard candy, but it is a few years old, as they're from when Ivor used to have severe nervous breakdowns, and I'd give those to him.
Oh.
Oh.
Exposing him.
Right? Give me a second.
I
I
get
actually
it.
have to
Having a master like that, I get it.
He just puts a hand on your shoulder and stares into the distance for a second. Trust me. You might think you get it. I'm certain that you had a stressful master as well. It is near impossible having a master who can stare into alternate timelines to tell you every possible iteration out in the infinite tree of diverging timelines, how many of them you are failing in, and refuse
To
to
be
tell
fair-
you how to do the right thing that is happening in the few he sees that where you're not doing the wrong thing.
To be fair, you are way cooler than I am. It matches up.
Well, no one is cool in his eyes. Just fodder that will become little more than dust in the blink of an eye to him. As he walks in and he sees every single one of your lives in every timeline that he has calculated for, from the beginning to each and every inevitable end. Which means he quite possibly walked in and looked over and saw both how each of you were born, lived your life, and died in thousands, if not millions, of different timelines, which gives me the most pause at his laughing at your orange tiefling friend's existence.
He's just nervously sucking on the hard candy.
And displeases me more than anything about his sneering at your black tiefling friend's existence.
Well, I don't think there's anything we can do about it.
Believe me,
Yeah,
there
we're
is
just gonna-
not anything that is actually something you should do, at least.
Yes.
At some point, not knowing is better than knowing, I feel like.
There's a reason why I focused on divination rather than chronergy. He wanted me to follow right in his footsteps. I think somewhat so he would have a cohort in the eternal timelessness that he exists in. But I am fine with growing old and dying someday, even if my use of magic will inevitably extend that by a not insignificant degree. And I don't wish to know what is out there in every timeline. Divination gives an admittedly uncertain peering into possible futures, but it never sets anything in stone. Chronergy is dangerous because of the notion that you are not just peering into a possible future, you are looking into all written futures and concluding which one shall be written in stone.
Listen, I know I don't have the best track record, but if it has anything to do with me, we'll bring you back, Ivor.
To that, he just pulls out his flask and takes a sip from it, or putting it back into his robes. I hope so. But, there's at least one there who, had some, I would say, peculiar questions, but they're not that peculiar if she were about 6 years younger. There's one out there who definitely has some interest in seeing you come back alive. With that, he walks away.
Do I get it? Can I roll? What do I roll? Do I get it?
I'd say, are you asking me as the DM if you as the player get it, or if Lila gets it? 'Cause I'd say you have a high
If Lila
enough
gets
wisdom that if you as the player gets it, Lila would probably be able to piece.
But I do have meta information, and Lila does not. And she would
Go
be.
ahead and roll me an insight
No,
check
it's pretty
then.
obvious.
It is
It's
pretty
literally
fucking
obvious.
obvious, but I'd
Okay.
say.
So
Okay,
obvious. I
she
can't
nails it.
stress enough.
Pardon me.
Zenith, the older brother. No, it's pretty fucking obvious. Don't you
Jesus
dare
Christ.
roll.
Lines up, takes another hard candy, goes to the room that she's been in the first night, I guess.
Okay. Cam, I see you typing. Okay. Nathan, what are you doing?
Okay, so as starting to head to bed, kind of gently tugging Ivor's sleeve just a little bit. Hello, are you there?
Anya, are you still present?
Sorry. Oh, I thought you were gonna add something to that.
No, I was just he's gently tugs Ivor's sleeve just for a second.
Kind of looks over at Nathan. Yeah.
We're getting ready to fight a dragon.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I need to be the one to say anything about the possible outcome of that. I just figured out of everyone here, August, and while I know you weren't present for that I just went, and in a way I'm kind of glad you weren't. I didn't want to subject you to that. I didn't want to subject anyone to that, really. I really want to make sure you, Corvus, and everyone else, but really you and Corvus are safe. So promise me you're not stupid or over the top or zealous trying to protect me or Corvus or anybody, really. Just promise me that. I need to hear you say it.
Yes, I will say, Nathan, as you are having this conversation with him, you do hear a couple of footsteps from behind before pausing, and the notion of there being someone standing a few feet away behind you as Ivor, you peering past Nathan, do see Umbra standing there clearly waiting for the two of you to finish.
And it just goes ahead and nods. Yeah, I promise.
Okay. And I promise you the same thing. I won't do anything stupid. Good night. Kind of just turns and walks to the bedroom, kind of hearing Corvus playing.
As you turn and start walking away, Nathan, Umbra does kind of raise a hand to try and get your attention.
Sort of pauses, turns his head. Yeah.
With what you just said, I get it with Corvus and Ivor over the rest of us, but I was going to ask. You seem to be the best person out of a set of people here to know healing magic. I know that tends to be more the range of being for natural magic or divine magic. But I was wondering if you could show me some of how that works so that I don't end up trying to save someone and just failing again.
I can try.
Okay. I'll say, do you try to show her now, or do you head to bed?
Kind of turn towards Ivor. You mind if I use your room for this for a second? I don't want to bother Corvus and else we could sit.
There is
Ever
a
kinda-
total of 3 rooms, by the way. 3 guest rooms.
More so just not wanting to be alone with woman.
I will say this is standing to what has gone through your head earlier, what I've told you.
I am aware.
Okay.
Habits. But yeah, Ivor.
Yes, you can borrow the room.
thanks. I was more if you were going to be in there too.
I mean, I don't know. Did you want me to be in there? I don't mind
I
leaving.
would like for you to be in there.
Yeah, I could
I can,
be in there.
I can just wait
Thanks.
until later if you'd rather just.
No, it's fine. I or so just don't want to go to my bedroom because Corvus is playing, and I've put him to sleep trying to talk to him before. So, sort of just juts his thumb towards Ivor's room.
Away to the Ivor room.
I'm gonna say roll me a charisma check, Nathan.
Charisma check. Christ. Not a charismatic man.
Wow.
He is absolutely not a charismatic man.
She kind of just raises her hand slightly.
It's fine. I can learn another time.
And turns around and starts walking towards her room.
Oh.
Kind of, Ivor, you can tell he just deflated as there was actually some excitement in the notion of teaching, and then just deflates.
Try not to be awkward, but kind of at least gives a gentle pat on the shoulder, like, next time. Nothing wrong with that.
I should kind of expect that by now. Thanks. I'm gonna go to bed. Good night.
Okay.
What is your
Night.
passive insight, Nathan? So here.
My passive
Your
insight.
insight is a +6, so passive insight would be a 16. I'd say that's enough for you to have registered that it was. You're turning to Ivor and saying, I'd like you to be present during that, gave her the definite notion of, at least in her mind, I don't want to be left alone with you.
Yeah, no, like, kind of. She doesn't know. Just sort of turns to Ivor, shakes his head like, yeah, and kind of in that sort of nudge, sort of like friendly nudge way of like, get to bed, gently just nudges his shoulder with his elbow, nods his head, and kind of turns to walk into the room with Corvus in it and just sort of flops back on his bed.
Bro, I'm bopping. I'm bopping,
Just
bro.
pushing his hair up out of his head and just...
He's focused. He's just trying not to die.
Go, yeah, he's
Instantly.
not trying to distract
Oh.
you. He knows he won't give two shits
I
right
will
now.
ask, Ivor, what are you doing after that? And I guess I'm going to try and be a little bit quick with you since you had a mixed thing with Liam so that I can then get on to Dean so that Zenith's not just being left in the cold.
He's the
No,
low
yeah.
nips out.
So what are you doing,
I'm not.
Ani?
Okay, so out of character, I do have to ask, would preparing spells take a lot of time, or can I do it, like, I guess when they're having their rest?
You prepare spells during a long rest.
Uh-huh.
So it would be during you taking this long rest along with them that you would prepare those spells to have access to them the next day.
Okay, because, like, I know I kind of needed to do that, because I looked at my stuff, and I'm like, oh, I need to switch some shit around.
Yeah, so that would happen over this long rest.
Okay. But he doesn't have to do it right now, or
You
would
wouldn't
you
be
say
able to technically do it right now. Preparing spells is something you do at the end of a long rest. So you would basically go to bed, wake up in the morning, and spend your morning eating your breakfast and looking through your spell book to determine which things you want prepared.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure with that, just because I didn't want it to conflict with anything else. That being said, he's gonna actually do the exact opposite of going to bed, and instead just going to the living room and contemplating everything.
Okay,
specifically about certain things, but
You make your
Welcome
way
to
to
the
the
farm.
living room and sit down. Zenith, what are you doing?
I was gonna find Umbra.
Okay, she has mostly been making her way back to the bedroom. As she's walking there, you can see her kind of rubbing at her arm and the few scars she does have, and you can get a sense from her in your own head, this kind of stomach in her throat feeling that is similar to those times in the past when you have experienced people in Waysha being less than pleasant to you due to being tieflings. Dean?
We've lost
no.
her.
Oh no.
blink twice if you need help.
Camera's not on.
I
Oh,
went to
wait,
hell
what?
again.
Oh,
I'm apologizing. I went to hell again.
Welcome back.
I'm sorry. I heard a bit of it.
Did you hear what I said to you?
If that makes you feel better. I'm so
did-
sorry. I don't know why it does that.
Dean, are you there? Oh no.
no, no.
Dean.
She's rubbing at her hand scar.
Yeah, she was rubbing at her arm, and you can.
Because she... I don't know
You
why.
were able to get this kind of stomach in her throat feeling.
You know what? I'm gonna go into Mary's room right now, because this is
You know what,
impossible.
fair enough.
Okay.
That's
All right.
fair.
In terms of what's going to be
Hello.
going on in the recording with the mouths, we'll just say that Zenith is astral projecting into Lila for the time being.
What do you want me to
Yeah,
do
this
about
is way too
music?
important. So I can't necessarily, live my life with the broken everything.
You know what?
I don't know
Wait.
why it does that, because we're in the same
So long as
house.
it works, it's good.
Yeah.
Well, I guess my room is also a bad spot. It's the furthest away from the router.
I don't know how to.
All right.
Well, it doesn't matter. You don't need to fucking see me. Sorry.
What do you want me to do about music?
I can handle the music in a second.
Okay.
Actually, Liam, if you would mind switching the music over.
I can do so, yeah.
Okay.
Wait,
Well,
I might need to roll something. BRB.
Oh my god.
Just in case I need to roll, I'm sorry.
Then I will say,
damn it.
as Zenith is making his way back to the bedroom, Umbra is making her way back and just sitting on her own bed. I'd probably say the one between, in the middle, on the assumption that Lila, you're sleeping on one of the ones on the side.
Okay.
And so she just
The return of
kind of sits down and curls up slightly.
Yeah, what's up?
This is absolutely going to get us copyrighted if it's loud enough, because this is fucking Hades music.
Sorry, it's poppin'.
Hades.
Anyways, Dean, can you now
Yep.
hear me?
Yes.
Okay. It is Umbra is on her way back to the bedroom when you kind of catch up to her basically at the bedroom. She's got her hand kind of wrapped around one arm, rubbing at it slightly, as has become a bit of a bad habit for her with where a few of her scars from back in Waysha are. And you get kind of through your telepathic link this kind of gut up in her throat, almost just holding back, throwing up feeling from her that is akin to ones that you and her have experienced before when dealing with less than pleasant people in Waysha, specifically being mean to you over your being tieflings.
Mm-hmm. I let her keep walking. I'm not saying anything. I'm just next to her.
She climbs up into the middle bed and just kind of curls up into a ball against the headrest and just sits there.
I sit on the floor next to the bed. Just sit down, flop down.
Where's the echo coming from?
I don't say anything. I just wait. Does she react in any way?
You hear in your head, you can come and sit up here if you want to.
I do that. The room's empty.
Lila is in the
Well, we're talking through the head.
Lila is in the room, sitting on one of the other, or laying on one of the other 3 beds.
Olive, how would you fuck off? Okay.
Have I returned by then? Because I had like a talk and stuff.
Well, so Umbra was standing around waiting for someone else's talk while you were having your talk.
Yeah.
So I'm going with it
yeah.
being that kind of the three of you converged at about the same time.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Sort of back in her head. What are you thinking?
It's probably nothing, just thinking back to some of the stuff we've gone through.
I don't know if that's what you're thinking.
I'm just
Maybe a little bit.
I'm just remembering all of the times where people have looked at our horns or our tail and decided they wanted an extra person in the room just in case.
Nah, that. Well, nothing we can do about it now.
I guess have you gone up onto the bed?
Yeah,
And
I'm
she just
sitting.
kind of leans over onto you.
I sort of pat her head.
Okay. Tilts her head down slightly and into it.
We can't fix any of that, but we I don't know, it's stupid.
It's probably me just overthinking things.
Maybe, maybe not. I think it's up to you if you want to be sad about it or do something about it.
She just kind of lean slightly forward and look past you over at the other bed for a second or two. And just leans back. And seems to deflate slightly more.
I don't think that we can necessarily make other people react differently, but we can choose how to react to that.
Technically speaking, if you know the right enchantment magic, you can, but that's just disgusting.
That's magic. I don't know the right enchantments.
I'm not sure I want to know the right enchantments.
No, I mean, regardless, don't give those bastards the right of making you upset after they're long gone. Don't give them the satisfaction.
Thank you, Zenith. Thank you for, I guess, always being there for me. Even if we're not really related, thank you for being my older brother.
That's nothing to thank anyone for. I didn't do anything that's not what I was supposed to be doing, I think. I don't know much about basic decency, but I think that's that. You would have done the same for me, I think.
She just nods slightly.
Just
tell me.
I know you. Sorry, go ahead.
You go ahead first.
No, it was not important.
Oh no.
It's always important to me what you have to say.
Now I forgot it. What were you gonna say?
She just kind of glares up at you for a second, pouting slightly. So say,
you would not be upset at me due to my bad memory, would you?
Lila, are you out yet? Because like you're lying on the other bed, only like 5 feet away.
Do I see them just like
That is what I am
those
trying to
reactions?
determine here on if you are asleep yet or not. So If you want, you may roll me a perception check.
Don't mind if I do. No.
You know what? The thing is, it's with a passive of 19, and honestly, passive of 19 is going to be high enough of just kind of out of the corner of your eye and rolling your head over ever so slightly, you do see Zenith and not Zenith and Nathan. That'd be a much more bloody
Nathan's
situation
on
right now.
Even
Zenith and Umbra sitting there, and it almost looks like they're having a full-blown conversation, but it is completely quiet. Not a single word being said of like Zenith reacting slightly, Umbra reacting slightly, Zenith kind of like raising his eyebrows slightly, her looking up and pouting at him.
I don't say anything. I just proceed to.
Good choice. Mind your business.
Mind your fucking business, monk.
Fucking business.
But you do witness this going on so far.
Yeah.
Yep.
But Zenith, in your head, you just hear,
Tell me that they were wrong. That we're not just completely undeserving of being, or even being loved.
Just sort of furrows his brow for a second.
she is talking about basically the teachings that you and her and the other type.
Oh
are
no,
given.
he knows what she's saying,
Okay.
but he's not responding immediately.
She just slowly turns to look
Yeah.
up at you.
Yeah, they're wrong. I mean, in all honesty, I don't even know how in the fuck they are so confident they're correct about this. I mean, did this guy literally go and tell them all this shit, or that's ridiculous.
She just kind of lays her head on your shoulder and just doesn't say anything further, but a few tears do kind of just slip down her face.
Pat.
All right, with that,
Wait,
okay, I will say, is there anything further?
Sorry.
If why the fuck are you talking right now? You're asleep.
Well, she isn't yet.
I'm lying there.
I think
Seeing this.
I am actually gonna like just tap her like good night, and then I'm gonna, instead of going to sleep for a second, I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna walk out somewhere in the house where I can just sit by myself for a little bit before going to bed after.
Okay. Umbra does just kind
Okay.
of remain curled there in the bed for a while longer.
When Zenith leaves, Lila kind of reaches over and gives Umbra the second heart candy that she took from the kitchen with a slight smile because she sees that he's upset, and then just turns over and starts trying to sleep.
She does slowly take it from you. And as you roll over, you do just kind of hear lightly from her.
Thank you.
Very old.
That's fine. There aren't many ingredients that aren't old in the desert.
Gonna be okay.
I hope. Ken, I don't want you to die again.
I will try my best not to.
She didn't say anything further. She just slowly pulls herself under the covers. And I will say you all go to bed, and eventually sleep takes each and every one of you as it fades into the dark. Now I'm going to have to ask everyone... This is awkward, because I'm having to ask everyone but Dean to go up.
Oh.
Dean. That's
Oh, you
That
fucking
is from my own
That
bed.
is from your. This is all Lila. Lila talking.
I'll
Lila, you
go
have
up, I'll
this
go up, I'll go
weird
up. Wait,
low
give me a
Up you
second.
go.
voice.
I'm going!
All right.
Get out of my house! Get out of my house! I hate cake. I don't care. You know I don't eat sugar. Whatever.
All right. Zenith, as you take yourself back to bed, seeing Umbra lying there pretty solidly curled up under the sheets, having basically pulled them almost all the way up over her, which is something you've only seen her do once or twice when extremely stressed and out of it, and often when feeling basically scared. Lila's laying there on the other bed, also passed out. You slip yourself back into bed, and eventually the black takes over as you fall asleep. You find yourself tossing and turning. It's hot. Very hot. Almost like you were back in the desert and trying to sleep in the middle of the day. You find yourself tossing and turning until abruptly your eyes open to blazing sun over you, the orange, the sky, a sickly orange, and a voice echoing through your head. Fulfill my prophecy.
I just furrow my brow. Huh? I look around. Is there anything else? Just the sky and the desert?
For a second or two, there isn't, but as you look around, the sand itself almost seems to start to sink in places as flames lick up through the sinking sand, fire starting to form in different places around you. Bring me my axe and fulfill my prophecy.
Who is talking to me?
As you say that, you find yourself turning around, and sitting there in a massive sandstone throne is a giant metallic golem that stares down at you. Its hand lifts and reaches out towards you. Bring me my axe.
Normally, I don't do things just because I'm
As
told
you
to
are
do them.
speaking, your words suddenly start to fade into nothing as its hand begins to clench, and you feel the axe on your back grow heavy and start to move forward, drawing you in towards this massive behemoth.
You can't just tell me to bring the fucking
It lifts
axe.
its hand, and the axe shoots from your back into its hand as it grasps it there. Bring me my axe.
Do I get anything out of this?
It lowers its hand, pointing the axe behind you.
Turn around.
As you turn around, the first thing that your eye is drawn to is at your feet. Umbra's crumpled and bleeding body there, with a sword run through it into the ground. And it's a blade that you are familiar with, as it is a Waitian blade.
I turn around.
As your head lifts for you to turn around, you see spread out before you the city you came from, the one you're familiar with. Blood flowing through its streets, thousands of corpses of Waitian citizens and the guards, and even several of the Inquisition soldiers, all on the ground. All weapons that are out there are either in someone's hand or close to another person's hand. Several of them are decapitated, but every single one has a distinct cut wound to them, hacked into, cleaved in twain, and every wound is cauterized as if by a blazing weapon. Fulfill the prophecy. And with that, your eyes snap open to the early morning light, a cold sweat drenching your body.
Don't get up. I'm just laying there. And it's a strange emotion of, I'm always like, nobody's even looking at me, and I'm trying to not look. I am scared somewhat. I'm sitting there and I'm just completely clenching every muscle of my body, and I'm staring out in the ceiling. Fucking asshole.
All right. I will ask, you have a few moments here before possibly Lila wakes up and Umbra is tossing and turning in her own bed. Oh boy. Oh my. Just across from you. Sorry, I just had a sudden fit of needing to burp there. Are you going to do anything with these few moments?
Yes. I'm going to find my weapon.
All right.
And I'm going to take it.
Picking the axe up from next to the bed where you'd left it, you take it. And...
Yes. Both hands. And I'm gonna look at it. And then in Ignan, threats don't really work on me anymore. Yeah.
Are you going to listen to it, or are you simply saying this to it?
I'm going to listen to it.
Roll me
as a treat.
You know what? No, you don't even need to roll a perception check for this one this time. You hear it whispering back to you. Not a threat. A promise. A fate. A destiny. A hopeful, inevitable end that you wish to avoid. The prophecy is defined, it is written. But she doesn't have to go like that.
I know. That's why fate's not real.
Doesn't say anything more. Just
I put it down.
crackles and burns. Alright, you set it back down. And with that, I will say let us bring the others back down here.
Okay, I'm gonna go scream at this.
Oh, this is going to be fun where this is going. Just you wait, guys. Just you wait.
I was going.
I just had a pleasant conversation with a friend.
Who's the friend?
Just a friend.
Goes to another school, you wouldn't know her.
We wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know her?
You wouldn't know her. She's from another school.
Damn. That sucks.
But anyway.
Hi.
Each of you slowly rises the next morning. Every inch of your body screaming at you, please, please, let's just go back to bed. We don't need to do this. This can be for another day. Just 5 more minutes. And no dragon, please. As you pull yourselves from the warm, comforting clutches of the sheets and make your way down into the dining room. I guess I will ask, is there anything anyone is doing on the way there?
I'm probably just getting my stuff already together beforehand and bringing it all to the kitchen with me, kind of, especially clutching very tightly onto Moonstrike, like, I need emotional support.
All right. Zenith, Lila, anything you two are doing as Umbra also gets up shortly after the two of you, clearly more reluctant than either one of you to get out of bed?
I do not let her out of my sight.
Umbra or Lila?
Lila can. Umbra.
Okay.
Lila couldn't bring herself to meditate that morning because she didn't want to wake up. So she's visibly more disheveled than usually. She's half asleep.
All right.
That's-
Ivor, what are you doing?
Ivor's gonna go ahead and I guess take a few moments to himself before also finally getting up and heading over. But he's kind of going back and forth between thoughts. So if anything, it's more of he's clearly like not all there because he's just going from one thought to another, and so on.
All right. You make your way down as that passes through your head. Nathan, what are you doing?
He clearly feels awful. Like clearly as in very slow movements, very like groggy. Sick like point of view, you have a test you really don't want to fucking do, and you also accidentally insulted your teacher right before the test. So that sort of pit in his stomach, picking at his food once it's on the table, just not doing good, not sexy, very unyum. Would not recommend.
All right. You all make your way down into the dining room. Once again, Theron sitting at the head of the table already, eating away at a stack of pancakes with a glass of wine there in front of him. An invisible servant wandering around, bringing over platters to each of you, putting out quite a feast for all of you to have. This time, however, so there's Ivor, Nathan, Corvus, where are you sitting?
I'm sitting where I've always been
So
sitting.
across the table from Ivor, if I remember correctly?
Yeah.
All right. Zenith, Lila, two of you are sitting in places. Zenith, one of the things you notice is that Umbra is distinctly sitting farther near the opposite end of the table from where Nathan is sat.
I shoot him a dirty look.
Let me just.
She isn't saying anything. She isn't looking at anyone. She is just sitting there slowly poking away at her own pancakes.
He notices that and just sort of looks up at you, Zenith, looks back down on his plate, notably sinks just like an inch further down and just kind of pushes his plate away and sets his head on his arms.
Damn, that's crazy. I push his plate back to him.
Kind of look at it, look away, just kind of.
It would be best if you all were going into this on full stomachs, as it is better not to... I feel strange saying it's better not to fight a dragon on an empty stomach, as if this is you going to your first day of school, all of you, but...
Corvus just kind of chuckle at that and is actually eating pretty well into the food.
They are
Despite-
good pancakes.
These are damn good pancakes. Holy fucking
Pancakes!
delicious
And-
pancakes. They're the delicious pancakes.
And as a note, you have seen Theron actively like go into the kitchen a few times and come out. These are most likely handmade by him.
I understand what you're saying, and I
Good. Are they really good?
If we're
Nathan, go on.
Sorry. While I completely agree with what you're saying and I understand it, I also know that I'm more than likely going to lose this anyway after teleporting.
You'd better throw a bile.
I feel like I'm going to throw a bile anyway.
Gonna hurt. Eat your food. Damn.
I will say, Lila, they are quite good. Like, they're not They're
Okay.
not the best pancakes in the world per se, but they're damn good.
Yeah, she's just stacking as much food as possible on her plate because, like, we can go until we're done eating. So she just like eats a lot to kind of prolong that moment.
I'm eating fast because I know that I probably am gonna have to start cooking soon myself for the road trip. But also I'm not even paying. I know I am a chef. I know the best food is prepared when somebody cares. So
And even for you, Zenith, these pancakes are... Actually, for you, Zenith, these pancakes are like the fucking best pancakes ever.
these are the second pancakes I've ever eaten. They fucking slap.
This is the second set of pancakes I have had in my life. This is fucking amazing.
Amazing.
He had like 200 years to perfect his form.
I know. I'm impressed.
Zenith just turning to Theron. You must teach me your ways, pancake man.
You know, I like cut my pancake and then I stop cutting and I look at it. And what was so funny that he was laughing and I just continue eating.
At that,
I'm still thinking about it.
Ivor, at that, Theron's eyebrows just raise slightly as he just picks up the goblet of wine and just downs it.
Ivor's kind of sighing at them, but like at this point, kind of just mindlessly eating the pancakes.
Actually, Lila, you're not dumb. You'd be able to piece the "what was he laughing at" together with what you conversed with Theron on the previous night. So, what is your reaction to that?
She just kind of clenches her jaw, but like tries to make it seem like she is not affected in any way. Like she doesn't know.
Roll me a deception
And
check,
Suji
then.
is eating.
Just under my breath. Do I look funny?
Oh shit! I have the +1 to that.
Fish
You are
tongue. Fish
Learn to
tongue.
lie, dumbass.
Oh.
Lila.
Okay, Zenith, as you say that, you just hear a slight gagging noise from next to you as you look over, and Lila tried to clench her teeth and keep it quiet, and that forced a bit of pancake down into her throat before fully chewing it, and has caused her to choke slightly on it, in clear reaction to what you said.
Choking on pancakes.
I like lean forward to look at her.
There is an obvious slight look of guilt on her face.
Oh my god.
Better be careful with those pancakes, you don't want to choke. I'm just gonna keep
Zenith, you just hear in your head, please don't harass her.
I'm not. She's lying.
And
Not
you're
yet.
harassing her for it.
It's me, boy. I'm the PS5 harasser.
It's me, Zenith. I'm the PS5 speaking to you inside your.
Anyways,
She's lying about me. I think I have the right to bully her a little bit.
What is
You know, it's
she
some good
lying
fun.
about?
For
She
now.
just choked on her pancake.
You know, something. I don't know what she. Stop covering for her. I know you know she's lying.
Umbra just slinks down in her chair. And Lila, this is
God.
weird to you. If you see Zenith just staring at you, pauses, and after a few seconds, Umbra just sinks down in her chair.
God damn it.
Lila would rather he thinks she's an asshole than like actually explain it to him. She doesn't want to do that. I mean, she doesn't want you to. Like, the truth that she pieced together is so disturbing, she doesn't want to impart it on anyone else. So she just clears her throat and continues eating as if nothing is happening.
The disturbing truth is that Zenith was not wearing a shirt this entire time. It's really.
Yeah, but now he has a cloak. He's shirtless and in a cloak.
The
with a
truth
cloak.
is that he was
That's
laughing
what-
because this is the only timeline where Zenith is shirtless.
That's the only one. No. And by the way it looks like the cloak, because I'm gonna describe it, it's similar to the shit that I was wearing in the desert where it's like, it's almost like a complete like cowl thing. It's dark in color, but when I walk, you do see flashes of the inner something in there, where it looks to be like sort of red-ish. You're not sure. It's mostly very like stealth black.
All right. Umbra's cloak of protection is similarly black, but seems to mix well with the purple, lighter, more see-through cloth she has on as well.
Yeah. And then just in Umbra's head, continuing that previous interaction. If I wanted to get her to tell me the truth, I could just do that.
Please don't hurt.
But I'm
her.
not. I don't want to. It's fine.
I don't want anyone here hurt.
Then tough shit for today, I suppose.
She just sinks further. Doesn't say anything more.
Don't be upset. It's gonna be fine. No, I'm not good at that. Just, yeah.
She doesn't say anything.
While they were like intensely looking into each other's eyes, discussing that.
Oh, I don't look at her when I talk to her. I'm still eating.
Oh,
Yeah, they kind of
then nothing cool happens.
they kind of go back to just how they're normally sitting, as Umbra's just slowly
Okay.
sinking further into her chair.
You're looking at her food, right?
Yeah, the thing is, we're so used to talking this way that I don't need to look at her to like feel like I'm conversing. So I'm literally eating as if I'm not having a conversation.
Okay, nothing cool happens.
Motherfucker.
I wanted to. I'll tell you later.
Uh-huh. All right, you guys wrap up eating your food eventually after several sets of pancakes have been put out in front of you. Whether you eat all of them or not is up to you. But Theron pretty definitely spent the last couple hours stress making pancakes.
Oh.
And eventually it gets around time for you guys to be ready to go as he pushes himself up and makes his own way into the teleportation room, possibly getting it ready to go with getting the right materials he needs.
Fortis is gonna follow after, basically done.
All right. Zenith, Lila?
I'd be going. Well, first of all, don't I need to... I'd finish food fast so I can prep my stuff before we leave.
Okay.
It takes like an hour.
Then I'd say you finish a
Okay.
little earlier and make your way into the kitchen, though Umbra is remaining seated at the table.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly, I don't like when people are in the kitchen when I'm cooking because they're getting in the way, you know what I mean? So,
Fair enough. Lila, what are you doing?
I prefer that.
Stands up, downs like a mimosa or something if we have something at the table.
There is the remainder of the wine in Theron's glass that he's left behind, but otherwise it's mostly just orange juice out.
They're in backwash.
And she downs her orange juice.
Okay, you down your orange juice?
Vitamins. And she goes.
All right. Ivor, what are you doing?
Ivor's gonna finish up his meal too. And I guess maybe make sure that he does have everything before they're ready to go.
Okay. Nathan, what are you doing as everyone else has begun to get up and leave except for you and Umbra?
Kind of having to finish my pancakes because I am eating them very slowly, just out of... I don't have an appetite right now, and these are some damn good pancakes. Like, these are some fucking good
These pancakes fuck, man.
But like, my
Pancakes
appetite is no. So like, while
Good
I
last
can appreciate
meal.
them in my mouth, it's like... I have to like do the rest of eating. And so I slowly finish. I kind of look over at Umbra.
She is similarly eating very slowly and is not looking up at anyone else.
Yeah, so I just kind of look back down, push my plate away, having finished as much as I could stomach, kind of turn to there and give him a slow nod of like thanks, down whatever, I guess milk, and just sort of stand up, walk over, make sure everything is prepared. I'm going to actually make sure I have all the spells that I actually want prepared, but
Yep. As they point to the
Just-
two of you who prepare your spells, so you, Nathan, and you, Ani, make sure you've got all the spells you want prepared.
Okay, but how do I actually prepare? Because I was trying to do
So
that
if
earlier.
You go from
open your
mode
character sheet,
combat to
here, you go down to actions, and at the very bottom where it says mode, you click that over to preparation, and then on the left-hand side there are dots.
Oh,
If you click on a dot
Uh-huh.
to make it empty, then that's unprepared, and click one to have a circle in it filled, that's prepared, and if you click it again, that brings you over to combat mode, which only shows you shows you your prepared spells.
Okay, thank you.
All right, then all of you eventually get up, prepare yourselves, gather your things, and make your way into the spell room, to the teleportation room. Zenith, you with your food, what are you making?
I'm making sort of the similar stuff that I was making last time. It's sort of like a bao, so it's like thick dough thing, and it's filled with. This time it's gonna be like almost chili.
You hear in your mind from Umbra.
Can I have one that isn't spicy?
It's not the spicy chili kind. It's the just nice sort of curry chili kind thing.
Okay.
Yeah. I wanted to use the word curries. Now I'm realizing it's filled with curry. My brain.
That is technically a
It's curry.
meaningless phrase because curry differs from culture to culture, and in a lot of cultures,
Yeah,
curry
yeah.
is spicy.
Yeah, like
My little
like it's
Like
like the Chinese variety of curry that you would put on a bao, so it's not that spicy.
Alright.
It's like mild.
Making your way up into the teleportation room, Umbra is the last to make her way in, following close after you, Zenith, having actively sat in the dining room and waited until you were done preparing everything and followed you in.
Yeah.
As he ushers all of you to go ahead and stand in the teleportation room, or teleportation circle. And we appear to have two people who have muted, so I'm going to pause the recording and wait till they're back for the teleportation.
I'm here. I am literally just burping.
Oh, okay. Well, Cam has muted herself, so I'm going to wait for her. So we will be back shortly. Everyone reaching the teleportation room, Theron raises his hands, utters a few arcane words, and the teleportation circle flares up around you guys. As it once more settles back down, the blare from it vanishing, you find yourselves in a unfamiliar location, but with somewhat familiar sounds echoing down the halls to your ears. As around you is a mostly stone chamber, a few guards standing in the corners of the room, clearly dressed in the outfits marking that of the city of Aksari, as you are once more back.
Awesome.
What are you all doing?
Here we go.
Sorry, what happened? I needed to quickly go grab my phone.
We teleported to Aksari.
And you are standing now in a somewhat unfamiliar room with 4 guards standing in each of the corners of the room, just watching you guys, not really reacting, as if pretty much having anticipated your arrival and just waiting for you to leave.
Hey.
Is there a clear exit?
There is one clear exit, basically right in front of you guys, which is just a stone archway, and there are people walking back and forth down the hallway just on the other side.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna walk through that.
All right.
Yeah.
Stepping out into the hallway, you can see down to your left an opening into what you familiarly recognize as being the towering structure in the middle of Aksari, where the skyport is attached to the top of it.
Ah, all right. Walk on out then.
All right, you guys make your way
Same.
out of the building and into the center of Aksari. Where are you going?
Backside. I'm saying this to the party.
suppose it wouldn't hurt to let them know where we're going.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess Lila, all you
Yep.
hear is backside. You have no
No.
no context.
Oh, kind of looks at Layla. Yeah.
Long story short, we kind of own a condo on top of what is essentially a tavern and brothel.
I'm not surprised in the least.
The owner's nice.
She's my therapist.
Also mine.
Everyone's therapist.
Honestly, yeah.
Party therapist.
Mm-hmm. Party therapist.
They have free hookahs in there to smoke. Pretty cool. I have never smoked a hookah. I'm sorry about that.
Neither have I, actually.
What?
Well, if we get back alive, we have something to look forward to.
You guys can look forward to that.
I think I'm good, actually.
Alright. Well, let's get going then.
All right, traverse the city of Uxari, make your way back to the Backside Inn, which once more out in front is a reasonably open stretch of kind of a grassy front yard, a few people sitting around, just kind of conversing on the front, having a few drinks with each other, just palling it out, as it's almost noon by the time you guys get there, as it is a moderate walk from the center of the city to the Backside Inn, at the wall of the city. If I remember correctly, the sign that is up in front for you, Lila, is a picture of a man laying on his backside with a woman straddled on top of him, her hip resting on top of his. And written
I thought it was a man getting a massage.
You're right. It was a man getting a massage as he was on his... Right, yes, it was him laying face forwards with getting a massage. I remember it was one person laying down and one person on top, and I just have to remember exactly the situation.
Changes every time.
You know what? It could be a magical sign. Why not? You got a problem? But written underneath it in rather elegant lettering is the Backside Inn.
Interesting.
As you all step into the inn, there is once more the usual situation of an open first floor with several different blinders and basically portable walls set up rather than any kind of booth or tables out. A few different moans of pleasure being able to be heard, and the ever-present slight bit of hookah smoke filling the room. As you can see off to the side, Drek sitting at the bar conversing with the bartender, having a few drinks of his own, as he kind of just raises one to seeing you guys enter. I assume you guys make your way up towards the room?
Mm-hmm.
All right. You all pass on through and slowly make your way up, and opening the door into the room, you can see in the living room is Ishva sat on the couch sat on the coffee table just sitting there staring at her is the figure that last you remember was being called Gunru Mithric. And sitting off to the side is Keitha, just pulled up into a ball staring at him through her glasses.
Kind of
walking
looking at
over.
her before and gently picking up Keitha, just kind of holding her to his chest a little
As you
bit.
walk over to Keitha, he does kind of turn, look at her for a second. That thing shouldn't be alive.
What? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Ivor.
Yeah.
I
Mm-hmm.
never got the chance to explain that to you. Another time.
Okay.
I didn't get a chance to explain that to you. I'm not explaining it to you now.
There is literally her right in front of him. Is this really the appropriate time to mention that?
I know, but it's still just
Kind
funny
of.
to me.
Just gonna walk over and give Keitha a little pat on the head, little tussle.
She smiles
Hey,
slightly and
kid.
kind of leans into it.
Points. This is Keitha. Yeah.
This is Keitha, that's Ishva.
Ishva's just
Turning towards
sitting there,
her with
just
slight concern.
completely still, eyebrows furrowed slightly, staring just deadly. If she could kill a man with her look, she absolutely would be right now to this man.
Good. Good.
I also join her in trying to drill with my mind a hole in his like the back of his head mentally.
Zenith, as you do that, there's a brief moment where it looks almost like his head is phasing into two different ones. One continuing to stare at Ishva, and one phasing up to look at you. None of the rest of you see this, and as you blink kind of in reaction to that, it's just back to how he normally was, with a slight smirk on his face at that point.
Gross.
Okay. Well then. So.
Why are you in my house?
I want waffle fries. Excuse me, what the actual fuck are you doing in my house right now? I want waffle fries.
Okay, anyways, kind of claps his hands together. Ishva, can we talk for a second?
Maybe?
Group meeting. Why maybe?
I'm not sure how to answer that right now, Corvus.
As she continues to just stare at Gonru Mithric.
There's a whole Gonru here right now. I don't think anything is certain.
Okay, look.
You're probably gonna need a Gyna Sphinx for this catastrophe, as he pushes himself up and walks into the dining room.
The fucking...
He's already walked into the dining room and is gone.
Huh?
Gyna Sphinx. Something.
Okay, I think that means that I'm free.
Are you free?
I don't fucking know, Corvus.
What did he do?
Sat and stared at me for several hours.
That's fucking weird.
Seems in character.
And laughed. A lot.
Oh.
Yeah, he
Seems in character.
With my trauma, so said all of us would die to that dragon.
Yeah, and made some mention of being too weak to handle dominate person.
Huh?
She just pushes herself up.
Just roll that will save. Let me just roll that will save. Kind of slings his hand out and a dagger just pins itself into the wall. Sorry.
Fucking God.
Walks over, picks it up.
Okay.
Sorry, Keitha. Sorry. Kind of bouncing her a little bit.
Keitha just looks confused and a little worried.
Mm-hmm.
So, Ishva, point, just kind of waves his hands over to Lila, Ishva,
She just raises her hand, and I will say, Lila, what you see in front of you is a young drow woman. Girl, to be more accurate. And out of everything you have been taught about the drow, basically every word you have ever heard about them has been... The king himself has tried to basically say they should be reasoned with, they should be understood and not feared. However, every tutor you have had has basically stressed the point of the drow are servants of Lolth and should never be trusted and are basically a race of evil people. And basically in your trainings, you have basically been trained to racially profile drow as being to be of higher suspicion than other races when looking for assassins.
I can't believe you're a fucking cop. Jesus.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
Why are you a cop?
Yeah, but she's like, a friend of my friends is my friend, so she just smiles and waves and...
But she does kind of raise a hand and smiles slightly, waving back at you, looking clearly just confused by everything that is going on right now.
Hey, look, we're just going to dropping in for a second to update you. What did Drek tell you anything?
He told us that you found the dragon's. He told us you found the dragon's stuff
Yeah.
and are going somewhere to do something with it, and that
Yeah,
I
we're
and
gonna go and
Keitha
try
should
and kill it.
remain here.
Yeah.
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 Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Kind of walks over, sets Keitha down next to Ishva, kind of kneeling in front of her slightly, looking her in the eyes. Please stay here. Please continue to protect this place. And if anything happens, you'll know.
That sounds incredibly ominous, foreboding, and like I should be panicking like hell right now.
Don't do that.
Wait.
I need you to stay strong and to protect Keitha. She is incredibly important. You're incredibly important. And I want you both safe.
Yeah, we're fine. We're fine.
Corvus, shut the fuck up. Kind of not even looking at him.
Is Drek is in the room, right?
Drek is
He was
downstairs,
downstairs
and
at
at
the
the
bar.
bar getting a
Oh.
drink.
Okay.
So, please promise me that you'll be strong for you and Keitha.
I will try. I've got most of my memories back, and I can kind of remember how to do certain things, but
We'll be fixing that as soon as possible.
okay. Just
When I come back, we'll have some sweets, and we'll clean this place up, and we'll go to the library, okay?
okay. Just you guys stay safe yourself as well.
We will.
Kind of pushes up, walks away. We have to come back for them. Kind of pointing his
Yeah.
finger, looking at Corvus and the others.
Yeah. Duh.
So let's get ready to go do that. We should probably let Drek know.
Yep.
All of you here in your head.
If you wouldn't mind stopping in for a moment, just so I can converse with you before you do go, it would be greatly appreciated. And also, just so you're aware, this is a one-time use of something I had installed, mostly to keep an eye on the construction workers. I won't be able to talk to you normally while you are in your condominium, as I require technically sight to be able to speak to you this way. So I do have a few devices around for being able to see to communicate. I will have it removed as soon as the condominium has been finished being retrofitted, and it was not there before about a week ago, just so you are perfectly aware.
And I
I
also-
trust her, but I'm going to insight just out of the need
Okay.
to.
Go ahead and roll me an insight check.
16.
She sounds like she's being honest.
Okay.
And I guess I will say, it sounds especially honest given that the explanation of needing sight was not something you were aware of beforehand, and she is explicitly giving to you now out of basically saying, I am explaining this to
Yeah.
you so you are fully aware of basically what is going on so that I'm not just creeping on
Yeah.
you.
Like I said, I'm predispositioned a little more to trust her, but out of his need, I wanted to insight.
Fair enough. Corvus, what are you doing? Starting from the top again.
I am just waiting for everybody else because, yeah, Madame Dufflin things, you know.
Alright.
Just another day in the backside
Alright,
inn.
Zenith, what are you doing as Umbra does kind of look over to you slightly? As this is, from what you can tell, the first time someone other than you has been in her mind, as you do see everyone else react slightly to the presence.
I just look at her. Yeah, I mean, I've heard this before. It's really weird. Why are you looking at me? What?
I don't know, mostly for probably a suggestion on what to do, as that was kind of uncomfortable.
I don't know. I've never seen this person, to be honest.
Alright.
Lila, how are you reacting to having, for the first time in your life, someone else speak directly into your mind?
She, all this time, she's like extremely confused, but she's just kind of going with it. But as soon as someone starts speaking in her head, she like flinches and turns visibly, but then she's like, oh, everyone else is doing it. Okay. Okay. She's
All right.
fine.
Ivor, what are you doing?
It's a bit weirded out, I guess.
You have
but-
had Madame Duthlin speak to you in your mind before.
Yeah, but like I guess it would just be more like he's weirded out, but only because like I guess it's been so long.
Fair enough. Nathan?
Like I said, inciting her, and now I'm just kind of he already mentioned like we're gonna go talk to Drek, so after hearing that, he's gonna go start heading to stop off at hers. So
All right. Then what are the rest of you going with Nathan, or what are you doing individually?
Yes.
Okay. Zenith, Lila, where are you guys going?
Sure, I'll go.
Yeah, the invitation was to everyone, so
I am just curious.
All right. As all of you make your way down, Umbra following
Yeah.
along, you will make your way back down to the second floor and into her office, where she is sitting there kind of just staring out the windows slightly, having turned her swivel chair around. And her door is wide open, which I guess I will say, Nathan, Corvus, that's a little surprising to the two of you, as her door
Yeah.
seems to basically always be closed, and you always have to wait at least a little while to either just be let in or for someone else to come out first.
yeah, no, kind of pause at that for a second before just shaking my head and heading in.
All right. You step in. She pushes herself up, turning her chair back around and resting her forearms on the back of it, leaning against it. Lila, Zenith, for the two of you, standing across from you on the opposite side of this very fine, elegant desk in this open office space, piles of pillows and like bean cushions to your left and right, almost filling up these nooks in the walls. And then behind the desk, a large pile of pillows as well, into this kind of, not sure quite the right description for it, but it's a kind of outcropped window. You know, the ones where the windows are basically half of a tube with a balcony on the inside. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. That is behind her desk with similarly a large set of pillows there. And the woman herself looks to be in her early to middle ages, with long silver white hair that comes down just below her shoulders. And despite being extremely elegant and rather pretty looking, with reasonably flowing attire around her, there is some odd, almost alien feeling about her appearance to you. As you assume this is Madame Duthlin, or if the name has not been spoken to you yet, this is the owner of this establishment. She kind of looks over to you, Lila, kind of taking a breath for a moment. Well, at least you have yet another compatriot who can aid you.
I'm Lila.
Nice to meet you, Lila. I am Madame Duthlin, the owner of this estate.
Nice to meet you too. I hope we meet again.
I hope we meet again as well. If you do ever need my services, then you are free to also come back in here. I provide mostly therapeutic services myself. You're also welcome to seek the services of any of my employees for any of the services they provide.
Blushes a little.
She gives a slight nod. And then gets a little more serious, letting out a small sigh.
Are you all prepared for what you're about to do? As Mr. Theron did contact me and inform me of the situation.
I'm sure we're as prepared as we possibly can be for this.
Equipment?
Done.
kind of taps his the breastplate under his like, kind of letting it go ting.
Spells?
He's- Yeah.
Potions?
Way too many.
20
Lots of them.
flasks of alchemist fire and superior healing as well.
We all go clink clink.
Yeah, I walk around like I'm going to a college party.
Fighting dragons is a thing that is written of in epic tales and historical books. An actual dragon has not been, well, confronted by little more than armies in centuries. At least not one of an age equal to or greater than an adult dragon. Young ones, sure, I've had plenty of clients come through here speaking of those tales, and even then they often are speaking of losing compatriots to them. And so, I can only hope that you are all not just physically, but also mentally prepared for this.
Mm-hmm.
Just roll that. Let me do that quick. Fuck. Kind of at the mention of mentally prepared, he just kind of raises his hand and pinches at his brow.
She sees that and raises a hand, uttering a few words, and then lowers it, as you all feel a light energy waft over you, as I will say, Ivor, Nathan, Corvus, you three have been present for this before, as you recognize her casting calm emotions, and so may, if you wish, choose to fail the saving throw. Zenith, Lila, you can garner this as a spell meant to have a positive effect, and so you may choose to make a saving throw, or you may choose to fail it in order to allow the effects to happen.
Willingly failing with that night.
I'm
Failing,
making a
well-
saving throw to decide if I fail the saving throw.
Time to make a saving. I'm not alone.
Yeah.
Zenith, I refuse. I'm
failing.
going to make the saving throw rolls a 6. Fuck. Standing there,
I don't trust my +5 wisdom to not get me through this, so I'm
standing there, you all feel kind of the tension and the pent-up anxiety about the situation to happen slip away as your entire bodies relax and you feel a brief moment of levity in the situation, able to properly breathe for a few moments.
Okay.
There is very little I can do to help you right now, as I do need to remain here to continue watching over my business. And my adventuring days are behind me at this point, if I am to be wholly honest. 20 years of retirement. And in all that time, I have not heard of a group going to fight an ancient dragon.
Well, let us be the first to maybe come back and tell you about it, huh?
That she steps out from around her desk and just holds her hands up towards you, Nathan. May I comfort you?
Please.
She reaches around and gives you a hug.
Just, do that thing I gotta do.
She does actively, like...
I know, I'm
Well,
more...
I was going to say, kind of knowing your situation, her hand wraps around and mostly lingers on your shoulder with one arm, avoiding your back, and the other comes up to your head.
He pauses, like, tense for a moment, relaxes just due to the calm emotions, and just quivers. Clearly not from fear, but more just his body is shaking with just everything right now.
All right.
No wetness, he's not crying, just like, I am fucking scared for my life. I'm not just mine, but more so the lives of those around me and the amount of shit that's getting ready to happen. I barely know some of these people, and there's just something in my mind where if they died, I feel like I would lose it all, and that's not a fun experience for brains of an 18-year-old.
After about 20 seconds of holding you there like that, calmly breathing, she lets go, moves over, and holds her arms out towards you, Ivor, in an offering to give you a hug.
I guess kind of feels awkward, but just goes ahead and like accepts the hug.
She pulls you in and, almost similar to Theron, gives you a very parental and caring hug. However, while his is more fatherly, so to speak, hers is definitely far more motherly. And also holds you for about 20 seconds. Go on.
I was gonna say that I think for a moment he'd probably be confused by that, just because if he did grow up specifically with Theron, he knows that feeling more. But then, like, I guess for a brief moment, like, he's not crying, but I think you can tell, like, he is starting to tear up before kind of just shaking his head and, like, kind of just, like, you know, telling himself, never mind.
At your eyes watering slightly, you do kind of hear whispered into your mind, "It is perfectly fine to cry. Regardless of the reason, regardless of the situation. It doesn't matter what gender you are, or who you are, or how strong you're supposed to be. It's okay to cry, Ivor."
Kind of taking a moment before nodding.
Alright. She eventually lets go of you. And since Cam is still not present, I will say, I'll save Corvus for when Cam is back. She moves over to you, Lila, holding her arms out. "I might not know you that well, but..."
Thank you, but I might just break down if someone shows me kindness right now. I need to.
I will say, you do have the effects of the calm emotion spell on you.
Yeah, but she's not like. I don't think she's been hugged a lot, and she's like, she knows that she'll get emotional if she'll, and she needs
You
to
do
be
hear in
collected.
your mind, "That's okay. And maybe it is better to do so before than during. But if you wish to still hold off, that is your decision."
I want something to look forward to.
She just smiles slightly at you, gives you a small nod. "Then come back to it. Alive." As she'll move over, and I'm sorry Zenith Cam is back as she moves to Corvus. As she holds her arms out towards you, Corvus, having so far gone through each other person of, so far, Nathan, then Ivor, then Lila, offering them a hug, holding her arms up towards you, Corvus.
Yeah, just takes it very tight. He needed
She
that.
pulls you in, just gently pats you on the back and holds you there, giving you a hug for... Yeah, she holds you there, giving you a hug for about 20 seconds. Just lightly patting you on the back.
Okay.
And lightens her grip slightly, but continues the hold until you let go of her, in case you decide to hold longer.
I do eventually let go.
Alright. After that, she moves over to you, Zenith, holding her arms out.
I sort of look at that for a bit, and then instead of going for a hug, I extend my hand for a handshake.
She gives you a slight smile, shakes her head slightly, reaches out, not like in a defiant way, but in a like, of course, way, and shakes your hand. As you just hear in your head, "If you ever do want more comfort than that, you're welcome to it."
He just sort of sighs. Shakes her hand.
She eventually lets go of it, moves over to Umbra. just kind of lightly holds her. And Zenith, you can see she grabs back onto Madame Duthlin and just kind of lightly clenches her fists, grabbing at the back of Madame Duthlin's shirt, shaking slightly. And you get a pretty intense dose of her emotions that are all over the place to your own head.
Figures. I knew this.
Damn.
And eventually, the two of them let go of each other as she backs away.
Stay safe, stay alive, and keep an eye on one another.
Right?
Let's roll.
Oh.
I apologize for how much this might affect you, as she raises her hands and draws it into a circle as she dispels the calm emotions spell, as all of you are hit by a wave of emotion.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, no, that doesn't save. Nathan just sort of raises his hands up to his shoulders and just sort of closes his eyes, as giving himself almost a hug, as it's clear like the corner of his eyes are starting to water a lot.
Yeah, Zenith Umbra basically immediately turns around and just latches onto you, tears pouring down her face.
Corvus has the exact same face on my
Pat. There's
exact same
intense,
expression.
intense, just bottling up, trying to be in the zone, and just emotions later going on for Lila.
All right, Ivor.
Probably gonna, I guess, let the emotions get to him too.
All right.
Be.
Then I will say you definitely start to feel wetness slipping down your cheeks.
Yeah.
Take care of yourselves and take care of each other.
She gestures towards the door for you guys to make your way out and onto the road.
Yep.
Do we pass through the bar?
Of course you have to, because you're on the second floor, so you leave through there and have to go back down to the first floor.
Yeah.
Does Drek still have his drink?
Drek is sitting there having finished the drink he had, and it looks like he's kind of been holding it for a little bit, because you know how there's usually a little bit left in the bottom that after every now and then you'll take a sip of it and it'll get smaller and smaller and smaller. That's almost entirely gone as he's sitting there conversing with the bartender.
Okay. I come over to him with a very intense look of, I need this more than you right now. And she finishes his drink.
It's like a drop.
Oh, backwash.
He just puts a hand on your head for a second, pats it, turns to the bartender, raises a hand, she just shakes her head, pulls over 2 glasses, sets them down, puts an ice cube in each of them, and fills them with a distinctly black, almost tarish substance, and then puts the bottle back. And I'd say, Corvus, Nathan, Ivor, I don't think you were present for this. So Corvus and Nathan, the two of you recognize this as being the beverage he had when he first asked the bartender, give me whatever the hardest thing you have is.
I kind of look at that. Sorry, I was clearing my throat to prevent another belch.
Fair enough.
Sort of looks at that, kind of dips his head back a little bit, kind of rolling it over towards Corvus.
Small chuckle.
Drek raises the glass to
Okay.
you, Lila.
Yeah, and she's been like the entire since he said kind of I'm not going with finality. She's been kind of like she understands, but she is displeased. So she has this kind of like pettiness going for her. But yeah, she clinks the glass.
Look.
To meeting again, and just downs it.
Look. First of all, as you're downing it, it burns all the way down, and it sticks in your throat as it goes down. It is like drinking almost sludge. It has a nice taste to it that lingers in your mouth, but it has very hard alcohol burn.
Just
But he holds his drink there for a second, looking at it. Look, no one wants to go up against a fucking ancient dragon. Regardless of who they are. Unless they're fucking insane, as he looks over at you, Corvus.
What's up?
But there's also the matter of if you guys don't come back. And he just points up.
Kind of nodding in acknowledgement in the back there. We're going to Chumledstan.
I know.
Okay.
Doesn't mean I enjoy not having you on our side for this one.
Then you'd be the first in a long time. He just downs his own drink. And
Yeah,
just
okay, old man.
leans
Not saying that.
forward, just gritting his teeth. As I will say, Lila, roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh my
Oh, dear.
god.
Shit. Can I
While
say...
she's doing that, I'm gonna come up to his other side, sort of putting down the map, pointing at the location that we were given. As you recall, it's this. This is apparently the main layer, so that's where we're gonna be. Just in case we don't come back, that's where you should look. Kind of folds up the paper and puts
Okay, I'll
it
get
away.
to you in a second, Lila. Zenith, you were saying?
Yeah, can I say that while this is happening, I would have been able to either, if you say that would be in my possession, or just get a hold of something to write with and like a small piece of paper.
I'd say you could reasonably acquire something like that from Umbra at the very least.
I don't want to ask her.
There's probably some... I'm willing to say there's like at least a napkin and something you can write with on the bar.
Yeah,
so
a napkin works.
You have something you
napkin
can write
works.
on. So what are you writing down?
I'll message that to you.
All right. Drek kind of just gritting his teeth, setting the glass down, peering over at what you did, what you were showing him, Nathan. And it was 2 stone giant potions.
All right, and then how many?
1 fire and 1 storm. Lila,
Okay.
as you're trying to play it cool with having downed that, having known how to do that sort of thing from your monk training, it's coming right back up, and it's burning more than it did going down.
Please swallowing.
Roll me a constitution check to see if you can force it back down.
Yeah, bro.
You try and force it back down, and immediately the bartender just turns around, grabs a pail, sticks it there in front of you, and just right into it. All the pancakes coming right back up.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Gone.
Goodbye, pancakes.
What's your... What the hell are you drinking?
The hardest thing she's got.
Well, the hardest thing I had until I found you.
I walk away faster.
I'm leaving.
Drek just shakes his head slightly.
I never want to hear that again. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Have a
leaving.
terrible day. Bye.
All right.
Don't fucking
As
do
Zenith
it.
is writing his thing, all of you walking away, Zenith, Umbra does kind of just wait
Oh.
for you, eyeing you slightly with a little question.
I'd read it fast. I'm just trying to figure out how he'd word it. He'd do it stealthily and he'd fold it, and he would give it to Drek, and he'd just say, "Give this to Madame Duffman, please. Don't read it." It's a very
He
serious.
takes it, and as you say, give this to Madame Dufflin, he's already like halfway opening up, and you say, don't read it. He just stares at you for a second, slowly closes it,
Don't. Thank you.
and just sticks it into one of his coat pockets, which actually seems to be a different
Wow.
coat than the last time you saw him.
Whoa, he got a new drip.
Corvus, you know
can't
he has a
believe it.
magical coat that he can turn inside out to turn into different coats.
Oh, right. I'm fucking stupid.
That's free net ones. I'm all out. I should be
You
fine
keep
now.
saying that you're all out every time you're rolling that one. Have you not learned your lesson yet?
Okay.
All right, but all of you
I'm realizing that
eventually make your way back out into the city of Aksari. You are on technically the correct side of the city to make your way down south a little ways and be at the exit you need to take the main road back past the Smoke Dragon Inn to Shimlidstan.
We want to grab a. We should probably grab like a carriage or something. Yeah.
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 Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Although the horses, I don't know what fate
Do we want
awaits.
to just buy a carriage of our own, or and how
I'm
close
good.
are we gonna try and get with the carriage?
You probably don't want to get too close. Maybe just to right at that fork there, and we can make the rest of the way on foot.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I think we could probably buy a carriage. Richard, can we just buy a fucking
Yeah.
carriage?
You are in the City of Gold, so to speak. It's not that hard to buy a carriage. You guys make your way back to the edge of the city, and there is basically a carriage salesman there and several horse salesmen basically trying to almost pawn off horses at that point. They seem to be getting a little desperate, and that is a little concerning because you haven't heard what the town crier has had to say in the last several weeks.
That's
Oh dear.
quite concerning. Do the horses? Wait, I'm probably not horse guy to ask if they
The
look
horses
healthy.
look healthy. Nathan, make me an animal handling check at disadvantage because you know nothing about horses.
Me
I've
smiling.
eaten one. I know they're inside.
I know them inside and out. It tells you
I was gonna
nothing.
say Corvus. Corvus, check the horses'
I
points.
want to check the court. How the horses look
First,
in.
roll me a persuasion check to see if you can actually get close enough with the salesman.
Yeah.
You're
Me and my plus
flirty.
6. Hi. What the fuck?
Walking over to the salesman after a little bit of back and forth, it's
Hi.
suspicious because very definitely there is some aversion to showing you certain things, but it's almost like you expect that because you're seeing it from other salesmen as well, like not showing the inside of the teeth as well as they could, not pointing out some of the hair falling off the tail every now and then. But you aren't really given a very close look.
Okay. Which ones look the healthiest?
Roll me an animal handling check at disadvantage.
Oh.
Can I also see?
Well, I have double proficiency bonus in animal handling.
Okay, it's still at disadvantage.
Okay, I didn't know that changed anything.
No,
I'm
it's just you
stupid.
get a larger bonus.
Me and my plus 10.
Peering over the horses, and Lila, I'm going to say no, because it's basically Corvus rolled the charisma check to see how close he can get with the discussion going on, and that was without you. And so this is him looking at it off of that discussion.
Okay, so it couldn't like help. or
Not during
anything.
this. They're horses. Most of them look healthy, you think? At least from what is visible.
Not a horse person.
Corvus is not the
They
horse
look
girl
fine.
of this party.
Not the Berger of the party.
Not
Well,
Burger.
at least he's not the
He's
Lynn
a-
of this party.
Okay. Well, that's all I can think. Any of them should probably work. I don't know. Horses.
Nathan, roll me a perception check.
Oh!
You're the only one with passive high enough that I'm willing to ask you to roll. Everyone else wouldn't notice what's going on with what I'm asking for.
Okay.
No, unfortunately, there is some noise going on kind of off to the right, but looking over, your attention's not that well drawn to it because there's just There's hustle and bustle going on everywhere. Whatever it was might have passed already before your eyes looked over, or it could just be something in the crowd was a little off for a second.
Sus.
I'm extremely suspicious because I'm even able to notice that they're not doing what they probably should be doing in terms of showing off these horses. And this is the city of fucking gold, and they're clearly being shadier than usual. And I smell that.
They're
Like,
both being shadier than usual, but it's odd because the prices you're seeing almost match the shadiness in being lower than they should. Of you'd be used to the notion of them trying to be this shady and hike the prices way up and then not show things in order to make it look like they deserve that high price. These prices are like half of what they should be for a normal, healthy horse. As if they're trying to not show these things off, but are at the same time trying to basically sell them as fast as possible.
okay, I'm not the charisma guy.
Hi.
So I'm going to kind of walk over to Corvus, lean in over a little bit, and use message to tell him. Maybe ask why they have these horses flying off the shelves like this. What's, try and see if you can't figure out something.
On it. And with that, Cat goes back up, basically saying, sorry, one more thing. These horses, these are wonderful horses, but they're so cheap. Why is that, if you don't mind me
The
asking?
younger gnomish fellow who's standing there that you're now asking a question to kind of peers up at you. Well, you see, we're just trying to get them out of here as fast as we can because, well, we got a lot of them, and so we want to sell them off to you people. And also, there's lots of people passing through at the time, so this is an excellent time to be able to sell horses. So, might as well
May
lower the prices.
I insight that.
Inside that shit.
I want to insight
Yeah.
as well.
I'm going
Inside.
to say,
All of mine.
Corvus, you may, because you're up close talking. Others may, but at disadvantage.
Okay.
Okay, I was gonna say because I'm definitely listening in on this 100%.
Okay.
Oh wait, I clicked the wrong.
I'm so cool. I am so incredibly cool.
That's right there. So
Zenith, are you?
Twinsies. Are you inciting? Oh, sorry, I zoned out. I was thinking about something.
I'm not
I will
paying
incite.
insight.
No, I was thinking about something that's game relevant, and it got me really sad.
Oh boy.
Oh, I was gonna say
Disadvantage?
Inside disadvantage.
Yep.
What are we inciting?
The
The
horse
horse
salesman.
salesman. Horse!
Fucking horses, y'all.
I don't know anything about
For the
horses,
rest of
so I
you-
feel like I failed this.
He's a horse salesman. You don't know the horse business. You're not in on the DL of horses. He's hard to read
Not
in
a
this
horse show.
situation. Corvus, you're not sure what it is, but there's definitely something he's not telling you.
I am going to kind of lower myself a little bit down towards him. Now we both know that there's something way more to that. And my friends and I would like to know. So, would you be so kind?
What are you trying to do? Persuade, intimidate, or
Spook him.
roll me an intimidation check at disadvantage?
Wow.
This-
Really?
There are
You know what?
reasons.
No, he's trying to talk to this guy. You know what? I'm gonna help. I'm gonna get my fucking weapon out. And I'm gonna look at him.
Okay, then
I'm standing in the
you
back.
can roll normally.
Okay, thank you.
I love scaring people, so I would definitely do
You
this.
do get a slightly grouchy look from Umbra up at you, Zenith.
Heyo.
There's no need for... Look. Lots of people passing through here. Mostly heading down through Yurta. Sorry, my bad. And making their way to Choya.
Mostly, as far as I can tell, it's folks just trying to get away from the Waitian theocracy and the war that's breaking out between them and Sociorstan. And so we're
What?
just selling horses as fast as we can so folks can get where they're going. That's
The
all the
fucking
situation
war.
is. As
That's
I'm
new.
still listening. Can I disadvantage insight that
I would
one?
say, Nathan, you're listening with your passive and being observant. You can see what he is saying. To the rest of you, the
Okay.
hustle and bustle's too loud, except for you, Corvus. You're right there listening to him.
So just normal insight or disadvantage?
Normal, because you're able to see his facial expressions as well, and he is definitely
Okay.
shaken a little by Corvus.
Maybe was there a fucking war breaking
Corvus, I
out?
will remind you, alongside the talk of the dragon, when you guys were in Aksari last time during the bank heist, there was also mention of a potential war that was rising up and breaking out between Sociorstan and the Waitian theocracy.
Yeah, I recall that.
Oh,
I have notes on it.
It has been 2 years, so
yeah.
Yeah.
14.
Anything else?
Um,
No dragon, no nothing.
so Nathan, on a
Kind of-
14, he's definitely shaken. He's still a little hard to read. But the word
Alright.
what he is saying definitely seems he's honest about. There might be
Okay.
something more to it. He might be hiding something, but you're not sure on that front.
We need horses, we need to go. So I'm gonna let Corvus finish up and then
So, nothing about a dragon?
Dragon? I mean, there's been the dragon that's been spoken about flying around, but that thing died a few weeks ago, apparently. Its corpse was found ripped to shreds on the road.
Yeah.
we know about that.
We know. Yeah,
No,
I know.
Okay, then why are you asking me about it?
Ignorance is bliss. Anyways, I'll take 2.
5 gold each.
Deal.
Puts his hand out.
And so, 10
Okay,
gold.
take 10 gold. He gestures you to 2 horses. I will go ahead and say you guys now have 2 riding horses. Who is taking charge of them?
cute.
Because I will add them as your cohorts.
Let me.
Oh.
Do I have
Points
one?
at Corvus
I
von
think it takes
Hydrus.
charge of one.
I think I could take charge of one also. I'm pretty sure I have.
Horses confuse and intrigue me. I'm not taking charge
I will
of
note this
anything.
is 2 riding horses, so they can fit 2 people on each of them. There are 6 of you. If you guys wish
Oh.
to
I'll
buy a
walk.
carriage, then they could pull the
Oh, yeah.
carriage.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what we were gonna get as
Yeah.
well.
Oh, also, carriages.
He
I'm
just
gonna go get a charger.
jots his thumb over towards
There's
the
no
gate where
charging
there
port.
is a few different carriages lined up.
Yeah, I'm going. I'm being helpful.
Look at you go.
Oh my god.
Okay, so Corvus
So
and
helpful.
Lila will be taking charge of the 2 horses.
Yep.
Dude,
I mean, I have a pretty decent animal handling. If anyone has better, I have +5.
I have plus 10.
Fucking suck with animals, man. I'm
Plus
I
10.
never-
you guys walk out and kind of older looking dwarf leaning forward. All right, you want a carriage for your horses?
Yeah.
best carriage you got.
Best carriage I got, eh?
If you wouldn't
What are you willing
mind.
to pay for it? Might have something a little extra, depending.
Welcome back.
We're not strapped for cash.
Who's back?
1,000 gold and I'll hook you up.
Okay. I hand him 1,000 gold.
Swipes it, puts it in his pocket. Driven! Driven! God damn it, Driven, where the fuck are you? I'm here. As this younger drow man kind of pokes his head out. What? Get old Mary.
Old Mary?
Old Mary. Okay. Turns around and walks back.
Can I insight this man?
Go ahead.
He seems so fucking shady. I hate him.
19.
He seems to have something special in mind. Whether that's good or bad, you're not sure.
Us.
I'm scared.
I'm going to
Liam is
necrotic
scared.
shroud
Nathan
this
is internally
motherfucker.
squinting.
I'm going to necrotic shroud this motherfucker if it's a hunk of junk.
Coming around from the back, being pulled just by the drow, is what looks like a rather small carriage. You could hook 2 horses up to it, but it looks almost like it's meant for just 1 horse. And like, it's like a covered carriage, but as if you would fit only 1 person inside of it. Are you
Fucking
sure
easy?
you want to sail Old Mary? 1,000 gold's more than enough for Old Mary. She's been good to us, but I think it's a little bit of time for us to move up. We can sell her.
Okay.
All right. Just kind of pats it lightly. Gonna miss you.
Seems
And
to
turns
care
around and walks away.
Mary. Internally, they seem to care about Old Mary, and therefore, I'm going to go inspect Old Mary.
Walking over to the carriage, stepping around to the back, it is almost like a Dark Souls fog wall, but just black shade, disappearing into nothingness.
I'm gonna gently poke my head
As
in.
you poke your head in, it opens up into what looks like basically... It's hard to describe. It's almost like the inside of a tavern, as it's an open first floor, a bar off to the right, and then there's stairs leading up to the second floor with a set of 5 doors on the back.
I kind of poke my head out. We'll take good care of Old Mary.
Gives you a small nod.
What?
Corvus, come look at Old Mary now.
Kind of walks over, kind of looks at the group.
Gently pushes his head into the shroud.
You see the same thing.
There is a very, very loud holy
And the main
shit.
thing I will note is there are no torches, no candles inside. Yet there seems to just be a general ambient lighting cast from somewhere near the ceiling.
Lila pokes her head in.
Kind of walking over and poking your head in over Nathan and Corvus, you get the same sight.
We are taking care of Old Mary.
Yeah, it's bigger on the inside.
I
Old Mary's not gonna
reach my
make this
hand over to
direct.
Ivor and kind of do
No.
like the finger, like, come over here.
Should we get
Like-
going then?
Yeah, let's get going.
Yeah, let's go.
Corvus,
I'll
drive
hook
up
up.
the horses.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Alright, kind of carefully taking care of the horses, hooking each one up. Having 2 horses to pull this thing, I am willing to say it will move at 1.5 times the speed of a normal carriage, because this is
Okay.
looks like it's meant to basically be pulled by 1 carriage at a normal horse's rate. Now you've got 2 horses being able to pull it at a faster rate. Though, it does still require someone to sit in front and hold the reins.
Hi.
That's
That's
gonna be Corvus
me.
von Hydrus.
That's
All right.
me.
You get out onto the front, hook the horses up, pull the reins, and I will say the rest of you go inside. Inside of Old Mary, underneath the top floor balcony, there is what looks like a small... There is another door that, opening it up, stepping into it, steps into what basically looks like the normal inside of the carriage itself, with then being able to peer past to where Corvus is sitting. Corvus, if you turn around, you see the inside of what looks like this normal, like, 1-person carriage, and then a solid wood door on the back.
Oh.
Kind
What
of
the
open
fuck?
it, look over at him,
Hey.
close the door slowly,
Oh.
walk away.
Oh. Okay. I guess we just want to get going as
Alright.
they're looking
If
around.
somebody wants to bully Von Hydrus, you can sit over there and bully him as much as you wish.
I'm sitting there.
Alright, Zenith, you come quickly down over as Umbra was already slowly taking a few steps over there and beat her to it as she just kind of Oh, okay. And walks over and sits down next to what seems to basically be the bar, which has no bartender to it.
Well,
Kind of.
Oh, but I could be the bartender. I can cook. Shit.
I
No.
wish to just observe the general
Okay.
area.
I will say
like-
that you guys observing this is going on as you're traversing.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I remember correctly, it does take a little while. I don't remember the exact distances. Actually, did I ever properly measure this bitch out?
You have a measurement down at the bottom.
All right.
either way, each day I'd probably be stopping to gather stuff because ability.
True.
So we can, eat.
Okay, let me just need to look up movement speeds to get this exactly right for how long this will take.
Oh,
as
God.
So Corvus, I will ask, how fast are you going to be going? At a slow pace, which means you are able to basically stealth, a normal pace, or a fast pace? Fast pace means you have a -5 penalty to your passive wisdom perception as you're moving.
What would cause? I know slow would be not as tedious on the horses, but could these horses handle fast? Does it look like they can
They
handle
are
fast?
riding horses. They are able to handle fast reasonably well. I will note, at a normal pace, you are able to travel in a day with taking a long rest, giving the horses time to rest. You can travel 48 miles a day, which I'm willing to round up to being about 50 just for the sake of handling distances.
And
Yeah.
how many days would it take us to go at a normal pace?
That is what I am trying to figure out at the moment with drawing things
I would
out.
probably speedrun that shit. I would speedrun that
Okay,
shit.
that would be running the horses ragged, which means that they will need a long time to rest and potentially have to start making exhaustion checks after a day or two.
Oh.
If you're going fast the entire time, that is the consequence.
Oh, no.
If you're going at a normal
I
pace
probably-
the entire time, then they're able to rest just fine each day.
No, I'd probably just go at a normal pace then.
I suggest while we're like in pretty safe territory, we go fast, like for the first day or two, while they're still okay, and then we go at normal pace.
Good idea. I like that. Would that be possible, DM?
I would say didn't mean to roll that. So explain to me again what you're doing.
Okay, so first few days, like 1 or 2, we go fast. Then we go normal. Then maybe like as we get really close, we start going slow.
Okay. That's doable. I'm not sure that would be any better of a thing to do than simply going at the normal pace the entire time.
No, we'll get the first like fast couple of days. Then we'll get just normal. Horses are fine, we're fine. But then when we really need to be stealthy, we can go slow.
Okay, so you guys are planning on going fast the first while to get basically to the border of Chumlidstan, and then slow down, and then be able to move full pace the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then give me one moment to properly get this up.
I'm just saying maybe we should slow down like when we're nearing the lair.
Okay, it will take you 3 days to get back to Smoke Dragon Inn at the border of Chumlidstan. It will take you 2 days to get to Naya, or you will be arriving at Naya about halfway through the next day, which is the town you guys stayed in on your way to Ixari and passed through very quickly the first time around. So riding through the day, you eventually do hit the point where Corvus, unless you are switching out with someone, you will need to make a Constitution saving throw to determine you're staying up through the night if you are to keep going. And that...
I I probably go poke my head and saying, "Could someone take over? I'm way too tired."
Yeah, I'm bored anyway.
Sick. Just kind of giving Lila a high five as he's going in.
All right, Lila, you slip out through the door and kind of hop your way into the front of the carriage, taking the reins. What are the rest of you doing during this time? As this is essentially downtime.
I'll let everyone else go
All right,
first.
Corvus, what are you doing? Slipping back inside.
Oh, I'm sleeping.
All right, you make your way. I'm gonna say probably because it's the only place you can think to go. You make your way up to the second floor, open one of the doors, and inside is a lavish, king-sized bedroom with full amenities of a bathroom attached to the side of it.
He's going to sleep. He's going to have a good
All
sleep.
right, you collapse into the bed. It is very comfy.
Ah. Oh, that's
All right,
nice.
Ivor, what are you doing?
Probably just I'd probably say that I was just kind of overlooking and making sure everyone, like, basically he's kind of in that mode where he's just, in order to not overthink things, he's just gonna overcount things and be sure, like, yes, I still have all this, we all have this, nothing's missing.
Okay, you kind of just start going through everything, double checking your materials and resources. Nathan, what are you doing?
Having out a few papers and just quickly sketching down things, making sure like he knows what he's doing, and then when he's not doing that, that's kind of his break between like in the way you can like practicing like in his head, just sort of mind space astral projecting into his own brain to sort of practice magic, read through his books, make sure he is on top of what he needs to do, make sure he's like as practice as he can get, and ever so often kind of looking over at Umbra because he doesn't want to approach. He's already made her scare once, but like, I could teach you the healing ways if you just come over here and ask me. But I don't want to approach you because I don't want you to. I creep you out, I guess. I don't know.
All right, Zenith, what are you doing?
I'm just gonna sit, and if there is a way to like look out, I'm gonna just be doing that the entire time quietly.
Where are you sitting?
Well, I was sitting in the Bully Corvus spot, but I would move eventually if there is some way to like observe the road.
From that spot, you can kind of peer out past now Lila's head to watch the road in front of you.
I'm doing
Okay.
that.
Nathan, you do see Umbra get up and take a few steps towards you. Pause. Seem to have some reconsideration, and she doesn't look disgusted or afraid as she kind of turns and instead starts making her way towards that door, instead looking more almost ashamed. It's odd. You're not quite sure the emotion.
Umbra, wait.
She does kind of pause for a second.
Yeah.
Corvus and I can't be the only ones knowing how to do. I can teach you.
Are you sure?
And she does kind of look over at Ivor.
Look, when I said I wanted Ivor around, it wasn't because I'm afraid of you. I'm afraid of me. So, just... I would be very happy to teach you. I struggle communicating that, but I mean it.
She just nods slightly.
I had a few ideas for some spells I was going to put together off what I saw you and Corvus do. Admittedly, supplanting having any kind of divine or natural magic to use, I was going to try basically scaling up the intensity of it to a higher tier of magic in order to compensate for that. But
While I'm doing this, can you teach me how you transmute your spells between elements?
I can try to. It is difficult as it's mostly basing it here.
She does move over eventually and sit down next to you and sort of start to explain the process. And it only takes a few moments for her to basically settle into being extremely comfortable trying to explain the entire thing out to you. And with your intelligence and your having been a wizard, you're able to pick it up reasonably well to begin with. It does start to get a little more confusing and wishy-washy here and there due to your no longer being a wizard and this definitely being a school of magic that you do nothing about when you were learning your magic.
Yeah.
However, seeing you basically understanding what she's saying mostly definitely seems to spark her on and explaining it and make her more comfortable. And you can kind of understand that given probably the one and only person she has had to explain any of this stuff to this entire time. You're not sure what Zenith's reading comprehension is, let alone arcane comprehension.
2 + 2 = fish. But that aside, if she looks down at the papers at all, they're diagrams and sigils and basically his rough attempt at making a lesson plan to teach him.
It's odd because looking back at her spellbook as she flips through pointing out different things, you understand almost none of what is written there because that's generally from what you remember of your own spellbook. Every wizard has basically their own language, and you've even seen Ivor's in its own glorious wizardly mess. Every wizard's spellbook is a mess. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
Hers almost seems like a mixture of arcane runes, sigil circles, but mixed oddly with almost religious iconography, but in an almost blasphemed way of almost detesting a certain religious figure in every aspect of her spell, almost being spiteful towards this entity.
His own glyphs, though not necessarily Wizard anymore, are clearly mixes between Sionian language, glyphs, long-winded explanations on how this is supposed to work, but like written in a circle and like attached to like lines and circles. Complete total fucking mess, but kind of goes back and forth with her for a little bit before sort of sliding over the papers. None of this is going to make sense to you, but once I put it out, kind of might make more sense. So if you have this here, and clearly you're not gaining yours from a divine figure, but I am also an ex-wizard, and some of my own spells are wizardly in nature and arcane. I mix arcane and divine to get this, and so kind of just continuing moving things around, going on.
I will say the main note that you start to garner is that you will never be able to do what she does without breaking into being a wizard, of on the fly switching it out. But the main thing that she kind of explains to you is she does this by understanding what sections of her spell relate to the energies going into it to produce fire, ice, so on and so forth, in the arcane essence of it, and knowing how to
Yeah.
basically supplant from one thing she already has written down and substitute that into another thing she has written down, which is not
Yeah.
something you can physically do. But it does breach into a beginning of an understanding of how to rewrite certain spells that you have seen to be in a more permanent state as another spell with the blessing of your god.
Yeah. So there's that. Yay,
Yes.
step 1.
But during that, I will say, Lila, go ahead and roll me a perception check as you are making your way on the road, and it turns into nighttime as the sun sets, and you are a human. You do not have dark vision, so roll with roll with disadvantage for the little ways you can. Oh boy, you can see in front of you from the lantern light that does turn on next to you. And Zenith, go ahead and roll me with disadvantage since you are sitting there behind her and you have dark vision, so you can see out further than her, but it is still nighttime.
Yeah, we should have considered that.
Yeah.
Disadvantage.
But still, I rolled pretty well.
Well,
Skill. What the fuck is it? Okay, there it is. Wisdom again.
Mostly the road ride is in. Yeah. Very little happens as you guys are moving on. Eventually, the sun does rise again, and you eventually pass through the city of Naya. Picking up a few supplies there along the way, if you guys want to, I'd say you can burn a few gold on that. Yes, Cam?
Really quick, really fast thing. Naya's where that
Yes.
inn that I told. Can I check really quick?
No, Naya is not where that inn is. You told her to stop at
okay,
the
never
Bleakside Inn back at Exari, and
Bleakside.
so you would have needed to do that
never
before you
mind.
left.
Oh, well, never
Alright,
mind.
well, you guys pass on through Naya, as I'm going to assume you guys are set with the rations and whatever you have, with Corvus getting out and searching for food.
Yeah.
Make your way, and
So
over the
cool.
next couple days, switching out drivers, eventually pass through another town and past the Smoke Dragon Inn. Lila, you kind of peer over at this if you are still driving.
Mhm.
Peering over at this, you see this just rowdy as hell, large 2-story tavern off to your left-hand side that sits away from any town. And it has this smoke-like dragon painted onto a sign in front of it labeled the Smoke Dragon Inn, and just something about that entire structure just causes your spine to crawl. You're not sure what it is, because it doesn't look bad. It doesn't look haunted. It just looks like there's maybe a few assholes out in front of it. But there's just, with the way you have learned and your own learning to be a bodyguard, something about this structure just sets you on edge.
So
I
many
make
OSHA
the horses
violations.
go faster for like a couple of minutes. Just till we pass.
Okay, what were you saying, Zenith? As you kind of peer out and do recognize the structure as the Smoke Dragon Inn where you met the rest of the party.
Oh, yeah. No, I was just saying that this is an OSHA violation. But nonetheless. Yeah, I'm still staring out. I think I'd just be staring out the window basically the entire time.
All right. Eventually continuing on, nearing the end of the 4th day on the road, as it's the end of the 3rd day passing by the Smoke Dragon Inn, you find your way to a split in the road where one part goes north, now officially back in Chumlidstan, as it doesn't take long passing the Smoke Dragon Inn for you cross the border, and the entire time, Lila, you feel yourself on edge. And you reach here where the road splits, one heading off to the east, one heading north, as you know that the mark that was put on your map is off to the east.
Going east.
All right.
And she's visibly nervous. Sometimes she pulls her one hand off the reins to like because her palms are getting sweaty, and she tries to like wipe it off on her pants. She just goes, okay, and starts doing like monk breath exercises, just going.
I will say, as you are
do
sitting
this.
there, and Zenith, you're sitting there as well, Umbra does kind of come out and basically sits in your lap, Zenith, because there's not a whole lot of room.
I would like to do something
Yes.
really quick. Would Lila inform us that, hey, we are getting to that fork in the road?
Up to you, Lila.
Yeah, she would. I mean, it would be hard for her because there's like a door that she cannot physically open.
Well, you can ask Zenith or now Umbra to pass
yeah,
the information on in.
I mean, I would tell them that officially in Shumilstan.
All right. The information is passed on behind, and I will say, even as you're reaching this fork in the road, the terrain around you, where it should be grassland fading into basically forest, with like mostly kind of at the edge of this forest, a few trees here and there, it is craggy, barren, rocky wasteland instead. Sharp spires here and there.
Oh no. I don't think I can get food here.
Probably not.
Oh
I will say,
no.
Lila,
Uh-oh.
this is not at all like the rest of the terrain you know in Chumlidstan. Admittedly, mostly you're from the north part of Chumlidstan, where the capital is, which is primarily frozen tundra. But this is weird.
Guys,
What's up?
can you just come out here for a second?
Are you pulling the carriage to a halt?
Yeah, sure.
Pull it to a halt, and the rest of you, if you wish to make your way down and exit through the back, which I will note, the back of the carriage, while it's kind of this shady black void going in, you guys can clearly see out the back behind. It is just an open hole.
Alright. Cutely makes my way out.
As I'm going out, I assume that I would have kind of been collecting like bits of like the furs from whatever little animals they've been trapping the past few
Here and
days.
there, yeah.
So I can I'm going to cast locate creature.
What are you attempting to
And
locate?
the dragon, the mountain eater, that motherfucker.
Okay. Roll me a survival check to let us determine how close you might be.
Okay, survival.
Because you don't know where this is, and it is 1,000 feet to be within its range.
Wait. Yeah, I sense the direction of the I sense the direction to the creature's location, as long as it's within 1,000 feet. And if it's moving, then I know it's the direction it's moving. But anyways, wow.
You do not sense it.
I think I just get it. Period.
That's if it's within 1,000 feet.
Yeah.
I'm saying,
Okay.
as far by the casting at spell.
Oh, okay. I get it.
You are aware that right now it is not within 1,000 feet. That is what you.
Alrighty.
That is
Oh,
what
okay,
the check
got
was
you.
for. Was for me to have something to determine if you are close enough, because I don't have an exact
Okay.
estimate or large
Oh,
map
okay.
for to
Got
put you on.
you. Okay. Not near us. Not in 1,000 feet, at least.
That's not how it's supposed to look like.
It's not?
Nah,
Oh.
look around. That's
Yeah,
not how
yikes.
things usually look like.
Yikes.
What does that usually look like?
Just trees and grass and, life.
This is barren wasteland.
It is.
Oh boy.
Getting close.
All right. As you guys get back into the carriage and continue moving forwards, the terrain only gets more rocky and barren with these jutting, sharp, angular, spiked piercing from the ground that do not look natural in any way. No wind should carve stone to look like this, and yet it melds perfectly into the ground as if it were always that way.
After like half an hour of this, Lila just calls over Corvus and asks him to take over and goes inside.
No high five this time?
A very unenthusiastic high five.
Oh, wow. Concerned 100. Alright. On to the range.
I can give it to you. She's sad. Her country looks
Yeah.
like a wasteland. She
Mhm.
does not
I'll
like
say, as
it.
you're doing that and seeing that, Umber does kind of quickly follow after you, Lila. But Corvus, carrying on, you're hitting the point where you think you're probably close to the center of this thing, of this source. Because remind me, what did you take for your second favored enemy?
I
You
took Faye.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Then you're not exactly sure where you would locate a dragon's den in this setting, as there is no mountainous cave, there is no large gaping opening, but there is an area where it starts to almost clear out. The spikes still spire and come to sharp points, but they're much thinner, and they're far more spread out, far fewer places for anything to hide. And go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Okay. I'm in terror. Okay. Oh no.
You got this. You got this.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, go!
Staring out
That's
over
nature. I accidentally rolled
What is your
nature.
perception modifier?
Plus 6.
Then that would be a 25.
Hey,
Staring out
yo.
over this barren, bland, gray landscape and kind of peering up even. Coming into this area, there was a moderate amount of clouds here and there in Malinstan. There are no clouds anywhere here. And just the terrain is without even the slightest sign of shrubbery. You do see a few creatures skittering here and there, desperately looking for somewhere to hide from either you, the sun, or any other prey or predators around. But out in the distance, staring out, kind of squinting slightly, you see a portion of the landscape that seems to dip down slightly, with cragged edges. Looks almost like maybe there's a sinkhole there.
Just kind of freeze up, and I am going to go stop completely, and I am going to go
So I will
and
note,
kind of
peering out, you are on the main road still. However, the main road sits, from what you're looking at, it seems to sit slightly above most of the rest of this basically barren, flat terrain. And that's most of why you're able to see this hole. Peering down into it slightly, because you can see ever so faintly, it's pitch black. And it is like a tiny dime-sized hole with basically no other frame of reference for how far away it is. Off of your nature experience, the best guess you have is that it's probably a reasonably large hole and probably a few miles away.
Okay. With that, I just take a deep breath, kind of peer down, looking at whoever is sitting in that one spot.
Probably say Zenith. Are you still sitting there?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
In the most serious face this man has ever given Zenith. Get ready. A few miles. Possibly.
Aye.
Tell everybody else. Get the fire. Get the, alchemist fire in the sack.
I do exactly that, and I relay this information to everybody
Alright.
else. I'm not repeating
Going
everything.
back slightly, Lila, as you're going in, looking distinctly off, Umbra does kind of follow after you slightly, kind of reaching a hand out towards your shoulder, which you very obviously notice before kind of pulling it back.
You okay?
I will be. After we finish that thing off.
I know I'm probably not the most comforting of people, but
And she kind of holds her arms up out towards you, trying to mimic what she saw Madame Duthlin doing.
Lila visibly steels herself, trying, because the same thing still stands, but she doesn't want to refuse. So she's consciously like making herself almost act on like automatically without really like giving any.
So you
I don't know how
are
to describe it, but she
you
hugs
okay.
her back.
Stepping into it, she does
Yeah,
hold you.
but she's like almost numb at this point, like visibly.
Holding you there. You can feel her fingers dig slightly into your back as she very tightly grips onto you.
Kind of strokes her back in a comforting way, but just like staring off into the distance. And just, yeah, trying to not fall apart. And pulls back.
She lets go kind of abruptly at your pulling back, and feeling like she probably overstayed her welcome.
Also, look at everyone around you. You're probably the most comforting person here.
She slowly looks over at Ivor and Nathan, who are the only two other people in the room.
I mean, I was just basically the party.
I will say at that point, Zenith, that's when you open the door to step in and inform them.
Yep. Well, I do
Alright.
that. I don't remember what I was supposed to say. You guys do.
You were basically there, few miles off. Get the alchemist fire in the bag ready.
Yep.
Get
ready.
the fucking napalm ready, guys. We're committing war crimes in Shumlidstan.
No, lordy lord.
Do I drink the potions? That's the
do we
question.
do that now? They only last an hour.
Let's wait.
Probably, yeah. Needs to get closer.
Okay.
Corvus, are you stopping the carriage or are you bringing it towards this sinkhole?
I am going slow, but I am going towards it.
Okay. Are you trying to be stealthy?
Trying my
Then
hardest.
Go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
Okay, let's do this. It's not like I'm not good at stealth or anything. Oh, what? Huh? Where'd I get?
Oh,
Huh?
because your armor.
Oh, your armor.
Hit the
right.
advantage button and roll again, because this is more you're being stealthy with the carriage.
Okay. Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
Okay, you kind of do the best you can to rein the horses in, keep them calm, move slow. But as you're moving over this expanse, there's not a lot of cover. There is almost nothing to hide behind. Any of these spires are very thin. In fact, you feel like if you were to reach a hand out and push on one of them, you could knock over one of these basically tree-tall spikes.
Oh my god.
You don't, mostly out of just fear of what might cause that cause to happen. What that might cause to happen, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
But you carry on. As you start to draw closer, and closer, and closer you think, the size of the hole doesn't change a lot. As you start to realize this hole's a lot farther away than you thought it was, and probably a lot bigger than you thought it was. As you basically start to pull out from this expanse of spikes, this almost stony forest, and into what almost looks like a crater in just barren, stony nothingness. with at the dead center this hole.
Yeah. Keep on going.
All right. You carry on forwards, moving slowly, the cart rattling and shaking at each of the bumps in the stony, cragged floor beneath you. It takes almost an hour traveling over this ground, going another 6 miles to get there before you reach this just vast, open hole that goes down. That's possibly a mile in expanse around.
Okay.
God.
Slowly, because we were told soon, kind of slowly open the door, poke my head out. Are we there?
Nathan, you can see past
Yeah.
Corvus' shoulder this just gaping hole.
Definitely.
We might want to put old Mary somewhere safe and walk.
All right. And am I like right at this? Am I right there?
I'd say you're pretty close. It would be another hour to go back to find somewhere that would even have something
Oh,
close
well.
to cover to put the carriage behind.
We've got like no cover out here. It's not going to be safer anywhere near or far. I don't think.
I will say, as you're standing there, Nathan, you can feel the ground tremoring slightly in a rhythmic pattern, almost like breathing. But it's low, it's deep. Roll me an insight check.
Oh no.
Alright. Can do
I'm in terror.
that. I am fucking too scared right now.
You're not sure what it is, but there's something. There's definitely something here.
I kind of okay, because I, as dumb of ass as I am, can kind of put 2 and 2 together. Low rhythmic rumbling.
You can
So-
tell that the dragon is here. Well,
Yeah,
you think,
sort
but the
of put-
state that it's in is mostly what I was going after.
Yeah, sort of put my hand on his shoulder. Kind of scooching past a little bit, moving to the opposite side of Zenith. Look, I can hear.
Yes, Lila?
Do I hear anything? I mean, I don't have a 25 passive, but I have a 19.
With the
which
door,
is-
are you still inside the carriage? As I will note, this is a one-person like spot out in the front that Nathan is like crammed
Oh.
in over top of Zenith, leaning past Corvus to do.
Oh, okay. Okay,
And
then
so
I'm
the
inside.
door is
I'm fine.
open, and so you can kind of hear the conversation going on as Umbra has
Oh.
pulled away from you and gone to kind of sit off to the side. But
So I hear them discussing that the dragon is here.
I'd say you'd be able to make out the conversation reasonably well, yeah.
Then I'll try to squeeze in, or just like let me see.
You peer.
Hold on. Kind of.
There's like 20
Putting my
people
hand-
over top me right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I-
put my hand up.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to be touching.
Zenith, you hear in your
Zenith.
head,
Maybe we should all just get out the back and see what it is.
Continue trying to tell Corvus what I was going to tell him, because
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Corvus,
Yeah.
I am sure that I can hear it either sleeping or biding its time.
He's just
Can't tell which it is.
frozen even more.
We should get out the fucking cart instead of climbing over top me. Please.
Apologies. I just
Go.
kind of
Oh.
pushes back and kind of
Okay.
bumping into Layla a little bit for
No, she lets you
yeah.
pass.
Ivor,
She's just sticking her head.
inside the carriage, as they're all doing this, you do see Umbra pick up her book and start to step out the back of the carriage.
All right.
So
Yeah, I guess goes ahead and gets his things too, and is just following Umbra.
two of you step out the back of the carriage, as the rest of you are pulling out from the front of the carriage.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you all doing?
No, I'm also going
Okay, you're
out of the back.
okay. You follow them out the back.
Yeah.
Once you exit the back and step down, you also can feel the ground rumbling ever so slightly and rhythmically. Go ahead and roll me an insight check.
Everyone?
No, just Lila.
Okay.
This is low. It is almost calm. And it is regular enough that you suspect this is the breathing of something that is sleeping.
I think it might be asleep.
Kind of
There's
lifting
a
my hand.
chance.
It is.
I can cast Pass Without Trace. If I do
Okay.
so, we will all be quite stealthy and we might be able to get the drop on it.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Zenith.
Yeah.
Get ready to fly and get ready to throw that entire. Get ready to throw the Z-bomb.
Yeah, as soon as Corvus says that, I mutter a few words, and the sort of cloak that I was wearing that looks like a dread cloak unfurls behind me, and now it looks like, from the back it would be the same dark color, but when looking to the front, it almost looks like they're actual wings, like sort of bat wings. They're similar, not exactly, but similar to the red parts of my skin tone, so it looks like they could possibly belong to me, but it's slightly darker.
I pulled
An out of
out-
character question for everyone. It's 2 a.m. now. For some 3 a.m. And the fight is probably not less than 2 hours, I don't think. I think 2 hours is a good guesstimate. So are we doing it today?
It is late.
I'm willing.
It is late. This might drag on. Tomorrow, I guess now, today is Mother's Day. So I can do Monday just fine. I know Liam can't. Do you guys want to do this now? Or do you want to hold off?
I know that I'm not on top of my game just because I'm kind of tired and like brain is mushy, but I'm willing to do it if everyone wants to.
I can't hear. As soon as you were discussing this, it cut me out.
Then I'm going to say, Liam, do you know of a day when would work for you? As I will go ahead and pause the recording for now. So coming back just for a little bit.
I will probably go because I'm really tired and I can go any day you
All right,
want.
well,
So just let me
we will,
Good night,
as
everyone.
described by that, we will be seeing what happens next time, ending off the session there. Good night.
Holy shit.